feel the pull of something dark and deep. The urge to be somebody that's not me. He's on my side, the devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, oh. An evil that was deep within. He will meet you in your darkest dreams. Don't cry for help, no one can hear your screams. He is on my side, the devil in disguise. I feel it running through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Poison seeping through my skin, oh. An evil that was deep within, through my veins, yeah. This feeling will break these chains. Never thought I could love, I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, there was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and the seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together. Don't mind, wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold,
closer, but with a deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands
redemption on the other side. We're standing on the burning ride. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. And we still remain. Yeah!
Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
all the best players from the rest of the world come here to prove themselves.
Welcome, one and all, to the moment you have all been waiting for.
Me and Titan, especially, went nuts.
It's a kill for Grabstar. They're just falling like flies.
The enemy top laner trash talked him. We can't let them trash talk one of ours.
And so well played by Red Cannon. Hawa tried so hard, but LNG, they've got the Baron, they've got the Ocean Soul, and they're looking to take the base.
对于我们是配合很多的一个队伍，然后他们可能相对来说还就挺好处理的。
The Nexus will fall in favor of LPL in this absolutely historic bout between these two regions.
이제 두 경기를 끝내고 이제 기분을 이제 경기력만 놓고 봤을 때 기분이 그렇게 좋진 않네요.
That slicing Maelstrom was so beautiful. Clean ace from the TCL.
Going into Worlds, having a lot of expectations, we've come up short several times. Bu sene.
TCL #1 seed will take their first game here at Worlds. Gang caught out. It's a triple. Perkz makes a statement on his return to Worlds.
If we can make it out, we're gonna be held as the best any team ever. That will be a pretty good achievement.
지금 일단 눈앞에 있는 문제부터 해결해야 될 것 같습니다.
No, it's the pinnacle of competing.
Their road to eternal glory is far from over. It all leads to this.
Vitality will take them!
Une nouvelle ère approche.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021, taking place in scenic Reykjavik, Iceland. Our first day back on the world stage gave us redemption, Rockstar rookies, and a few surprises. Here we see Peace and Hanwha Life Esports arriving at the arena ahead of our first match of the day. Both teams ready to fight for their spot at the top of the world. I am Dash, and I'm joined today by LEC's Goldberg and LCS's very own Kaizen. And gentlemen, I am ecstatic to be jumping on the analyst desk with you two to preview the 8 games that we have ahead of us today. But with that, gents, we're going to dive right into it. We got a lot to cover. Let's start by getting a look at how our groups are stacking up after our first day. It's LNG who landed the first blow in that battle between LPL and LCK and now lead Group A, followed by CBLOL's Red Canids. And then, of course, on the other side in Group B, Galatasaray entered with a bang to collect that clean 2-0 scoreline. And Goldberg, that's where I want to start. Galatasaray surprising many yesterday.
I mean, they're surprising me as well. They were one of those teams that I took a look at the beginning when we came in towards their own TCL playoffs, and they had a very slow, methodical start. I thought this style would get punished when we got to a bigger stage, but honestly, they adapted of some of these weaknesses that they had in their regular season. All of a sudden, Balulu, with the priority he got in the mid lane, actually moving it around with the map with his jungler Mojito as well, who is more known in the past to just farm up for himself. So Galatasaray really coming together as a team and surprising a lot of us.
I mean, not only did this shirk kind of the expectation of the group, but Kaizen, it now throws the whole group into kind of a turmoil in a sense. Like, there's no expectation left in terms of who's going to get out.
Absolutely not. I think going into that day, people were expecting that, Destination Focus Me with their full roster would be a threat, Cloud9 would be a threat, but people were kind of sleepy on Galatasaray. And I think to emphasize what Goldberg just said, it's not just that they've played well, it's that they've adapted their style and they've shown us an entirely different look that I don't think a lot of teams could have anticipated from them.
I mean, from there, you mentioned Cloud9, and they definitely impressed in day one. However, it was only a singular victory. But I think, Goldberg, there were a lot of questions about this roster, given their domestic performance and how they kind of waffled in the LCS.
Yeah, to me, this was a fresh breeze of air, really, with Cloud9. I think towards the LCS, at times they seemed disjointed, and like they wasn't really on the same page. But coming in yesterday, I think Fudge as an individual did an amazing job, and his team did an amazing job capitalizing on it. We saw Perkz in the mid lane actually utilizing his pressure elsewhere on the map instead of just trying to get a lead for himself in the mid game. So Cloud9 really really coming together on the same page finally.
Yeah, getting a win in their first match on the international stage since MSI is going to be a boon for the roster. And I'll remind everyone, Kaizen, that at MSI back in Iceland a few months ago, it was Fudge and Vulcan who were kind of touted as the top performers on the team. And once again, we saw them living up to that.
Thank you for the reminder. I agree. To see Fudge continue to be a carry for the team. You know, I think over the course of this year, he's gone from being what was honestly a liability for Cloud9 to a stable top laner to a straight-up carry. And it's nice to see Cloud9 decide, hey, we're just going to invest in this guy continually, game after game. What I love to see, especially, is the coordination between Blabber and Fudge, really timing around the wave, looking for opportunities to set up dives. So I love to see that. Keep doing it.
I'll add to that as well that we saw Perkz roaming. In fact, in his interview with Lore, he kind of made it a point to say, well, I wasn't even really laning. I was playing for the sides. And again, that's a stark contrast to me, Goldberg, from what we saw in the LCS domestically, where it seemed that they couldn't settle on a singular playstyle.
Yeah, it just seemed like they had different ideas coming into it. And when they had a different idea, it was like everyone wasn't really on the same page. But as you said yourself just there, the fact that he was willing to go down at points in the game, he was 20 CS down just because he had used a lot of time to roam down towards this bottom side, or because he had absorbed so much pressure. 4 minutes, 5 minutes into the game, 4 people from the enemy team was there trying to dive him. And it's this pressure that he does well when he absorbs it, and he does well when he's able to utilize his own pressure for his teammates out on the map.
Everything in service of a victory there on day number 1. But with day 1 of Worlds done and dusted, our picture of the international meta is starting to solidify. Here, of course, you'll see a number of the picks we had our eyes on yesterday. Misfortune, Sett, Amumu, just to name a few, but there were many. And I guess my question is, how big of an impact did they really have here at the beginning of play-ins, and how will this meta evolve?
I think for yesterday, at least with all the champions we got to see, it's this kind of playoffs or play-ins rather, where we don't really know yet what's going to solidify themselves. Teams are still trying it out in scrims, they're still trying it out in stage. We saw it last year with Echo as well, so I still think we will see development in terms of the meta.
Well, Kaizen, let's start in the jungle, because it was assassins galore yesterday.
Yeah, and I love to see it. Yeah, and I think this is the effect of Ghostblade. You know, we're seeing a lot more mobility, high single target DPS junglers, and this is a meta that allows mechanically proficient junglers to shine. Yesterday we saw Steel in the mid game completely turning the game around for his team from a deficit by just constantly looking for picks on side lanes, and the mobility of champions like Talon, like Qiyana, is what's going to allow the better junglers in the tournament to be able to turn the games for their team.
I mean, explosive damage with high mobility out of these assassin junglers makes for a very exciting game, and in some cases very quick games when they get the ball rolling. But I want to kind of contrast that to what we're seeing on the bottom side of the map, Goldberg, where you have things like the Misfortune and the Amumus, the things that have been talked about. Would we see them at Worlds, and how prevalent and how effective would they be? But to me, that's a very interesting contrast between team fight setup and junglers who want to skirmish and kind of take advantage of 1v1.
Yeah, but I feel like at the same time, a lot of this comes from pressure. A lot of this comes about the ability to roam around the map. We've already seen the things with Talent. Misfortune as an AD coming into this one also have this mobility on the map with her W. It's super easy for her to get priority, super easy for her to roam around the map. And then it's the flexibility we see with the champion as well in terms of what the team needs. We saw Kraken Slayer, we saw Gale Force yesterday, we saw the lethality, which is really the rise of Misfortune, where it started to come through with the Yuma's Ghostblade buffs, the easy build pathing now, so you don't have to go and get a pickaxe, but you can actually start building up from these long shots. It's making it super easy for you to accelerate a lead if you get it, and I think that's why Misfortune has been so prevalent, especially with all these engage support that, you know, they were already meta. Now let's just top a bullet time on top of it.
All right, yeah, that's the ticket right there, right? The engage supports. And I'm going to call out one in particular, Kaizen. That's the Amumu, because again, an exciting, you know, tiny rework for the champion, brings him down into the support position. And while he was played a number of times yesterday, not to great success.
Yeah, and I think some context is important here. I think part of the reason, honestly, he wasn't played to great success is because he was played by the weaker team in a lot of these matchups. 2 of the losses were to Hanwha and LNG. I don't think it's reflective of the strength of the pick. I think this is a very strong pick. The fact that he has double bandage toss and has such a forgiving play pattern when it comes to looking for engages means that he's going to continue to be a high impact pick, especially with, as Goldberg said, the synergy that he has with MF. We're going to see a lot lot of curses of a sad bullet time.
Yeah, we'll hold off on overreacting to the meta stuff here after just 8 games and day number 2. But while we have plenty of opinions about the meta, we are going to check in with Chovy and get his thoughts on the power of Tryndamere here at Worlds.
So let's talk about the game a bit more. We saw a lot of diversity on the mid lane so far with the range matchup, the melee matchup, both AD and AP. But one pick that stands out for the audience is Tryndamere, of course. So I want to have your thoughts on this champion because you played it on the first game. And how strong do you think it is compared to the other champions that we've seen so far?
네, 우선은 게임적인 질문을 드리고 싶은데 지금 미드에서 굉장히 다양한 픽이 보여지고 있는 것 같습니다. 브루도 나오고 AP도 나오고 AD 챔피언도 많이 나오고 있는데 아무래도 가장 궁금한 부분은 첫 번째 경기에서 플레이한 트린다미어 같아요. 트린다미어가 지금 다른 미드픽에 비교해서 얼마나 강하다고 생각하시나요?
일단 트린다미어가 일단 확실히 라인전도 쉽게 안 뚫리고 이제 후반에 성장했을 때 잠재력이 굉장히 좋다고 생각하고 근데 이제 또 이게 막상 그렇게 아예 상대 못할 정도는 아니라서 그냥 좀 이제 비교적 좋은 그냥 뽑을 만한 픽이라고까지만 생각합니다.
So I think he's really solid in lane, and also once he hits the power spike, he has a very high potential in the late game. But I'm not saying he's like unbeatable or too OP. So I think it's just relatively good and pretty just decent and okay.
Couple quick thoughts from Chovy on the Tryndamere pick in the mid lane, which we love to see that kind of innovation here on the world stage. Some of the greatest moments in the history of Worlds come from interesting meta developments and the willingness of some players to pull out something a little funky. I will say personally, I'm waiting for that Vi mid. I hope we get it.
I mean, you might still wait for it just a little bit, but it's still early in play-ins as you've already established. We are only on day 2. We've got loads of game to get covered. So, I mean, if we are going to see it, I think play-ins is the place to start.
There's a chance, baby. There's a chance. All right, well, Chovy and all of Hanwha Life Esports will face 2 important opponents today in Peace and Red Canids. But later on, we've got our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, where we will see Cloud9 fight to make a statement against the projected Group B powerhouse Beyond Gaming.
I definitely think it's a game as well where, you know, we've already established Cloud9, you know, coming in as this team where, you know what, they actually exceeded the expectations that I had to them. But on the other end of Beyond Gaming, I think they surprised me in a negative way yesterday, but they did also have a substitute top laner today. They are bringing in Liang. So maybe we finally get to see this powerhouse of a region that I still believe PCS is, because I think a lot of the region yesterday after their loss already had a lot of criticism to them. And I think it's a bit too early for that just yet. We still have loads to see from this region.
That said, though, Kaizen, I feel like we have to talk about how quickly the pressure and the stakes ramp up here in the play-in stage. With the first couple results already coming in and the race to make it through to those series, every match matters from this point onward.
Absolutely, but first, I'm not going to let Goldborn get away with that. Cloud9 did not perform above expectations. That was at expectations. That's what Cloud9 expected to see. And beyond that, yeah, look, these are long days, and at the end of each day, there's going to be huge movement of the standings. So you need to be on point for every single game. I'm looking at Peace versus Hanwha Life Esports. A lot of the time when you have these David versus Goliath matchups, you say, okay, well, you could expect to lose that and then you'll make it up elsewhere. You don't really have the luxury of that in the play-in. It's a single round robin. You have one shot to beat every team in front of you. So every game, I expect teams to play their style and play ideally aggressively when you're the underdog.
All right, well, I'm going to follow your lead here, and let's dive into that very first matchup. We're only a few minutes away from Hanwha Life's first match of the day against the LCO's Peace, but they're going to have to shore up their drafting if they want to build momentum and catch up to cross-region rivals LNG in the standings. Again, re-hitting that point that having dropped the game against LNG Goldberg, these matches matter quite a bit.
Yeah, they definitely do. As Kaizen already mentioned, you only play them once. There's a single round robin, and that's it. Of course, there is still a head-to-head to go into it, but I think as well, like taking a look at the screen from what we saw of their drafting yesterday, we're looking at a full AD composition. You're looking at a composition where you want to play the map. You also play into a Jax that just outscaled you on the side. But even then, when they had their lead, it's like they fumbled in the decision-making and decided to say, you know what, let's play this composition as a team fight composition instead. And because of that, they allowed LNG to get back into the game, specifically around all these Drake fights.
Yeah, I mean, again, such a highlight on the fact that it is the single round robin. And so while it's great to see teams drafting with intent and purpose, again, Kaizen, it puts the onus on them to live up to that intent that they drafted with.
Absolutely. And as far as intent goes, I like what we were seeing from Peace yesterday. Like, I like the fact that they're willing to put Bobip on Zed. You know, he's a carry jungler. He's someone who was playing Hecarim and Xin Zhao and these sorts of picks. And I like the fact that they are willing to play some of the picks that are more solo queue oriented, particularly in a situation where you might be the underdog. So I want them to keep the intent. Where we need to see improvement is the coordination from a team perspective. To Goldborg's point about Hanwha Life Esports, Peace is also seeing the same issues with just not being on the same page. And I think in their case, they get a little bit more of a pass because they're not playing with their typical top laner. But Vizicsacsi is a more than competent top laner, so it's not really an excuse, and they need to figure out a way to get it all together in time.
Yeah, I completely agree with it. But, you know, my only concern I had with Peace, and I almost feel bad for, you know, critiquing a team obviously coming in from OC as well. They were playing against a stronger team. But I just wish that I got to see that fire that we usually see from OC. If you make a mistake, do it confidently, be aggressive, have that intent to play the draft that you came in with. Because yesterday, I saw the intent. I didn't see any execution. I didn't see any fire. So today, you know, guns blazing, straight out the gate, play for your win conditions.
Yes, absolutely. Typically, when we talk about underdog teams getting victories on the international stage, it's because they're taking risks, right? We love to talk about teams like Gigabyte Marines and the inventive strategies and then the confidence that they're willing to play with behind that creativity. And Kaizen, again, in a matchup like this where you look at Hanwha Life Esports as definitely being the favorite against Peace, you have to wonder, will they come out with enough firepower, to actually put Hanwha Life on the back foot?
They had better. I want less peace, more violence from this team.
Yes, please.
What they should be looking for is opportunities to snowball the game as early as possible. Again, we talked about the meta being around Ghostblade junglers. And the nice thing about a Ghostblade jungler meta is if you just have a few early good ganks, you can really run over the game. And I think that was the idea with having Bobip on Zed. I would like to see him maybe pull out a Talon or a Kiana, just something that's really disruptive, because at the end of the day, Hanwha Life Esports might be the better team most games, but they're still a team with a lot of weaknesses. They're still a Chovy-oriented team. They don't necessarily have the teamwork that you would expect to see out of a top team. So there are weaknesses that can be exploited here, and I want to see Peace look to exploit them by being as aggressive as possible.
You know, it's funny as well, because if you take a look back to the playoffs matches with Peace as well, a lot of their strengths came from the mid lane, but he's a bit unorthodox, right? Because Tali is a former top laner, the role swapped into the mid lane, and this also shows in his champion pool. He doesn't really play mages. He plays melee brawlers, or he plays champion that's able to roam. And he did play the Galio yesterday, but we just never got to see the roam. Same thing can be said about their bot lane. When you spoke to all the other OC teams about Peace as a team, they said that the bot lane was the only part of Peace that was willing to send it, right? So this aggression, this point of weakness that you can attack, I want to see them move it down to the bot lane if you can. Have Vizicsacsi on that GP again, and then pull the trigger with these global ultimates to finally shine through with the style that we have seen work from OC at times.
I think it's going to be an interesting contrast between these teams as we look for Peace to make something happen from the jungle, possibly down towards the bot lane. And as already mentioned, Hanwha Life Esports very centered around Chovy, so we'll see what he can get done today. But all in all, we'll see whether Hanwha Life Esports can continue to push ahead, or if Peace will stand in their way and claim their first win at Worlds as we dive into day 2.
Welcome everybody from around the world here to Lal Park Stadium. It is me, Valdez, joined by Wolf today, and we are going to be bringing you the first 4 games that we do have of the play-in stage today. Really excited for this. We finally get to cast some of this. How are you doing, Wolf?
I'm feeling very good. I'm excited to see how teams adapt. We had a whole day of play-ins yesterday, and that's when you have to put your best foot forward with the new meta. But now every team has had the entire night to go back, talk to their coaching staff, figure out how drafts are going to change going into day 2. And I think today, we're really going to find a lot more solidarity in terms of where the meta is heading. A little bit of experimentation yesterday, but we're going to see that evolution continue into day 2.
That is exactly what we do want to see from all of these teams, even a little bit of what Goldborg was saying there on the countdown about Vi mid, some of these interesting picks that could come in here. And even about Peace, right? How they might need to play a little bit more of an aggressive style, right? Hanwha Life, they did go 1-1 yesterday, falling to LNG, who honestly do look like the strongest team in the group right now.
Yeah.
And I think this is Peace's opportunity if you're going to hit Hanwha Life are a top team in this group. Now is your chance.
Yeah, if you want to have that higher seed potentially going into that final match that decides where you're going to group stage, this is a match you want to win. And I think a lot of people will be surprised to hear me say this, as we are, of course, from the LCK region, but I think this is definitely a winnable match for Peace. I think Hanwha Life Esports came into this play-in stage as one of the big favorites. There were rivals with LNG heading into the group stage. When you look at how Hanwha Life Esports performed in those games yesterday, I don't think you were very impressed. Also, Vizicsacsi having some struggles in the top lane in that matchup against Ale. Morgan, not the same type of opponent here in the top matchup, so I think we're going to see a lot more close of a battle there in that 1v1. You see, Hanwha Life Esports once again are going to ban this Lucian away. I think if anyone's going to play it in the mid lane, it might be Chovy here in play-ins, but they've banned it every time.
Yeah, it was interesting. You and I were talking about Lucian against Hanwha Life just because both Chovy and Deft are such fantastic Lucian players, but they've banned it twice, as you did mention. So pretty interesting to see. The Camille ban, we do see that up against Hanwha Life. That also makes sense. It's actually one of the ways that Hanwha Life were even able to make it to this tournament because Morgan was spamming that Camille. We do see the Tryndamere ban here as well. And it's interesting how this meta is developing. I like this ban against Chovy. If you're going to ban one thing against Chovy,
it's got to be the LeBlanc.
Probably the LeBlanc at this point.
I mean,
as you see, they do ban the Tryndamere as well.
You know, because the Lucian is already removed, I think the LeBlanc ban makes a lot of sense. You see that targeted ban on Tally's Nidalee coming through here, and we'll see the Irelia priority coming through here once again for Peace. Remember, this is a team that played around their old original top laner, Appy. Now they have to, of course, use a sub for this tournament, but they like to play a lot of split pushing style. They like to play the Camille. They like to play the Irelia in the top side, so it's something they're already familiar with. And the question now becomes, will Miss Fortune just go directly over to Deft? She's still got a 100% pick ban rate in this tournament so far, and usually when we do see that strong soul laner coming through in first pick on blue side, the Miss Fortune does follow, and that's exactly where they're looking to lock in.
Yeah, the Miss Fortune has had some ridiculous...
Taliyah.
Oh, wow. Taliyah is also going to be locked in here. So Taliyah, another one of those picks in the jungle that has been mentioned multiple times as of late as being extremely strong. We got to see some of the, you know, the new melee picks, the Talon, the Zed in the jungle, but now we get Taliyah.
Yeah, the Taliyah should be really interesting here. It's something that I think really suits Willer's playstyle because it can hover around whatever champion Chovy is playing in that mid lane. As we see the Evelynn tease here. Might be very flexible here, what we're going to see with the Irelia and Renekton now coming through here for Peace. Well, my biggest question now becomes, do you want to prioritize Liliana, who has actually currently a 100% win rate here in Worlds, try to get that strong bot lane pairing there? Or do you go elsewhere, try to lock in Chovy's champ here early? Something like the Azir scales well into the late game. You've got the Taliyah, pairs really well with it around level 6. You can set up for those ganks, very, very deadly. They'll actually pivot towards the Amumu instead, since it's left open here.
Yeah, the Amumu does get through, and we've all talked about just how strong this pick can be in the support role, so they will forego the 100% win rate Leona and hop onto the Amumu instead. And I do like that they are focusing into that bottom lane. You know, everybody loves to talk about Chovy. He's like the main guy on the roster, but never forget about Deft and Vista. I'm sure nobody forgets about Deft, but this bottom lane is definitely incredibly strong, and playing around it is not a bad idea for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, you can now start to isolate some of the other meta champions for Violet to play. The Ezreal is taken away. The Yone removal here is something that's very stylistically Chovy. You see it all the time from this player in our region. He plays it a lot with AP junglers like Taliyah specifically. If you roll back to spring earlier this year, it's a very strong pairing we have seen in the LCK. So that's why that ban comes out, to really leaps out at you. And now, you know, if you want to really remove some of those last options, the Ziggs is a great removal here against Violet. A lot of consistent damage you can have in that bottom side. Really slow down the pace of the game. You have split pushing power with that Irelia. So if you have a Ziggs to kind of shore that up, the late game becomes a little bit more frustrating to play here as Hanwha Life Esports. The last ban here could potentially be that Azir, but they actually really are focusing on the AD jungles here, or rather mid lanes here, because of that AP Taliyah, and they are now going to take away the Yasuo.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this many times in the LCK where teams try to ban out Chovy. Generally, it doesn't work very well because...
There's the Azir.
You were talking about Azir, right? There are like 7 other things that he had ready to go. It's very hard to ban him out, but as you mentioned, I think the biggest thing is that they want to ban out strong meta AD mid laners. So they do a good job of that, at least. He goes back onto Comfort, onto this Azir. Let's see what we are going to have for the bottom lane here of Peace, especially with all the bans against this. They are going to go for the Tristana, actually. Let's see how aggressive they get.
Yeah, the Tristana going to be able to serve a very similar role to Ziggs in terms of trying to control that bottom side of the map, especially with a Braum pick here to shore it up. You can be very oppressive in the lane. You can be very, very frustrating to deal with. And if you're not going to, rotate heavily to objectives as much as Hanwha Life Esports is, you can get a lot of plate damage done there on the bottom side. I'm going to pivot away from the Braum, though, potentially here and lock in this Rakan, which I do think suits the composition very well, considering you have such a powerful front line already with this Renekton and Aurelia. The last pick we're looking for here now is going to be what Morgan is playing this game. And it's a bit of a puzzling one to lock down. A lot of the time in the past, you'd see him play something like weak side with a composition like this with an Ornn, for example, one of his better champions, historically speaking. Could be really anything right now, though, in this meta. I'm not going to play guesses because it's going to be the Aatrox coming in here on R5. This is going to give this composition so much mid-game power. I think a lot of people look at this comp, see the Azir, and think, okay, well, we're headed towards late game. It's going to be Chovy with one of those massive CS leads when we get to the later parts of this game. But really, what this comp screams to me is a lot of mid-game fighting, a lot of skirmishing, level 6 gank. You're going to see that in the mid lane there with Chovy. And you're going to see a lot of power around that early Rift Herald fight in those first few Drakes.
Just pretty interesting because you see on the other side, I mean, you're looking straight down the barrel of, Renekton, Lilia, obviously fantastic ganks. You have fantastic mid-game team fighting in your own right. The Rakan, I feel like, is just such a good follow-up as a pick because he's the first guy in, and then you have amazing follow-up from the rest of your team. You can set up gigantic sleeps. You can just get your Renekton or Aurelia in there. And, Peace, maybe try to get some kind of early lead in the lanes. It's not going to be easy. Perhaps they can give a little bit of their own medicine that they received with Vizicsacsi getting camped the other day. Maybe they can go ahead and camp Morgan up in the top side.
I think that's part of the hope here. I mean, this composition also isn't really too out of the box, and I think a lot of our analysts, and I think a lot of people watching this, OCE fans as well, are probably thinking, I'm a little bit shocked that Peace brought a pretty standard draft to the table here, but I really like that approach. It's a really nice draft. It does well against a team like Hanwha Life Esports that does like to overstep in the mid to late game. We saw it a lot in that series with Infinity just yesterday. I say series, best of one, but you get my drift. And I look at this and I go, okay, well, you've got the Lilia here to back up a lot of that CC. You have extreme explosive potential there with both of your frontliners, your melee champions here. And I think that Peace definitely have a good chance to, if they can withstand some of that mid-game pressure and actually trade some of those fights back into their favor, to take a nice lead.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we are ready to jump onto the Rift for game number 1 of day 2 of the World's play-ins. It is going to be awesome to watch this go down. Peace yesterday only playing the 1 game, looking to pick up some more today.
Yeah.
And, Hanwha Life, I think that yesterday they got knocked down a peg by LNG. I'm sure, a lot of people were kind of expecting that, even some of us over here in Korea. And Hanwha Life are a strong team individually, as a lot of us have said. But we'll have to see just how far they can push that envelope, or if they can come together a bit more as a team before we really see some more success out of this lineup.
We have seen, some exceptions to this rule, but to talk about Willer for a moment here against Bravo, who's, arguably the star player here for Peace, and one of the players everybody's been talking about. This is the matchup you feel is the most winnable. I think if you're a Peace fan right now, when you look at the lineup of Hanwha Life Esports, he's generally a jungle player that likes to hover around Chovy. He likes to empower Chovy, likes to make Chovy's very risky, aggressive playstyle work very well, where he's very much about farming, and being all about me. I'm Chovy, I'm going to get the money, I'm going to get the items, and I'm going to carry the game. And Willer is often kind of his personal bodyguard. So in this game, I expect that to kind of, that trend to continue here, as we're going to see an aggressive level 1 fight.
Yeah, he's got the double bandage, so he's going in, but Aladaric is able to get in front and block that second bandage. Nicely done, as Vista uses his exhaust to really put on that extra pressure here at level 1.
Yeah, it's a really nice lead to get in this matchup at level 1, to get those health bars low and have that control. And Chovy's already having a great time in the early part of this matchup. That's just how it goes against the Aurelia. But yeah, the exhaust burned here is not that big of a deal for Vista because he's not going to necessarily need that one defensively anytime soon. And if he was lucky, might have been able to grab one of the summoners on the side of the P-Spot duo as well. But yeah, looking at how this game is going to shape up, I imagine that with the control of the lanes that Hanwha Life Esports should have in mid and bottom for the foreseeable future, we will see that early Drake prio coming through. And that's where I expect this game to start to really kind of take off. And if Peace don't contest those early objectives, Hanwha Life Esports are going to, oh, well, we're getting aggressive before I can even finish it.
Yeah, getting in there with the Amumu, not a bad idea. Alidoric just trying to block off for his AD carry. It does a good job of that, but keep in mind, look at the gigantic wave that they're missing right now. Just the bottom lane of Peace just doesn't get in there. Chovy's looking for a solo kill here, and he's going to get it with that first soldier that comes down. And wow, just happening already here at 3 minutes 20. I mean, and we know it's Chovy, but he can do some insane stuff.
Look at the CS difference here in the bottom lane. Deft right now leading Violet 20 CS. They've been zoned out of experience even, finding themselves a level behind here. And look at how much CS is just wasted by this turret here. Not having a great time in this early game, really respecting a lot of the pressure that's coming through here for Hanwha Life Esports, but that comes obviously at a huge cost in terms of the gap here in the gold. And Chovy, very happy to pick up that first blood. He's going to have complete control of this lane. It's not going to get easier for Tally here anytime soon. He's going to need someone to come and help out. And with the control of the bottom side, so Hanwha Life Esports favored, there's no way that Alidoric can come up here. And Bobbip right now is not at a place where he can actually make an impact.
Yeah, it's very true. We saw, you know, early on in that mid lane, Tally was just getting knocked down super, super low. Didn't think we'd see a solo kill this early on, but maybe just sticking around a little bit too much, a bit too greedy for the wave. You see he's keeping up in CS, but, you know, as you mentioned, you're never really going to have a good time against the Azir in the super early game as the Aurelia, so probably should have just let a couple of those go. And this lead is probably just going to get bigger. As you can see, he goes in for the kill.
Yeah, just trying to get a little bit of extra CSing there, and Chovy just shuffles in and is able to take him out. He's got such a HP lead, he can tank the turret no problem. And will, in live, flash away. So survives, but does lose his summoner there.
Yeah, and this bottom lane, you know, even more than the Chovy solo kill, this is the real problem. Because, I mean, Violet's level 3. He's losing not only CS, but XP. He's going to be so far behind, they can't challenge after the level 1 and then the roam down from Willer at level 3. It was a fantastic idea. Probably called them down just because they were having so much luck in the early game. And now you see Deft is just going to casually look to pick up a second turret plate here.
Yeah, grabs the plate and
from range.
He's, you know, he's denying the recon CS. He's like, okay, well, your AD carry is no longer in lane. I'm not even going to let you pick up the scraps as he harasses him there under the turret. As Alidoric actually takes a level lead on Violet here just for the moment because of all that extra pressure. Chovy hits level 6, Willer will be hitting 6 momentarily, and that's when that timing I was talking about with the Weaver's Wall can come through. You have that Emperor's Divide, and that's a really, really scary place to be right now if you're Tally. You're going to have to give up some of this CS and play passively during this timing window, especially when you don't know where Vista is. As you can see, he's hovering around the mid lane, and this is just kind of a successful Hanwha Life Esports style game. This is what it looks like when they're dominating teams in the LCK, and this is what Hanwha Life Esports fans were looking forward to in terms of the play-ins. Yesterday was a far cry from that domination that a lot of people expected.
Yeah, definitely pretty refreshing for the Hanwha Life Esports fans. Vista went on a little bit of a walk, gives the thumbs up. I love this Amumu skin, by the way. It's so cute. Just waddling around the rift as Tally is still having some unfortunate times here in the mid lane. I mean, what can you say? You got solo killed by Chovy very early on. And now you just kind of have to accept your fate and try not to die again.
A little bit of an aggressive attempt here from Alidoric will not actually end up being a positive trade. As doubling the CS now, 30 up is Deft. See a roam potentially coming up here to the mid lane, but Chovy's positioning is so good. Willer has level 6. And Tally's positioning is so respectful they're not even going to look for anything here. And they're really selling the idea of this.
Yeah, thinking about going in here, Alidoric just gonna come in and scoop up some of the minions, help push the wave as fast as possible. And Chovy, you see, he's not gonna push it. He's just gonna freeze it right in front of his turret. It's not gonna be a hard freeze, of course, but just keeps him safe. He had to flash from a BOBIP gank a little bit earlier on, so he knows that he can just deny some minions. He can play it safe from here. And this is part of why Chovy does get big CS leads as well. He plays for his lane 100% of the time, and for better or for worse at times. And you can see some of the little techniques that he uses to get ahead here.
It's really crazy to watch him at work, you know, when he's got this big of a lead across the board as Vista.
Maybe a little bit too overzealous there, my good friend, as in goes the Tristana, and she's going to come out as well. Vista getting a little bit too excited, as here comes Taliyah, though, looking to get the kills. There's the smite, and there is the second one going into the hands of Deft as he picks up the 2 kills in the bottom lane. But Peace are getting this Rift Herald as we speak.
Yeah, they will pick up the Rift Herald, but it's going to be at the cost of all that extra turret plating at the bottom side of the map, as well as this Drake. It'll be Hanwha first of the game. So, you know, in terms of what you gain here as Peace, it's a nice consolation prize, but given how these lanes are going, will you ever really be able to drop that Herald is a question we'll have to wait for the answer for, because where do you end up getting value out of a Rift Herald when you're this far behind? That's why I called it a consolation prize, is BOBIP's going to rotate up here, but look at the respect shown from Morgan.
Yeah, and Willer's down on the bottom side, and now Peace even get confirmation of that, so extremely safe will be BOBIP and Visitachi, until, of course, Vista does come up here with this ultimate as the Drowsy is put in, and BOBIP's super low, but they do have a lot of damage, but not enough to take down that Aatrox, and Visitachi is just going to have to run away. And look at that, the Rift Herald didn't even get dropped.
Doesn't even get to drop the Rift Herald here, and this is, mind you, a Doran shield and armor boots coming through here for Morgan. Like, he's not fed, he doesn't have a ton of items. This is his first kill. In fact, he's down 16 CS, but you're still unsuccessful in pulling off this kill. Could have been a huge swing for the top side of the map. You end up successfully picking off that Aatrox, then get all those plates there on the top side of the map, but as it stands still, that consolation prize Rift Herald we were talking about, as you watch this is a bit of an overextension here. If you look at where Willer is on the map right now, he's so far away, so you can't even give Vista the benefit of the doubt. Well, Willer was just a little bit late to show up for this one. He's heading down because they want to turn this into a Drake play, but he still has obviously the ability to engage from so far away with the Weaver's Wall, that with the lead that Deft has here on the bottom lane, it's a very easy cleanup. Tons of extra gold here going over to Willer as well.
Yeah, and you can see the look on Violet's face. I mean, it was a good play mechanically. Like, Violet, he was the one who buffered the jump under the turret that got Vista into a dire spot. He's the one that jumped back in for the kill. And speaking of which, they're going for it again. But again, Willer is down on the bottom side, and they cannot get the kill onto Vista. That's just going to be another kill into Willer's pockets as they're looking for more. The Make It Rain will slow him down, and that bandage will get the job done. Another couple of kills for Hanwha Life in the bottom lane.
Some plate gold going over here to BOBIP and Tally, though, in mid. Will be able to stop that last plate from going down here. It looks like Chovy will. So a little bit of value here, but I mean, when you're looking at the greater scheme of things here across the map, if you look at some of those CS numbers, you know, I avert your eyes, unfortunately, if you're a Peace fan.
Well, avert your eyes if you are a Deft fan. He has no health and no mana as he is trying to get those kills or those shots down. But BOBIP is going to get a very nice shutdown. He was 2-0-2 was Deft. And BOBIP's just going to pick up that money, so we'll be able to finish that first item early as Morgan's getting to work. The dominance will be forced here. Visitachi just trying to survive, and here comes Taliyah again. And they don't even need Willer this time as Morgan calls his bluff and chases him all the way down the long top lane.
Willer's like, you could have given me the assist, man. I came all the way here. I used my Weaver's Wall. And this is a big swing for the top side of the map. He's got a pickaxe and a phage, but that's enough, you know, as Aatrox to trade against an aggressive Renekton who's actually starting to get a little bit too aggressive. He gets punished there. And man, it was a great return to form here for Visitachi after what we saw yesterday at the beginning of this game. That was the one lane that looked okay, but after 2 small missteps, now Morgan's got a massive lead. And when you're looking for a bright side here, across the map for Peace, I mean, all you really have is that 500 gold from Deft that BOBIP picked up that you mentioned earlier. But it's a long road to recovery here for Peace, and this tempo advantage that Hanwha Life Esports has at this hasn't even been around those objectives like I was talking about in draft. It's just been straight up in the lane here, as Dept is going to take now a 2,000 gold lead as this tower falls.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the plates, it's the turret, it's the CS difference at this point, and yeah, I mean, nothing really nice to say in terms of Peace's situation here at this moment in time. It does look like Tally is getting some plates up on the top side, so he's got that going for him, trying to catch up in some of the gold from the mid lane. But already, we do have the Ghostblade and a Dirk online for Dept, and he's not the only threat on this Hanwha Life Esports lineup, as there are, I see about 5 of them at this point.
Yeah. Unfortunately, too, for this Aurelia win condition, because, yes, you did see the solo kill go down onto Tally by Chovy there, but the power that he's going to have with, you know, great CSing that he's been able to keep up with decently, right? He is 40 down, but he's been able to pick up a lot of the pieces here on the map, has now gone up to the top side of the map to kind of take away some of those missed pieces for Vizidachi, but his split pushing win condition and the ability to threaten is going to be really nullified by the fact that Morgan is now starting to become very fed, and the fact that they have a Taliyah that can easily match this. And Tally, speak of him.
Okay, here we go. Willer getting jumped on, but Morgan is only going forward. Willer is in so much trouble as the 2v1 will come into effect. Here comes the rotation from the side of Hanwha Life, and Dept is here, and again, he is the scariest member. Where did that guy go? As poor Rakan is not going to be healthy enough to survive against this, and neither will the Lilia. So Dept just going to pick up a pretty simple extra couple of kills, as they will rotate to the top side and take him down.
Yeah, ends up being a nice rotation there for Hanwha Life Esports, but we still have to, you know, if I really want to put my magnifying glass up to my eye and take a closer look, definitely could have been a little bit cleaner there from Hanwha Life Esports, and some of the overextensions we're seeing here are from Hanwha Life Esports are just based on a lack of vision on the map. And that's a little bit concerning. Like this move here, you don't know Baba and Aladoric are actually coming up this quickly. So you end up finding yourself very overextended. And yes, they do trade it back into favorable kills here with the rotation up of Vista and Dept. But if you would plan this out a little bit faster and cleaner, then I think that there's a way where you actually time this a little bit more delayed and then come in as 3. These are the small things I want to criticize Hanwha Life Esports for, because we saw it against Infinity. We're seeing it a little bit here as Peace. If you want to get out of this group and have a great showing in the group stage, these are the small things you're going to have to tweak.
It's definitely very nice to take a second look at that on the Axe replays. Thank you for that. And we do see that Hanwha Life Esports are getting to work here on the second Rift Herald, and at this point, it's already 5,000 gold in the lead and a lot of vision control around this area. So Peace just say, well, we'll just give this objective up and try to put the Aurelia in a side lane. And I don't blame them for going for this. This is kind of what you have to do. You got to hope that your Aurelia gets like a little bit too out of control, is maybe able to pick up a solo kill, or maybe Bobip is able to find a way to get down there and put some pressure there. You can see that's already what they're going for, is they have 3 members of Peace down on the bottom side. But Chovy has read into this, and I think that map vision control to the side of Hanwha Life is helping them identify that rotation.
Yeah, just a missed ward there. Unfortunately, not able to sweep that one away. They stand on it. You can see Morgan is just getting free pushed with this Herald that was taken earlier, just moments ago, and no one is responding to this at the moment. Willer is here too, and the problem with the Aurelia split push is, yes, you can get a little bit done here, but you're always under fear that Willer is going to appear. When you don't know where he is, he can engage from so far away with the Weaver's Wall that you really have to respect it. Not to mention that, of course, Miss Fortune, with her passive, is going to be able to rotate around the map extremely quickly. She's also built Ghostblade first, so if you're pushing as Aurelia, unfortunately, in a lot of these situations, you're like, I really want to match what Morgan is doing, but I've got to be so careful. I don't want to overextend. I don't want to lose control. I want to trade this as best as possible. When you're so far behind, you've got to pick up the scraps as best as you can. And he's able to do so, at least here, mostly on that bottom turret. Without finishing it, sitting there will be a juicy gold opportunity for him on this second pass.
Yeah, I mean, they'd like to get at least 1 turret at this point in time. They're down 3 turrets to Hanwha Life, and that's a lot of extra gold that is sitting here on the map. Hanwha Life, obviously, they have kind of had a monopoly over all the objectives so far. Other than that first Rift Herald, which, you know, that was the one thing that Peace were able to shore up and try to stick in this game with. But We do have the Mountain Soul on the way. We do have Mountain Soul Point Drake coming up here, the third one. So looks like Hanwha Life already just sticking around here, wanting to group up and take down the mid turret, not wasting any time or letting any of these solo laners of Peace get online.
Yeah, Hanwha Life Esports are really just kind of speed running the game almost in its most efficient way. Yes, Morgan's got a really nice flank angle here, needs to be respected. This is such a terrifying moment here for Peace because they don't know where that Aatrox is lurking. Just gonna take the Wolves for now. Do have Tally with teleport, so he is able to free farm on the bottom side of the map right now, which is great news for him as they're able to successfully defend this turret. Morgan, though, still lying in wait.
Oh, boy. I knew that Deft was itching to just use that ultimate because, I mean, why not? Well, we're going to see Peace go for one last try here as see you later, Bobbip just immediately gets blown up by the Misfortune. And nobody on the side of Hanwha Life is going to go down. They tried to go for one last-ditch effort, but the Amumu was right in position, and that's really what kept all of those squishy carries on the side of Hanwha Life safe and let them survive and deal their damage.
Yeah. You know, I went into this game saying this is a winnable one for Peace, but they're just getting outclassed so hard in terms of the laning phase alone. Like, we never got to see really any of those skirmishes I was talking about, right? I mentioned it earlier, it still hasn't happened. And if you're a Peace fan, you might be frustrated going, wow, we just got gapped, you know, it's Chovy, what are you gonna do? Even Morgan crushed the top side of the map there. But there's other issues in that when you fall this far behind early, no matter the case, no matter your opponent, you don't have vision control. You can't deal with these Morgan flanks, right? Fights like this, you don't get to take on even terms. Like, look at how quickly Bobbip dies. He's chain CC'd, doesn't even get to use his stopwatch. He has one, but he's not able to get off a Q to set up for a sleep to try to turn this fight. When you're fighting into choke points, where they're just sieging your turret like this, you don't have a lot of options. You don't get to fight for objectives because you don't have vision to actually even get near them. When Hanwha Life Esports are locking down the map this hard and playing so oppressively, you just don't have a lot of options here as Peace. You have to try to play for the later part of the game, but with already these side laners for the most part being shut down, there are very few win conditions left.
Yeah, I mean, it's either you just kind of sit back and turtle, or you just try to go for one last-ditch effort, and I think it was the latter in that case, as now we got Vizicsacsi by himself down on the bottom side. He is going to spot his doom. Let's see how well he can survive, as Dominus will be used, but he does not have any flash. He's going to try to slice and dice away from this one. He will get the dice, actually, to get out of dodge. So Willer and Vista, even with their tons of CC in both of their kits, not able to hold on to the Renekton.
Yeah. It's unfortunately just a little bit too slippery. As look at how much respect Chovy is showing here, knowing that Aladoric is very likely nearby. He's able to identify that, and Tally will actually grab a little bit of extra gold here in this turret. And as we look at the next few moments here for Peace, I think their best bet is really going to be a heroic team fight where they can actually get gold online for some of their carries. If you could maybe get Violet a double kill after Bobbip hits a really nice sleep, you know, sets up with that with the stopwatch. He's been holding on for that perfect moment. That's what you're hoping for. That's what you're praying for. If you're hoping that Peace isn't going to go down 0-2 at the start of this group, because yes, Hanwha Life Esports is arguably the second toughest opponent you're going to face. You already faced off against LNG. Like, it's a rough start to the group, can mess with your mental a little bit here. But you're going to have to really just kind of hunker down and look for those perfect opportunities, and it really starts with vision. Notice that Peace are slowly grouping up around these objectives, trying to remove as many wards as they can, because Hanwha Life has had deep vision on the blue side of the map throughout the majority of this mid-game. Could finally start to kind of group up as 5 and take back a little bit of map control for the first time in what feels like forever.
Yeah, they were actually able to get some decent vision in the enemy red buff as well. It did all since get cleared out, but you can tell that they know what they have to do. Like you're saying, Wolf, they have to get some vision. They have to look for some flanks potentially or something like that. As Vista, he's enjoying his life on the winning side this time around. As Chovy, nearby Tally up in the top side, you saw that both Bobbip and Aladoric were up there as well, but Chovy not going to fall for that one. They've cleared out all the vision around the Baron, and now they're just looking to beat and see if Peace do want to run into them.
Fighting at a choke point here as Peace is going to be a nightmare, especially against Chovy on this Azir. But you can't just simply let this go either. That's why they're trying to use as many of these trinkets as they can to try to gain information. But it's kind of a lose-lose situation here as Peace. You can't go in, to stop this Baron from being taken, but if you just let it get taken, you're losing out as well. Vizicsacsi does have teleport in the side lane, but it can be easily interrupted if he decides to try to come in late, and this is actually a 4v4 fight HunterLife Esports would love to take.
Oh, look at this. BOBIP, he found his entry, and this is the moment he wanted to find. They get Willer, and Vista's getting taken down here quickly as well. HunterLife are falling apart in Peace. Found the perfect engage. It's down in the bottom side. We do have Morgan going toe-to-toe with Vizicsacsi. Vizicsacsi actually just showing him his heels as he was trying to run away, and Morgan will be able to pick up the solo kill, and that, unfortunately for Peace, will throw a small wrench into their plans.
Yeah, they're not able to try to take a Baron here. Morgan's got that inhibitor turret under threat if they do decide to try to take it. Chovy's obviously still here at full health, but that's the kind of play that we were talking about, that we were looking for. Abaddon, this Lilia, has the ability to set up a team fight super well if it actually get that Q off, right? Still doesn't use his stopwatch, so still has the potential, the possibility of pulling this off a second time as well. I mean, with the budget he has, with the lack of gold that he's had throughout a lot of this mid-game, it's pretty impressive to see he's still able to pull this off, still using Lilia's Ket to its fullest, because she is very gold efficient in some of these mid to late game team fights, and now he's picked up a lot of extra gold for himself. Still, not able to transition this into a Baron, and this does stem the bleeding, doesn't give Peace an advantage, but it does prove that the hypothesis is correct. If you could find a crack in HunterLife Esports' setup here and set up for those sleeps, there's a lot of potential. He's now got Azonia's online, going to make him a little bit more survivable. And I think it's really just going to have to, once again, be about these Lilia engages.
Absolutely. The one thing, big thing that he did lose on that fight was his flash.
Yes.
It was worth it, right? I mean, he's got to use it if he gets an opportunity as good as that one. And you got to admire that he was able to set up 2 sleeps from this far behind with basically no vision. I mean, that's insane. The play that BOBIP was able to just pull off there. And now you can see how HunterLife are kind of doubting themselves. You know, it's not them that are having control of this river at this moment in time. Of course, they are grouping and getting some more items, but at the same time, you know, it's not HunterLife with total control of the Rift anymore. They're going to have to group up here, but that threat will always remain. And I think that BOBIP just put the fear of that threat in their hearts, where it's like, oh yeah, we're running MF, Azir, Taliyah. If any of these guys get caught out, they're just dead.
You're always at your most vulnerable when Morgan is on the other side of the map, right? And that was the case in that last skirmish. He wasn't able to teleport in. Vizicsacsi kept him at bay. But HunterLife Esports finally do group up and take back control of this vision. And yet again, we can go back to this tug of war that we saw moments ago. Vista is on the Amumu. He's extremely tanky, so he's not too worried about these bowling balls coming through. Look at the wraparound here.
Kind of like how HunterLife have totally zoned them out of the mid lane. HunterLife still with the lead, and they find a nice little macro maneuver, is what I want to call it, to just take control of the entire mid lane. They go for that, and Peace say, well, maybe we can go for the Baron. I don't know if they have fast enough Baron damage at this point in time, as there is a ward in the pit, and HunterLife will be looking for the follow-up. It's going to be the turn from the side of Peace, as they are looking for the kill on the Morgan, but that's not going to work out, as the bullet time comes in. It does huge damage from over the wall. And HunterLife will clean up the river fight, and now they can take that Baron.
I mean, look, if you're Peace, you're running out of money, you're at the casino, you're going to bet it all on purple, and there's no real great play to make here. You can't get back to defend your base quickly enough against the onslaught that is the mid push that HunterLife Esports have. You know they have vision on the Baron. You know you probably don't have a fast enough clear, but if they hesitate, if they choke for just a minute, maybe you get a free Baron, you get those empowered recalls, you can turn the game. It does not happen, but you can't fault them for trying.
Well, not this time around, as Willer and Morgan will be able to run down BOBIP. And you could see that Peace were desperate to try to take this Mountain Soul away from HunterLife, at least deny it for yet another Drake, but it's not going to happen. They rotate over, the power of Taliyah and her Weaver's Wall showing right there.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see, you know, BOBIP with this Ludens build is able to do a lot of damage, but it's just not enough. This is those moments, right? Whereas Peace, you're like, okay, we could start this Baron. If they falter on the rotation, you control that choke point, you can get an amazing sleep, right? But it just doesn't happen that way. BOBIP's not in position to actually lock them all down. And we don't really have to talk about the item leads and the gold leads here for HunterLife Esports. You could see that if things don't go exactly perfectly well for Peace, and even if they do, it's not a fight you can really win in a choke point like that.
Absolutely. So we will have our first Red Bull Baron power play today, this time in the hands of Hanwha Life Esports, as they were able to wrest control of the river. And we just saw how much damage this Misfortune can do, especially after an extreme early lead. This champion nowadays is just kind of insane. And I know some people were talking about it before Worlds, but now it's becoming more and more apparent with every game we see it, just how powerful that ultimate can be. But let's take a look at the teleport as Hanwha Life want to go forward. That is going to be the Curse of the Sad Mummy on 3, and in goes Vista. The flank tries to go on Chovy, but he has a stopwatch, and that will be enough to save his life and win this game for Hanwha Life Esports. Peace are routed. They have nowhere to go. Violet is trying to survive here in the pit, and he will be able to, but only him as Aladoric. Oh, what? He let him live. What a nice guy. Actually let him live, and he walked away. There you go. Okay, well, that's going to be game number 1, easily going into the hands of Hanwha Life Esports. Even a little BM at the end. They get that final kill, and they will secure their second win of play-ins.
A return to form here for Hanwha Life Esports. Total bottom gap there, mid-control, going over to Chovy. This is the Hanwha Life Esports that LCK fans were hoping to see dominate play-ins. It was a rocky start. They had a 1-1 here at the beginning of this group, but they're able to take Peace out handily. So much control in the bottom lane. Violet hiding in the fountain there at the end of the game felt kind of like a metaphor for, unfortunately, how this AD carry player had to play the entirety of that game. And Hanwha Life Esports bounced back in a big way, reminding everyone that even though it was shaky against Infinity, even though they lost that first match to LNG, they are still big favorites to get out of this group.
Well, it's definitely going to make their chances a lot better, sitting 2-1 at this moment in time. They will have to go up against the Red Cannons a little bit later on today. But for Peace, there is still hope, right? That was only their second game. They got a couple more to go. We'll have to wait and see if they can pull this one back. Otherwise, they might be in some dire straits here.
Indeed. I mean, look, there's a lot to break down there in terms of how the bottom lane was controlled and how much zoning happened there against this Tristana. Chovy getting the solo kill, Morgan getting a lot of resources, the one person that wasn't extremely fed, and a lot just happened so poorly for Peace at the early part of that game that there wasn't really much to come back with.
Absolutely, Wolf. Well, that was the first game of the day. I hope you guys enjoy it. We will be back after this quick commercial with more of Worlds play-ins tonight. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Make or break. Make it yours.
The magical power of the realm is a mystery. Like a guardian, it is with you always. Defending you, charging you, watching over you like... Actually, it's not magic. It's this Cisco network. The power behind every gank, every combo, every mind-blowing moment. At League of Legends World Championships.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it's Hanwha Live Esports that will take the game and move to 2-1 to kick off the day. And if I do say so myself, in fairly dominant fashion there, Goldberg. But as we start to break it down, I do want to start in the drafting phase because we get the Amumu, we get the MF, but a couple of other interesting things to go along with it that almost make it more effective.
I was waiting for this moment because the Amumu we already talked about it in the pregame. It's super nice with the Misfortune. It's super nice with the team fights that we're having right now. But pairing it up with an AP damage stealer jungler was what I was waiting for as well to get that full value out of Amumu. If you don't know, his passive gives you 10% extra bonus true damage and magic damage. And that procs off his auto attacks and the Curse of the Sap Mommy. So finally having this paired up with Azir, with Talia, getting that extra value out of it, I thought that was really cheeky and nice to see from Hanwha Live when we were talking about their draft earlier today.
Now, from there, though, Kaizen, it was all about early game dominance. And in more lane than one, it was mid lane and bot lane absolutely taking it to piece early on.
Yeah, I like Goldberg calling the draft cheeky. It was cheeky, and it actually didn't even end up mattering because the game got decided early, it felt like, with Willer going bot. Immediately once the wave crashed, he decided, okay, we're going to put ourselves in a situation where our bot lane is zoning the enemy bot lane off a tower. And then Chovy, meanwhile, is like, okay, I'm just going to get a 1v1 kill. Is that okay with you guys? And it just felt like from pretty much minute 5, Peace was on such a back foot in the laning phase that it didn't even get to the point where their comp could get online, because in an ideal world, you get Irelia on a side lane, you get Renekton in side lane, you're playing 1-3-1, you have the opportunity to just pressure instead of looking for the team fight. But with how things went in the laning phase, they didn't really get to the point where the comp could be online.
I completely agree with Kaizen, and at the same time, it felt like Peace wasn't really away, because while that was a solo kill, Talia had flash. While the bot lane was pushed in, you decided to pick Rakan into the Amumu and trade with them in the early game with your own jungler pathing up towards the top side and the enemy jungler pathing down towards the bottom side. It felt like the entire early game from Peace was a bit mismanaged and misread, and it definitely put them in a position where at 10 minutes into the game, let's be real, we all thought this is over.
Right, 900 gold lead on Deft alone at minute 5. We saw those statistics there. When you get to minute 10, over 50 CS lead in the bot lane alone. I mean, astronomical numbers. And from there, it makes sense that it was fairly easy for Hanwha to pilot the game to a victory. But I will say, Kaizen, something else we should recognize is that for Peace, they still showed grit and fight. And from such a deficit, I think that's a good thing to see from a team who's now sitting at 0-2 in the group, but having already played the 2 toughest opponents they will likely face in this group stage.
Yeah, overall, I think if you're an Oceanic fan, you should feel pretty proud of their performance in the mid-game to late game, because they didn't just sit back and take it. They went for some trades and some skirmishes that did show them signs of life. For instance, that fight in the river around Baron, where they exploited the fact that HLE was just a little bit uncoordinated. And, you know, I think the casters were saying before the game, you know, HLE is not a team that has no weaknesses. We've seen that it's a Chovy-oriented team, not a team that's oriented around 5v5 and good objective setup. And I think Peace tried to bring it to them and exploit it. But unfortunately, they were just so far behind by that point that it kind of didn't matter in the end. But I like the proactivity, even from behind.
It's also just really clear that Peace is a team that just needs to get to the mid game, because they still have some threats, and we see it here, even trying to take some fights up to the top lane, trying to have some ideas, but they really just need to stabilize that early game.
We'll see them again a bit later today, but game 1 is in the books, and after this commercial break, we'll be right back ahead of game number 2 with the Red Canids versus LNG Esports. We'll see you here.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Something in the air tonight. Don't know why, but it feels so right. Waiting for the dead of night. Cross my heart, hope you die, and I
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. It's time for a clash of top lane titans as Red Canids Guigo continues his red-hot international debut, facing off against LNG's rising wildcard in Ale. So a bit of a different focus here in the second matchup of the day, where we were very, mid, jungle, and bot lane focused in the previous matchup. Now we turn our attention to the top side.
It's just been an LPL thing all around this year that you want to play up towards the top side. I mean, they're the kind of one that just had that Varus on the weak side and let move it up to the top side. I think Ale in the LPL, ever since that he became the starter for LNG, really have had a journey where he has become synonymous with a carry in top lane style. You can see it with the kill participation, you can see it with the damage per minute. Everything of Ale's stats just screams he's a star top laner.
I mean, I'm going to continue on that point there, Kaizen, because the statistics, while looking good for both of these guys, you have to recognize that extra step up by Ale in the matchup.
Yeah, and those stats are damn right terrifying. Damn. I mean, this guy has had 3 solo kills. We haven't even had 3 days of Worlds yet.
Yeah, that's nutty.
So I think, yeah, it's pretty nutty, and we should look at the kind of picks that he's playing, the Jax, the Fiora, picks that enable you to go for the 1v1 and look for these opportunities for solo kills. I think, fortunately for Red, this is a style that they also emulate themselves in Guigo. He's a really, really good top laner who was a huge part of his team's not quite miracle run, but really impressive run through the top of CB LoL. So what I want to see out of Red is them playing around top and just say, hey, look, Ale's been doing super well, but we're going to take it right to him. We're going to keep our jungler top. We're going to be pushing for early Herald, and to the extent that we can, we're going to be looking for a favorable matchup, because generally speaking, LNG does not counterpick for top lane.
Right, so Guigo's going to have his work cut out for him, and then, of course, you add in that extra special magic that comes from the jungle over there on LNG. It's Tarzan, I think, hands down, here in the play-ins, the consensus is that he's the king of the jungle.
Exactly. I mean, it's kind of unfair that you have the player that many consider the second best jungler in the world here in your play-in stage, and there's going to be multiple ways that you're going to have to find out how to shut this guy down. One thing is obviously the Qiyana. In a meta like this that's so skirmish-heavy, so team-fight-heavy, Tarzan has really, really accelerated the pressure on this pick. So I feel like that's something you have to take away from him at the same time.
So how do you contain a jungler at the same time looking to take a fight to a prolific top laner in Ale, Kaizen, when you take a look at this matchup and think about how ultimately it's going to be approached by the side of Red Canids?
So I think it's going to come down to a lot of just jungle tracking. Just make sure that it's not as important that you get the first gank in, but it's really important that you make sure that Tarzan doesn't get the first gank in. And something I want to talk about is also the influence of mid lane here. So Grefgar is a player who's a little bit unorthodox in some of his picks. We saw him play Set. He's also known for playing Kled. What I want to see him doing is looking to play less for his individual lane and play more for supporting the side lane, so that wherever possible, Tarzan is not getting a 1v1 or a 2v2 scenario.
All right, don't let LNG have those 1v1 matchups or the 2v2s that they're looking for. Definitely stack the matchups. As we hand it back over to our casters for game number 2, let's get a quick word from Red Canids mid laner, Grefgar, and welcome to the Rift, presented by Oppo.
I'm Grefgar. I'm the middle laner of Red Canids Kalunga. It's really special, not only because I'm at Worlds, it's more special because of the players that I'm here with. I have like my best friends, and my friendship with Aegis is really strong, and Guigo as well. I've known Guigo since he's like 14. Everyone is really like close to each other, so it's the best experience I could ever ask. My journey, I don't know if I was expecting to be at Worlds, because in the first split and the second one, I've started as Academy, so I don't know if ever passed it through my mind, but when I came to the main roster, I've said to myself, I'm going at Worlds, and we are going to make history.
Well, that was awesome and heartwarming to see as well from the side of Red Cannon. It's just so cool to see how much brotherly love they have within that team, and you know, just trying to make it as far as possible, and also showing that your dreams, anyone out there, can come true. You can start out on Academy and make it to Worlds.
Yeah.
So really cool to see.
I think that's what Play-Ins is all about, right? Because you can make it to Worlds, you can fight your way there, and then you can, of course, if you do well, if you break expectations, you actually can go to the group stage. You can play against some of the strongest teams in the world. You can play against Damwon Kia, defending world champions, if you're able to pull it off.
Absolutely. And speaking of pulling things off, Red Canids, you know, they started off with the win yesterday, but I feel like today is where their real test begins. They're going to be going up against LNG Esports, the 4th seed from the LPL, and so far looking like the 1st seed in this group, at least based on what we can tell from their play so far.
Yeah.
But of course, you know, anything can happen. It's a best of 1, and I think it will really come down to, as well, what happens in this draft.
Indeed, and we'll go ahead and jump right into that right now as you see LeBlanc, kind of a almost permanent fixture in terms of those bans, taking away Tarzan's Kiana, which he played both games yesterday against Hanwha Life Esports and Peace, so that targeted ban. See the Nami removal here, not going to let JoJo play that one. See if they'll leave the Lucian open, though, themselves. Might be something to look at here for LNG. And for the side of Red Cannon, so the player that's impressed me the most has been Grevthar. I think if you look at his champion pool, it's much wider than a lot of the players that play the mid lane in CBLOL, and he is so incredible at set, for example. Even when he pulled it out yesterday, I think it surprised a lot of people at his proficiency on the champion, his ability to set up engages. So I wonder if the priority will actually kind of break our traditional rules of drafting here for Worlds so far, if they'll look for a champion for him early. We're about to find out.
Yeah. Pretty cool to see the Amumu get the respect he deserves, crying no longer, as he has some friends there on the ban list. They're still going to take the MF, though, which is very interesting to see. Obviously, the duo of MF Amumu has been shown many times. It's extremely strong, but Red Cannon say, well, she's just strong by herself as well.
And this is the Lucian I was talking about that LNG did not ban, coming through here on red side now, and this is obviously very flexible. They'll take the Zed. So this is what, you know, I was kind of expecting to see for Tarzan here in the jungle, considering the Kiana was removed. He definitely seems like one of the early adopters in our new Ghostblade meta in terms of setting up for those high mobility assassins. So Zed kind of being the next best thing here. As we see very quick lock-ins here on the solo lanes. Grevthar probably going to end up playing that Aurelia, and you do see the Kennen going into the top side. The problem with this is that it's blind, and this gives a lot of counter-pick potential here to LNG right now before we hit that second ban phase.
Yeah, very interesting to see the Kennen this early on.
Jace
makes me wonder if there's ever going to be some kind of flex with that Kennen. We used to see support Kennen back in the day, even mid Kennen, but probably not in this meta. I mean, I suppose maybe alongside of the MF, but we'll have to wait and see. And as you mentioned, the Jace does get locked in here for the side of LNG.
Yeah, I mean, you put the Jace on the top side against Gigo here, and you're just going to have a really tough time as the Kennen against Ale, who we saw just yesterday will absolutely destroy in bad matchups on the top side of the map. He did it yesterday, and I think given the history here, he will do it again if that Kennen is indeed in the top side. And I think we have to assume that. The ban here on the Leona is an obvious one with the Amumu already taken away. Leona still 100% win rate at Worlds 5-0. The next best thing here to pair with the MF plays a very similar role, and that's going to be taken away straight out of the gates. And unfortunately for Red Canids here, the draft that LNG has is pretty open-ended at the moment. You don't really necessarily even know that Lucian's going to be playing in the bot lane or mid. So banning here in this second phase for Red Canids is actually quite difficult, whereas unfortunately for Red Canids, they've kind of put their draft all into these solo laners early on, so it's really easy to just target that support role now.
Absolutely. We see a couple of support bans already. What else are we going to see as we're running out of time here? And it's going to be the Jarvan, actually. Most likely in the jungle, as Emily did put very well, I believe, in our first countdown yesterday. He can be flexed into a lot of different roles,
sure,
but is probably going into the jungle. And it does make sense given what we do see here so far. As what is going to be the last ban here on the side of Red Canids?
You don't have a strong front line, so banning something like Rakan here isn't as strong of a ban, even though, you know, there's a lot of target already with the Braum ban there for the bottom side of the map, but you don't know who the AD carry is going to be necessarily. So it's kind of an awkward one. I think just taking away Sylas, one of Icon's best champions and one of the most meta champions right now here in Worlds for the mid lane, is a pretty safe bet. They'll take the Rakan away themselves, though, instantly. So it's a pretty easy pick here for the side of LNG. And now they just have to wait and see those final puzzle pieces here before they choose whether this Lucian is going to be going into the mid lane or whether he's going to be the AD carry.
Yeah, still have to wait for this one. As waiting on this last pick now from the side of Red Canids. Suppose they have a couple. We're looking at Xin Zhao is going to be the choice. Most likely going to be in the hands of Aegis, as he will pick that one up. And now we are looking at a support pick. And again, there were a bunch of supports that were taken off the board. I mean, you see the Braum, the Leona, the Amumu, Nami. Obviously, the Rakan that was taken here by Iwandi. What will the Red Canids go for?
I mean, in terms of the tier list, you know, Alistar just kind of screams at you. It kind of pops into your mind as one of the best supports they could pick up considering the options. They have a decent amount of engage, but let's go for the Lulu instead and give a lot more mobility to a composition that is very reliant on its engage, right, between the Kennen, the Irelia, and the Xin Zhao that are going to be looking to dive in and get on top of that Lucian. Do see the Gragas coming through, which means, well, I say that. There's a lot being teased here. Always got to wait until those lock-ins come through.
I guess maybe they're wondering if they need more AP damage just up front. Obviously, if you do throw it into the mid lane, which is what this could definitely look like at this point, you are actually going to be able to build some decent items.
Yeah.
There is always the flexibility for the Zed to go mid, but I highly doubt that will be the choice here.
I'd love to see it. You know, brings me back to, you know, Faker Ryu and the most iconic Zed games of our era, but Swap's a little bit late if he's going to be doing it. I would love to see it. It would be really fun. The other thing to note is that, of course, Icon did play the Gragas just yesterday in that matchup against Chovy's Tryndamere. So he's obviously well-versed on it. He's played it a lot. And it does look like he's actually going to be playing it mid here. So Gragas will be the jungle pick. And LNG, look at, they're playing with their food a little bit with this draft, but they have a very well-rounded damage profile. They have a lot of assassination potential here. And if you could just avoid, you know, dealing with the mobility that Lulu's going to provide around the map and explode the MF early. If you can get on top of that misfortune with this Zed pick, you have a lot of power to actually just win these early skirmishes, remove that damage early, and then end up winning those straight front-to-back team fights.
Very interesting stuff this time around. I really do like that, Lulu. Your ability to just, you know, polymorph something like a Zed or a Lucian if you can get in range, but also the wild growth to try to stem some of that assassination damage that does come out. Also Whimsy alongside of the Misfortune. Obviously some great synergy there as well. Biggest surprise, I think, is seeing the Zed going into the mid lane. And for a good 10 extra seconds, I was like, oh, I think we're just going to redo the draft because they must have, you know, had some issue with swapping the champion, or maybe they forgot. No, he's actually playing Zed in the mid lane as we return to this meta. It's been a while.
If I'm not mistaken, it was Pentanet GG who actually played one game of Zed mid last time that we had a big international competition in MSI. So it has been quite some time since I've seen it. They're going to look to collapse onto him here, but he'll be just fine. My biggest concern at the outset of this draft is what we mentioned, and it kind of screamed at us, was the obvious counterpick to the Kennen here in the Jace. And Ale is the type of player, I mean, look, he plays in the LPL. The LPL is one of the most unforgiving regions in terms of how it's played, how aggressive you solo lane. You know, the Korean Jace was kind of a big meme for a while, and it was the standard topic that everyone would bring up when you talk about Jace gaps and controlling top lane and getting that counterpick matchup. But the LPL is another region that loves their Jace and has all year long. And if Gigo actually falls behind early, it could be a big disaster here for Red Canids. And that's exactly what LNG are trying to do with this Jace pick alone. And from there, if you get a tempo advantage, winning these early objective fights becomes a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, a Jace with priority is one of the most fun things to have as a team. And speaking of which, he is not being very forgiving just in the trades already. He's got his gun out once again. We got some aggressive trading in the bottom lane as well. Just a bit of poking back and forth. Not going to be going all in like what we saw out of Vista in the last game at level 1. But a nice amount of damage done to Titan as we do start off with this one. Again, I kind of just want to see what we can see out of Zed versus Aurelia as well. It's going to be a really awesome matchup to watch develop here in the mid lane.
Yeah. Something I took note of yesterday after watching LNG's games is that Light as a player will sometimes overextend, not in lane, but actually in the mid game. So something to look out for him on Lucian. He's a lot more mobile than the Aphelios we saw as Grevthar.
Yeah, that was a little bit aggressive, right? They don't know exactly where Aegis is. They have a massive minion wave that was coming into the turret right there, so Icon and Tarzan just call that one off. Maybe just putting the fear into the hearts of Grevthar and the Red Cannons.
Yeah, just a nice little path over there, and when you're that far forward, you could sometimes actually end up punishing. Grevthar is able to go back and will be walking back towards lane now, but going back to the point I was making about Light, as we take a look at this 2v2 exchange, I feel like one way that Red Cannons here can really punish LNG going in the mid game is trying to isolate Light and trying to blow him up, because you do have really nice engage tools. You have the Xin Zhao, you have the Kennen, and initiation and trapping this AD carry is going to be a big name of the game in terms of how these later team fights are going to play out here for Red Cannons in the mid game and beyond. So for Light, positioning is going to be paramount. And we'll see if he ends up picking up the Gale Force as well this game around to see if he can get even more mobility just to make sure he isn't picked off early in these fights.
Yeah. Saw some interesting Gale Force play yesterday.
Yeah, we certainly did.
It's still good. Still very good, especially if you are looking to get a little bit of extra mobility. So it's definitely something to consider here as Ale still waiting around. Gigo just, you know, training back here. There was the cannon wave, so I thought Ale would just go back and reset after he pushed that one in, but instead did decide to stick around as Aegis is going to be spotted here on the ward. And that should mean that Light and Iwandi are safe, even though Aegis is still sticking around.
Yeah. And Gigo's actually handled this matchup at the beginning of it pretty well, actually. He's not finding himself falling too far behind. We have seen, you know, better top laners than he, you know, historically speaking at Worlds, actually end up having a really tough time in this matchup, but he's doing pretty well. He finally will see Ale back, buy, and teleport in. And now that he's got his first item online, it could be a little bit more threatening to that very squishy cannon. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you know, it's been kind of quiet. You know, we were hoping for some explosive play, but it's still very early. No level 6 for either of these players, so there's not really any kill potential in the Soul lane until, you know, we see someone overextend or a small mistake is made. That's just one of the great things about Misfortune. It annoys some players, stops some backs.
It's very annoying. Definitely one of the worst. Not quite Teemo level, but, you know, a solid Master Yi, perhaps, in the annoyance scale there. As Ale just going to force the teleport here out of Gigo. Just trading it back and forth. Pretty standard stuff. Take a look at this, though. We do have Aegis looking for a gank up on the top side. Flash comes in, and Ale just says, nah, you're not getting in range for that one. Reads that like a book, especially because he had the ward there in the brush, so he knew what to expect.
Yeah, does end up getting out of here pretty safely, but ends up losing his flash, unfortunately. So nice punish there by Aegis, who's now actually going to invade this red side jungle, knowing that Ale had to back and doesn't have teleport. This is when level 6 is hit for Grevthar, trying to be aggressive here. He's not alone.
Yeah, we have Iwandi nearby as well, and you can see that no mana here on Grevthar. He just used his ultimate as well, so it's just going to say, yeah, I just kind of have to back here. Tarzan, you know, reading the play very well. He's got Iwandi nearby. He knows he can be extremely aggressive because the Aurelia is probably going to back away, and he can just go ahead and pick up that top Rift Scuttler, so interesting that he does put his priority on that one. Going to get the teleport as well out of Grevthar. And Icon is up in ultimate ability at this point in time, but it's not like Aurelia will be in too much kill potential before this Zed gets too many items.
Yeah, obviously not going to be able to put her in kill range there, you know, at this stage in time, but ends up being totally fine for her. Looking at this current state, you know, considering the matchup with Kennen, obviously how LNG has looked very dominant in their early games. It's a pretty nice game for Red Canids. They've actually got themselves a small gold lead here early. It's very, very small, obviously, but they're actually, you know, playing this out very, very slowly and carefully, considering how this comp is going to function in some of these mid-game fights. This is the best start you could really hope for outside of LNG making a huge mistake. So what looked like what could have been a one-sided game here hasn't necessarily started that way. So far cry from what we saw in that Hanwha Life game moments ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely got some fair League of Legends. Just head-to-head here. Greftar has been landing some nice stuns, and actually they did see the Lulu. Tarzan just pops the Predator. They have Iwandi nearby, but they may not know about Titan. It's a 3-on-3 heads up going in here. Tarzan taking a little bit too much damage, and that is first blood given over to Titan. We also got a gank in the top side. No flash here for Ale, and make that 2 kills under the belt of the Red Canids.
And this seems like a miscommunication issue here for LNG, because there should be enough information that Titan is missing that you have to be a little bit more careful there. And the way, as Icon will have to dash away to his clone here.
Oh, he's going back in, actually. Just, I suppose, going to put down a little bit of the hurt, a little bit of pressure there, but you can continue, Wolf.
Yeah, no, it's, you know, you never know with these two teams when they're going to fight, so I wanted to give you some space there, do that play-by-play thing. But, you know, the way they played around Vision there, where actually they showed the Lulu, but kept Titan missing there, was actually really cool to see. And unfortunately, Tarzan kind of overextended, took the bait there. It looks like a very winnable fight for LNG without the misfortune being there. But when she appears, she does so much burst damage in these early skirmishes. So ends up picking up that early kill here. Red Canids now leading 2 kills to 0, 1,000 gold up right now. They're going to take that first Rift Herald, so lots of advantages across the board. As you take a look at this, Titan just appears. The extra slow he has here from the rain is massive. And Greftar has enough damage at this early game that he can actually help secure that kill. No tankiness on this Gragas. Look at how happy he is.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you can see everybody's happy. Everybody in the coaching booth, we got neck holds and everything. We're just getting in there. And, I mean, you got to be ecstatic, right? LNG, they're the favorites in the group, and you're winning against them right now. You're up 1,000 gold. You just got that Rift Herald as well. Like, this has got to be the best feeling in the world for them right now.
And you've just got to hold on to it.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. It's not an easy feat against a team this good, but, I mean, you got the start. You proved to yourself that you can do it. Let's see what they can follow up with.
I really like their composition too, and from ahead it becomes a lot easier to play this. You have so much split pushing power with this Aurelia later on if she gets fed enough. 1 assist is just the beginning of where she wants to be heading with that, but still really liking the chances here for Red Canids at this early state. Don't have enough control to look for this Rift Herald just yet. That's going to be the focus point for Vision.
Uh-oh. There's that Polymorph once again. Iwandi's going to have to be careful about that, as the culling will come out, just trying to dissuade them from actually fighting. But this is all going to be Red Canids' bottom side of the map because their jungler is nearby. So he has the Rift Herald. And you can see he's like, do I look to put pressure on the bottom side? Do we push there? Do we go for the Drake? Where's the Gragas? And it seems like they have figured it out. So guys, Verizon 5G all chat. If you guys want to get out there, give your opinion, give your cheers to some of the players, some of the teams here at Worlds. Make sure you go on Twitter and hashtag Verizon 5G all chat, and you can have your message read here on Live Studio. So here we go. We got an engage down on the bottom side. Happened almost too fast for me to react to, as the Lulu did die. Really nice flash here as Titan is looking for the follow-up. He's going to use heal, actually, to try to catch up to them, but they will just be able to body slam away. They were originally going for Titan, but he did flash. As now we got another engage up in the top side. This time around, the stun not quite landing from the Kennen. And Ale, he's suffering, but at least he will survive.
Yeah, Ale up here going to be fine. They get the kill on the bottom side of the map, which is pretty massive. Everybody escapes. You get the heal out of Titan, and it's a pretty big momentum shift here for LNG, where everything finally starts to feel a little bit better across the map. It's not enough control, unfortunately, with all the damage on those players on the bottom side for LNG for them to be able to rotate in and take the Drake. But because of that push up on the top side of the map for Gigo, they're actually going to send Iwandi and Tarzan up here to look for the punish. This ward is going to get insane value here for Gigo, as he's able to react quickly here and back off.
totally fine, especially because he is cannon with flash as well, has all the vision. He's just biding his time, and that top lane has been pretty easy for him. I think that this arm guard especially is going to get huge value when you're considering 2 AD solo laners and Illusion, of course, the AD carry, down on the bottom side.
Yeah, I see Ale backs and teleports back into lane, but the Red Canids, after deflecting that top pressure, are going to grow up here to shove this wave into the bottom turret. And look at JoJo's positioning here. He's trying to zone out and gain some extra information here, and they can look to start up this Drake. This is a really nice macro play here from Red Canids. Rift Herald's down. With all this pressure, it's a tough call to make as LNG. How do you both defend the Rift Herald and rotate in to deny this Drake? You can't do both, so extra gold going in there with those plates. They grab this first Infernal very late into the game, but still, the lead continues here for Red Canids. Nice macro play.
Yeah, still absolutely fantastic. Looks like this top lane a little bit less good for the side of Gigo as we got an all-in. Ale just smacks him with the hammer and lays down the smackdown. There you go. Able to get some revenge after an unfortunate laning phase. As now we do have the culling on the bottom side, but man, that is huge for LNG trying to get back in this game.
Yeah, massive, massive pick there, because that's going to be plate gold going over to Ale now. A lot of denied CS as well with the wave crashing through. Really unfortunate timing here for Gigo to be picked off. He does have teleport, but still, that's a really, really nice exchange there on the top side of the map. And when you're that low on health, you can't use your Slicing Maelstrom to actually turn this fight or to look to grab a stun. He uses the stun early, or procs a stun early rather, but look at this minion wave. Like, there's not much you could do here as Gigo. And yes, he does flash, but Ale follow flashes in, so he's at least able to trade summoners. Well, there's no way you can actually try to outplay him there with that low health. It's kind of an unescapable situation.
Yeah, I think just, you know, about 5-10 seconds before the kill actually happened, he had to not step up and take all that free damage, as now he's trying to get another ward down, but he might be even in more hurt here. Has no flashes available. He face checks the warded brush. And unfortunately for him, the timing was perfect for LNG. The roam up to the top side, as they will pick up the Red Canids top laner once again. And even looking for a little bit more. They're trying to extend onto the Xin Zhao here. Aegis alone in the jungle is going to have to use that ultimate, and now he is going to flash over to his Aurelia as they're getting back in here, actually. As we do have the Vanguard's Edge and a stun landing. The damage is there on top of Tarzan, and Greftar is able to turn that around in a big way.
Yeah. It's a pretty big win here to grab that kill, but the same is true for the turret that Ale takes down during the interim. The free farm that Light is getting on the bottom of the map. Now, if they could turn this into a Rift Herald as well, they'll be able to get a lot more gold out of this potentially, but still a lot of resources had to be committed here by Red Canids to make that play happen. Very high risk, not to mention that moments before, they did lose Gigo, you know, once again on that top side of the map. And we talked about how the Jace matchup could be oppressive. He survived the early laning phase, but now with LNG finally finding this one chokehold in the map where they can actually just grab onto the cannon and just kind of farm him repeatedly, you're starting to see that gold lead fade away. Only 400 gold behind now, LNG, really starting to make a big comeback.
Definitely. You can see the gold difference, and a lot of it is in the top side. So many of those plates, as you mentioned, went over to Ale. Not to mention 2 kills as well in their favor. If you do look on the Red Canids side, they have a pretty massive lead down in the bottom lane, actually. That first kill going over to Titan, as well as a small CS lead, but it does amount to about 1,000 gold in favor. I believe some of those turret plates as well helping them out, as Icon's just going to stare him down, trying to put the fear of death into Titan, but we know he's not scared.
He's got both of his summoners down now and his Ghost Blade for a moment, so still advantage LNG in this exchange, but he survives with his life, continues to free farm here in mid. I say free farm, but obviously with the cost of those summoners. Gigo, once again, potentially the target here, but he's not alone. Red Cat's actually really trying to set this one up with a lot of vision control here. Very difficult for LNG to identify they're all down here, but as a result, they back away. That one ward on these Gromps is actually going, or not Gromps, rather, Krugs is going to be so valuable.
Yeah.
Imagine if there was 2 Gromps in that hole. That'd be a lot of gold in that pit.
Yeah. I don't know if we can do, I don't know if we can do that. Yeah, I mean, that ward is getting all the vision. I mean, it's telling LNG everything they need to know. And you can see, he's down here as well. Just going to farm this up, and the have the Rakan backing away. So it's not like LNG are actually looking to dive here. Jojo was sticking around just in case. And they'll just both back away, get some buys in. We did have our MasterCard first Mythic of the game. I believe it was one of those Eclipses that did get built. Wouldn't be surprised if it was the Jaces. We do have a one-on-one here, and Tarzan is just gonna bop down Titan, just like that. Looks like he just walked into that brush, and Tarzan was like, hello, friend.
Yeah,
I will take you down.
That's unfortunate when you're running into a Gragas who's got really easy CC lockdown and a ton of extra damage. I mean, if you look at his items, he's not massively, you know, ahead or extremely fed, but the Alternator plus that Blasting Wand is going to be enough to, at this early stage of the game, as we're approaching mid-game, blow up an MF very quickly, especially one that does not have those two summoners. This is where you cast your mind back to that moment in the mid lane where he was almost picked and had to use both. Yeah. Now, the second time he's found, he's got no panic, or rather get out of jail free card, panic button to flash away with, and Tarzan's going to pick up a second kill here. This will also, of course, with that extra pressure on the map, give them a second Drake. Yeah. And LNG are really starting to take all the vision away from the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and you really need to keep in mind that this has all happened in the last 4 or 5 minutes, right? When the Jace got the first solo kill up in the top side, he pushed all the plates and took down the turret. Then they got the summoners and the kill onto Titan, as well as getting a gigantic push in the bottom lane. So alongside of that, they get the Cloud Drake, and everything is just slowly, but also very suddenly, got into the hands of LNG. Zycon is doing a lot of standing around, trying to be intimidating.
Yeah, he has to wait. He doesn't have a lot of vision, you know, obviously on the top side of the map. The vision control for LNG has been towards the bottom side, and they didn't have Ale coming in just yet, so wanted to play it safe there, but you know with the charge going through onto the top side of the map that you'll have enough time to clear that one off alone as Icon. And not to mention that, yes, it's small value coming through on this Rift Herald, but there's no plates at this stage of the game. You're not getting the same amount of value as Ale did earlier on. As Titan, once again in the mid lane, got to be so careful against this comp.
Yeah, you really have to. And Aegis, he's also playing with fire. Obviously, Xin Zhao is going to have a bit of an easier time, but Titan with no summoners and only a Ghostblade, you can see how scary it is. I mean, everybody is just charging him down. You got the Rakan, you have the Jace who's looking to jump in on you. And even the Gragas, we saw the Rocket Belt coming out of Tarzan, like he was licking his lips, looking for that kill. Not quite come in though, as now Aegis doing a little bit of frontlining here, not scared to get aggressive in the enemy jungle, as even though, okay, a nice amount of damage just come over the wall, but now that is MF ult down.
A little bit of happy feeding here for LNG, you know, they are able to Red Canids here put the pressure on in the middle of the red side jungle, while also Guigo gets free turret pressure there and grabs the turret itself there on the bottom side of the map. So we're going to see a big teleport flank.
This is gigantic. And look at the engage onto 2 of them. Jojo and Aegis getting totally caught out here in their own jungle. Aegis now trying to turn it around. He's not able to take down the Rakan. And the Zed of all people gets the double kill. These assassins getting out of control in this map.
Now LNG to see an opportunity to teleport behind. The assassins, as you mentioned, doing so much burst damage here. I mean, when you have a Zed and a Jace getting behind a squishy team, it's not going to be a good time for Red Canids there. And yes, they did get the turret on the bottom side of the map with Gigo, but you're not able to turn that into anything if you can't keep vision of your own jungle enough to where you know these teleports aren't going to happen. Maybe extending that far to try to give that cannon enough pressure to get the turret is actually too much of a liability, because if this works out, you put the pressure on in the red side jungle and get the turret, then back away for free, you're just getting a little bit of extra gold. I mean, you look at the map here, look at where everybody is right now. I mean, as you can see, this is actually just going to be the final moments here where they do try to trade back a kill for Aegis and are unsuccessful. But Grevthar is so far away from this type of exchange because he was pushing so deep that even he can't help. Gigo comes in to teleport, but the fight is over before he can actually pop his ultimate and make an impact.
Well, we do have a fight here, as of course we did take a look at that new Axe effect replay, but now we're just taking a look at the new effect of the Lulu dying, as she just immediately does go down. And this is getting dicey very quickly for the side of Red Canids. They're just getting caught all over the map, and LNG, they're an LPL team, and they are just finding you everywhere on this one. As we do have Daniel Cox is saying, show this live if you are not fake tweeting at LOL Esports. By the way, Ali is still looking like a top 5 top laner so far in predictions. Great talents. Yes, I do agree. This guy he's kind of going insane.
He's kind of going insane, and the lead, as you mentioned, it's very snowbally now for LNG. They had a little bit of a deficit at the beginning of the game, but as the pace of the game picked up and the pick potential was real, they found so many opportunities like this one here. And when you look at the burst damage that LNG has in spades with the CEC that Iwandi could pull off here, it's really easy to just get in and get out. You grab a kill, you reset, and even the bullet time isn't able to deter LNG from continuing the chase here. So much burst in this roster with all the lethality that this roster brings with these itemizations they're having. I mean, with 2 Eclipses, you've got a Gragas who's got explosive damage and, you know, the ability to CC. You've got the Rakan. As Red Canids, you don't even feel comfortable getting into your jungle to remove those wards that get set up for those flank teleports like we saw from Icon earlier. Greftar will be able to get out of this one relatively unscathed, but you've got to start thinking about where these next fights are going to happen as Red Canids. You don't have a Drake lead. Baron is going to be where you want to have a stand, but you need ward control. It's just a little bit of a back massage here to push the Canids away.
Yeah, and unfortunately at this point in time, I think LNG on the 5v5 are looking good. Red Canids, they need some kind of flank. If it's the Aurelia, if it's the cannon, that's all good. Even the Xin Zhao can really mix things up. If you're going to try to go for a 5v5, I think just trying to run at the enemy is not going to work. They have too much CC, they have too much backline access. You're going to get yourself strung out, and it's not going to look good.
I mean, the combo they have, if you can, Vanguard's Edge from the flank and then set up for the Slicing Maelstrom, get a few stuns, and then bullet time comes in on top of it. There's a hope, right, with this comp?
Absolutely. That's what they really need to do. But you can see that LNG are doing a pretty good job of spreading themselves out themselves, but maybe a little bit too much. This dragon is getting low. It's looking good to go into the hands of Aegis here, as LNG will just give that one over, not looking to go for the fight. Red Canids get in, and they get out without losing anyone.
Yeah, I feel like Red Canids comp is also clumped up like this, grouped. Sometimes at its strongest against a composition like what LNG is running, where they can get those one-off picks, right? They have so much explosive burst damage. And when you do group up like this onto an objective, and LNG can't really push the issue, it's kind of like looking for a coin flip there if you actually do engage onto that. It really puts the variance level of how your comp is going to operate a lot lower, because yes, the flank potential you were talking about is very strong too, but when the 5 fingers are stronger than the 1, right? Or the fist is stronger than the 5 fingers, whatever the term is for that.
Titan might just die here. The Wild Growth is used, and Tarzan's looking for the cask. He's not going to get it. Have they overextended is the question. Titan looking for the bullet time over the wall, not going to go down, and you can see the burst damage is coming in, and now the cannon just disappears as Icon isn't even needed. And that is the pick you need. You take down Aurelia, you take down Kennen, and all of a sudden, that flank and team fight potential of Red Canids is just taken away.
I mean, Giga wanted to use a Slicing Maelstrom there. That's why he was walking forward. That's what he was trying to set up for, but he's just burst down before it can go off. And this is the story of how this composition can fall apart one by one, step by step. If you're looking for those flanks, you're also putting yourself at risk. If you're looking for the engage, you can be focused that quickly in a blink of an eye before you can press your R key. You're going to be in the Death Realm. And this means LNG have full control over the top side of the map. They're going to look to put some pressure on this turret, clear that vision around the Baron pit up, because they're starting to get to the point where they can rush that one down very quickly. As Red Canids, you just don't have any vision. Look at the lack of vision here. I mean, they could be doing it right now. For all you know, you have no information whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, they're not, which I suppose is a good thing for the side of Red Canids, but LNG, they probably got a lot of gold in their pockets as well, as Icon is in a little bit of a funky situation, and he did use his shade, but it is going to be okay, I think, as he is going to be able to back away with that scuttle speed as well. And take a look at the top lane here. Even Ale is comfortable enough to just push in and wait for this kill potentially. Titan, if he took that wrong side, he's still gonna die actually over the wall, as he just timed it perfectly, and Ale is able to dunk once again.
Yep, flash forward, blow up that misfortune, and now there is just simply no way to contest the Baron. Don't even have to start it though. Gigo's gonna get caught.
Oh no, he used his lightning rush. They're not gonna totally commit to that one, as he still does have stopwatch. Probably a good idea from Icon. He's able to hold it back, and he says, well, we're just going to get the Baron anyway. It's fine. I was able to zone him away.
The thing is, nobody can come over here to stop this Baron through a choke point. You have no vision. So what could be the case right now, even though they are finishing this Baron, is what happened the last 3 times when Red Cans didn't have any ideas. If you funnel through that choke point trying to clear wards, and then suddenly you get hit by all the bursts that LNG has, you lose your Misfortune, you lose your Kennen. Kennen also having to flash. Unfortunately, Gigo means he has less options to get on top of this comp and hit that Slicing Maelstrom. And even Slicing Maelstrom, if you can get it into multiple people, it takes a few moments for that effect to stack and set up the stun. And in that brief moment, against this much lethality on LNG, you're just simply not going to be able to pull that off unless you can have that perfect stopwatch like you were talking about. He holds on to that one. That is something that is going to be so critical. But this game is off the rails pretty quickly.
Yeah, LNG going to enjoy themselves a nice little Red Bull Baron power play at this point in time. When I say little, it's already 1800. They are pushing down the mid lane. They're not even splitting. They're just like, no, we'll just go 5 people mid. I mean, and their comp actually works pretty well with that as well. You mentioned the engage potential of the Gragas and the Rakan. You just press a couple of your buttons. The one thing that they don't have is flash here on Iwandi. But other than that, I mean, you can just group up. You've got insane siege potential just with Jace.
I mean, Gragas too, and the Lucian can obviously just pop his ultimate on anyone who gets nearby.
They can't touch you. Just stop the flank.
One more
should be totally fine.
One more chance for Red Cans here. Grab throw on the flank.
Oh, Icon's playing with this food too. He's even going in on this one. Not sure about that, but he's got the follow-up. Nice wild growth. And finally we see the Slicing Maelstrom, but it feels like we should have seen it maybe 5 or 10 minutes ago, because now it's just a little bit too little too late. Azale is still full health. Nearly kills Jojo. Jesus. Gonna almost take him down. And this might just be LNG winning here. They still have this Baron, and they are going to be able to poke this one down. Another nice knock up from the Rakan. Azale goes in, the team goes in, and everybody's just looking to wipe them up here in the fountain. As we still have Baron, remember, guys. They're just going to go ahead, take down the 2 turrets, and look to end this game and take their 3rd victory of play-ins here for Group A at the World's Play-ins Group Stage.
LNG with a rocky start to the beginning of this game. They played the Zed mid for Icon. Didn't expect to see that. Thought it would be the Gragas that was being played there a second time for him, but no, they changed it up. But the burst potential in this composition that has extremely strong lethality between the Zed, obviously the Gragas gets set up for the kills, and the Jace that got fed early means that you can just simply kill anyone who comes near. And we talked about the Kennen, right? Survived early in the lane, but couldn't ever set up for a single Slicing Maelstrom in a team fight. And this is one of those frustrating losses that you're going to take in this play-in stage as, you know, one of the regions that comes in as underdogs here. You feel like, man, this was so winnable. We had the early game. We had 1,000 gold to lead. We were up. We had so much control of vision, but you couldn't stick the landing when the top lane started to explode, and your composition is so weak against that type of burst damage.
Yeah, I mean, that was really the issue, right? The top lane kind of exploding, and they weren't really able to get a snowball going. The Rift Herald got dropped down so late as well, actually right before it was about to expire down on the bottom side. So you got your AD carry fed, but it was just a little bit too late, and immediately LNG pounced on that. So guys, we will have our next game. It will be Infinity Esports up against Peace, but before we do go to a break, we do want to take a look at some beautiful scenes from our host country, Iceland. So take a look.
Make or break. Make it yours.
I woke up to the morning sky first. Baby blue, just like we rehearsed.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to Iceland for Worlds 2021 Play-In Stage. I'm Laure, joined by Babip from his Oceanian team. I'm sorry things didn't go so good for you so far in the tournament. I want to talk about the difficulties you run into so far. First, having to sub in a top laner. You brought in Vizicsacsi. Can you tell me about that and how he's been fitting in with the team so far and adapting to what you guys have been doing for the whole year?
Chachi has definitely been like... I mean, it's definitely been very easy to implement him into the team. He's someone with a lot of competitive experience and also working with like Mad Lions. He's definitely like, his skill in like a macro sense is definitely like quite high. So he's even like become sort of a voice in our mid-game macro. Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah, and I do want to say that you haven't been drafted in the easiest groups when you think that you have to play against Hololive Esports, the likes of LNG as well. Is there anything you've been able to learn so far from these teams, even though you haven't been able to win against them?
I suppose when you verse like super strong teams, I think the main thing that is just very difficult is like their laning, and just one small little mistake is just like kind of like game over. So I think just refining all of the small details is like very important versus like super strong teams.
All right, well, still, this is not over yet. I feel like everyone needs to stay positive. What is going to be the focus for the games to go so that you have still a chance to make it out of groups?
I think we've figured out like what things that we want to play, and like I said, I think it's just refining those like small details and, you know, just playing really confidently, like playing as a team. Like every Worlds is just about what teamwork plays the best, not individual. So that's going to be very important. And yeah.
Well, I really hope you guys can find what you need on time. But again, thank you so much for giving me this interview today, and good luck on the rest of your games.
Thank you very much.
Make or break. Make it yours. Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021 and the State Farm Analyst Desk for Infinity Esports versus Peace, stepping onto the stage in just a couple minutes. But Kaizen, I want to come to you first, as both of these teams currently sit at 0-2. It's starting to feel like a make or break, do or die situation for each of these squads as they find each other tied in the standings and looking to put something in that win column.
It's starting to feel make or break because it is. You know, both of these teams, you know, they need to string together some wins if they want to advance to the second round. And I'll say in favor of Infinity, they've actually looked pretty good despite their losses. You know, multiple times they've been up in kills versus both Hanwha Life and Red. And I think that shows that from a mechanical perspective and the skirmishing perspective, they do actually have what it takes to take a game off of any of these teams in a best of one. Sometimes it's losing focus in the mid game and the focus there that's required to close out from a position of advantage.
And that's also what's really interesting about today's matchup, because all of a sudden you have the team in, you know, Inf that's been struggling towards the mid to late game. They get caught off guard. We saw it against Red Canids as well. And then Peace, on the other hand, who's been really struggling in the early game, taking it back to Bapip that was just interviewed. He was talking about when you are playing against the better solo laners, you make one mistake and then you're just out of the game. And that has been the problem for Peace. It's been the issue of not being able to get into your comfort zone in the mid game. So make it or break it. It's the chance for both teams now to break their curses.
It's going to be very interesting to see which one of them can fulfill just that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Infinity side to kick things off. You mentioned that the team looks solid despite their losses, Kaizen. And in particular, if I'm going to highlight anyone, it's going to be the bot lane. White Lotus, Ackerman, the two of them putting up solid performances in spite of those losses.
Absolutely, and we saw them on the Lucian and Nami be really, really effective. You know, on a pick like that, you can really dominate lane. It might be the most lane dominate combo right now, and just a sustained lane setup. And they should lean into that. What I would also like to see them do, though, is just play as a team around mid. You know, I think Doublelift actually referred to Cody as the Latin American faker. I have not seen that yet. I want to see that Cody show up, and I want to see the team try to enable him and look for opportunities to make the game as messy as possible and then just force the advantage through the mid lane, which is ostensibly their best player.
I think comparing him to the likes of Faker, you know, he's his own players as well, and I do still think we see some of these shines of light every now and then. In the series against Hanwha Life Esports, this guy had a super solid Herald fight. I think Bogex as well up towards the top side with having this Graves. In general, I like that the bot lane is showing up from this side of Inf, because it's not something we saw towards playoff. They like playing up towards the top side. They love playing for their solo laners. I want to see them get going and utilize even more pressure into this, because great, if your bot lane now is performing while getting the rest of the top side to perform with you, it's just going to be that lacking piece you're missing.
I mean, I love that, right? If it is the bot lane that's stepping up and the solo laners can find what we know they have to show us out there on the Rift, it might be the recipe for success for Infinity here today. Over on the side of Peace, you already talked about it a little bit, Goldberg, in referencing the Bapip interview. For them, it's been struggles in lane phase and then having to try and claw back from those deficits in the mid game.
It's been so tough for me to watch as well with Peace. Obviously, they've been playing against really solid laners going off the 4th seed off Korea and China, respectively. But it's also just, I'm not seeing the Peace I saw in the LCO playoffs going off with Tally. This man was super key for his team because his most played champion, it was the like of Rise. It was the likes of Twisted Fate, rather, where he was able to get that mid lane priority and move it out on the map. So far, this entire Worlds, he's either been solo killed, been stuck on the tower, and because of this, Peace just haven't been able to play their style. So if you cannot free up this mid lane, you're not going to free up the rest of the map, and you're not going to be able to get to this mid to late game that we want to see Peace be comfortable at.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about that mid lane matchup there, Kaizen, because again, I'll remind everybody earlier today that it was Tally who fell down in the 1v1, giving up a solo kill. So we'll look for him to maybe find a champion he's slightly more comfortable on, like Goldberg is talking about, but to actually stack up in that mid lane in the 1v1 against the like of the faker of Latin America, as you say.
Yeah, and I'll say this. I think the matchup was a matchup where if you are the weaker laner in Aurelia versus Azir, you can get abused, and I think that's what happened. I don't think it'll be so much the case versus Cody. When I think of Cody, I think of more picks like Zoe, and so these picks are not going to dominate you in lane, but are really, really tricky to play against mid and late game. So I think he should have an easier time this time around getting out of lane without being at a huge deficit.
Well, let's take a look at some predictions here for the first time today on day 2 of play-ins. We're going to take a look at your MasterCard fan predictions to see where everyone at home weighs in on this must-win matchup. And it's a slight edge there over to Peace. So it looks like the fans at home do believe that Peace will be able to maybe shore up those weaknesses in lane phase and then utilize their better mid-game to take it home.
Isn't that nice? You know, a team that's gone 0-2 against some of the best teams we have already, and there's still some favor of them. You know, I'm not as hopeful as the fans just yet, just because of how little I've been able to see this style of Peace. I mean, if you aren't able to play the early game, you're not going to be able to play the mid game. At least Infinity has been able to show that to me. So I think specifically the early game for today's matchup is going to be so pivotal leading into the skirmishing around the Drakes and the Heralds later on if you really want to get that momentum going.
All right, so I can lock you in for Infinity Esports?
You can.
All right, what about you, Kaizen?
Oh, this is clearly an Infinity favored matchup. I mean, I don't know if it's like OC fans are on the right time zone, so they voted more en masse. But I mean, if we just look at the games that Infinity has had, they've been in much better positions in both of their games versus arguably stronger teams as well, or at least versus Hanwha Life Esports. They were in a position where they're up in kills even though they're behind in gold. Whereas Peace, honestly, they've gotten stomped pretty hard multiple games now. So I would love to see either of these teams glow up, but I think Infinity has clearly had the better showing so far.
All right, well, the fans have spoken, but my analysts sit on the other side of the table. It's time now, though, for the teams to decide their own fate. Let's hand it back over to Valdez and Wolf for the call.
Thank you, Dash and Goldberg, and of course Kaizen for your interesting takes on this matchup. Will be pretty cool to see which one of these teams can really step up to the plate, and that's what this is all about. As they say, it is make or break.
That's right. That's what they're saying these days here for the World's 2021 World Championship. And I got to say, I kind of lean towards what Kaizen is saying about Infinity. They have looked stronger than Peace overall when it comes to some of these really critical matchups. Their matchup against Hanwha Life Esports yesterday, they had a pretty big potential to come back, actually. They bounced back and punished a lot of Hanwha Life Esports' plays. Whereas if you compare that to Peace's performance against Hanwha Life, which is kind of the measuring stick, the shared team between these two, it was not even close, unfortunately. As you know, was mentioned by Bevip in that interview, you fall behind early, you find yourself falling behind in solo lanes, and you can really just, you know, kiss your chances of victory goodbye sometimes, in the bottom lane especially there. That was where they had their biggest issue. But I think this is part of the reason why we are seeing such high priority on picks like the Aurelia very early on in draft, because it's a pick that makes you feel like you've got your destiny in your own control in terms of the solo lane. You're not going to fall too far behind. Don't have too many counter picks. So we'll see if that trend continues here in this third draft.
Which is why the cannon was a little bit, you know, confusing. And it was doing well while it had some jungle attention. But after that, the Jace really stepped it up, and Ali can do some crazy things. Either way, we are into the third game of the day. Infinity Esports up against Peace. And already you can see the bans here. We got the Poppy ban once again against Vizicsacsi. We got TF and Nidalee off the board. And for Peace's side, they banned LeBlanc, Lucian, and MF.
Yeah. The targeted ban once again against Bobbits. Nidalee is really cool to see, but this will mean that Solid Snake can play his Lee Sin. Will actually get through the draft here the first time today. That's going to be first pick priority with MF off the board here too for Peace. Does feel like you lose both a really strong jungle pick in this, but also that really top tier bottom lane. So they're going to look towards the Lilia here for Bobbip once again, going down that AP jungle line. We saw an incredible play from him, the flash in, sleep there to try to bring things back against Hanwha earlier on today. Going to stick with what's comfortable for them here, at least at the start of this draft. See where they're going for this second pick.
Yeah, I mean, I like what he was able to do with the Lilia, and obviously if you have strong lanes to back up the Lilia, stuff that you can gank, you're going to feel very nice. So it kind of flows along with what he said in his interview, how they have been playing. They just need to execute on it, and that's really been the issue. We do have the Aurelia is picked up once again. It looks like maybe we will see Cody respond with the Azir.
Yeah, Azir, a very strong pick with Lee Sin for mid-game pressure. And once you hit level 6, you also have that combo potential where you can actually look for the kick, the Emperor's Divide together. You can get a flash of the tally maybe. But they're going to pivot to the Aphelios here. And I think if you're going to run this into a team like Peace, you might want to consider a very defensive support with this, like the Thresh. We haven't seen this pairing yet here in Worlds, but I think it's a very strong opportunity here for Ackerman to keep him safe. The Vi mid, are we, we might be waiting a little bit longer, but maybe we're not.
Well, I don't think it's going to be that either, so maybe Cody giving a little bit of some trolling action here. Sylas, definitely something I can see, and it is going to be locked in. They will forgo their support pick for now, which is kind of interesting, especially with how many strong support picks are still left available. They will go ahead and take the Sylas, which I don't think would have been banned by Peace.
Yeah, I don't think so necessarily either. Now, for Peace here, you've got to figure out now if you want to take away your AD carry pick, because you might end up getting locked out of a lot of picks here, or if you want to go ahead and grab your second soul lane. They will take the Jace here. A lot of counter opportunities against the Jace in terms of matchups, so it's not the worst to pick early. This is definitely not a Kennen situation like we had last time. And as we've been talking about, as the narrative has gone, locking in both of your soul lanes early does give your opponent counter pick potential, but with lanes like Aurelia and Jace, you feel like you can really just react to what your opponent's going to do next. You don't have to really focus on those matchups because you have two strong ones off the bat. And in fact, now can start to isolate some of Bugax's champion pool here. The Aatrox is removed.
Absolutely, the Aatrox removed. We also had an interesting stat, the MF 100% pick rate when it is not banned. It is banned in this game, so wanted to mention that because we will not see her this time around. And that might continue, with how much success this MF has been having. Wouldn't be surprised to see it continue getting banned.
She was 6-2 earlier, now 7-3, I believe, so taking 1 win, 1 loss, but still 100% involvement, as you say. Zig's going to be taken off the board here. Another strong ban against Violet. We saw that earlier. And the Kennen is removed, interestingly, with both the Aurelia and the Jace, which can, of course, be flexed. It's a very comfortable matchup, but when you consider that you've already got a Sylas on the other side, the Kennen gives you a lot of engage potential. When you're thinking about, okay, I got to deal with this Lee Sin's flank potential, I got to deal with Sylas, who can actually have a really strong engage, and then a Kennen on top of all of that. I understand the ban here, even though it doesn't make sense from a matchup perspective. It does make sense in terms of the synergy with the composition that Infinity Esports are building.
Yeah. Can also just sit it by that Aphelios, and if Peace continue to draft very aggressive kind of divey stuff, you can just throw out the Slicing Maelstrom and say, well, come at us. I dare you. Seen that sometimes before, those reactive Kennen ultimates, but we will not see it in this game because, of course, he was banned. So, we do have a Xayah hover, which is definitely something we haven't been seeing too much of, and it is going to be locked in.
Yeah, the Xayah, very interesting to see here in this tournament. We've seen it as a counter pick in the LPO and in Korea oftentimes for Kai'Sa, but she's fallen out of meta. Xayah has fallen with her. Bit of a Riven hover here. I'd love to see it, but I think we're getting teased again. And it's going to be the Lulu going down there with the Aphelios. So, well, I say that. Okay, so it's going to be the Gnar.
There we go.
And this is obviously a really strong pick to have with the Sylas. You never want to play that into the Sylas because it gives the Sylas a lot of opportunities. But when you have all the engage tools that this composition already has, it can be very terrifying. They're looking for an aggressive support now with this too. The Pyke is going to give you a lot of pick potential. The Thresh, I love the Thresh here with a different composition, but they actually go, looks like, for the Rakan here to lock things up. So you have, a lot of power in this lane with the Aphelios to play around that farm defensively against the Xayah. You don't know what your opponent's pick is going to be. The problem with this Rakan pick is now you give them the Leona counter pick, potentially. Now, they're looking towards this Lulu, again, for some of that mobility around the map. A lot more powerful with 2 strong melee frontliners. And I like the Leona better because it's a strong counter pick for lane. You've got the Xayah already very strong into this matchup, so this is my biggest issue with the Rakan. If you took the Thresh, I'm okay with it. You take the Pyke even, you have a lot of pick potential. And there were a lot of options. You mentioned it earlier on. So many supports available here. Amumu actually falls through this draft completely.
Yeah. Definitely a interesting decision there. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the Leona seems very obvious that it does come through there. And pieces draft, like, overall, all the pieces. For forgive me. But they come together, except that Xayah feels a little bit out of place. Obviously, it can deal with a little bit of, you know, the Gnar action, the Lee Sin that wants to get in there, the Rakan now even. Feels like that was drafted straight into the Xayah. Maybe just an extra piece to make sure they can lock that down. But, you know, even the Aurelia and the Jace, those are a couple of picks. If you are jumping into a fight and you immediately get CC'd by all of the crowd control that they do have on the side of Infinity Esports, you're not going to be feeling too good.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the logic behind this pick. You also don't have to, you know, run something like a Thresh. You could still keep your safety in check with the Xayah pick while also having an aggressive support that can help your engage, because you do have long-range engage with Vanguard's Edge and the Solar Flare that you can have with Leona. Then you can, of course, follow up with the Zenith Blades. You have a decent amount of poke to start the fight off with the Jace. There is a little bit of synergy, once again, as we mentioned before, with the Lilia and the Aurelia. If the Aurelia engage is good, if you can set up for that really nice Vanguard's Edge, it makes it really easy for Bob to follow up and set up a sleep in the middle of a fight. Then you can prioritize the right targets. Alternatively, you could do it the opposite direction, and Bob can be the one who leads that, but that's going to rely on a lot of things. When you have a Sylas on the other side and a Lee Sin, plus that Rakan, Bob's positioning is going to be so important, so crucial if he's going to want to set up for those sleeps. That stopwatch timing we'll be keeping a close eye on when he can pick that one up, because that's going to allow him that freedom, that get-out-of-jail-free card when he does go ahead and toss that Q through.
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of faith in Bobbip after what he was able to do from 10,000 gold down against Hanwha Life Esports. Nearly was able to turn some fights around and got some of them started himself. So definitely enjoying what he has been bringing on this pick. And we are here. It is Infinity Esports up against Peace. Both 0-2, actually, these teams. So it really is make or break. I mean, if you lose here, you go down 0-3. There's 5 teams in this plans group. You're not going to make it through. It's just really not going to happen unless you have some insane tiebreaker that somehow you're able to make it in, but very unlikely. So both of these teams, they're kind of fighting for their tournament chances in this one game. This is the situation they put themselves in, because they, of course, have gone up against some other strong teams and lost to them.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of the realities of play-ins, right, is that, you know, unfortunately, some of the play-ins teams are from major regions and they have a lot more experience than you. So some of these other teams have, obviously, a little bit less experience and are going to struggle in the early parts of groups, but I do feel like what's been really cool about watching Peace play is they bring a completely different flavor to the beginning of this group stage than what we saw from Pentanet GG. They have a very unique style as Tally.
Oh, man. Well, that's happening already. We got the flash out of the Sylas at level 1. And Leave Doublelift did say he was the faker of Latin America, but let me tell you a little story about Tally. As I might have to hold on to that as we do get a knock-up, but no, it is Leona with Aftershock, so she is just fine. But I was talking with Atlas before this broadcast, and he gave me a little tidbit that Tally is one of the longest-standing players from the Oceanic region, and he had many names in the past, and he actually played many roles as well. He used to play AD carry, went to top, came to mid lane as well. I don't think I'm going to get to finish my story because Solid Snake is on the roam, and he is unseen for now, going up to the top side. Vizitachi will have the Q land onto him, and he will be able to get away. Bobbip considering it, but he won't come in. But last little tidbit about Tally. He used to be called Tally Whacker, but actually, at one season, he was Wally Tacker, but Atlas told me to say it Wally Thacker or something. And it's a very nice name. I wish he would have stuck with it.
Sure. Hold that thought, though. Solid Snake is not done here. Smite fight on the Scuttle.
They're going at it. Doesn't look like Solid Snake wants a piece of that.
Well, look, I got to say about this, I appreciate the anecdotes about Tally, one of our more experienced players, but one thing that's been true, too, unfortunately here for Peace, in terms of experienced players, is Vizitachi actually returning to pro play here in such a high-stakes match, right? He's going to World Series, coming in, big shoes to fill for Appy, the top laner here for Peace, who got them to Worlds in the first place, and he has kind of been camped. Both of their games, he's often been just collapsed on. I think a lot of people consider him the weak link for this team, and you see that Infinity Esports is already kind of going down that same vein. They are able to get his flash away, not able to get more. They do end up losing the scuttle here, as a little exchange down here on the bottom scuttle.
Oh, and maybe getting his revenge. That is Tally getting so low, but he's going to get away just barely. As Cody was getting in on that one, forces the flash away from the Aurelia player, Tally. And he's going to leave that lane in a good spot, actually pushing towards him. They both do have teleports, so it won't matter too much. But still, getting that flash away from Tally is big.
Yeah, it is pretty huge. And, you know, it does give you a lot of follow-up power, potentially. Cody himself is going to be flashless. And in my research for Worlds and watching Cody play, you know, the Faker comparison I think might be a little bit much, but he is very strong on melee champions or assassins in the mid lane. We saw yesterday on the Zoe, a little bit shakier, a little bit rough on the edges in terms of that kind of precision style champion. Didn't end up coming up big for him, a few misplays there. But on the Sylas, this is a champion that you want to see this guy on. You want to see him pop off and carry. One of the champions that I think it gives him a lot of skill expression and one that he excels at.
He's looking for the trade here once again, but the abscond not going to land. And so you see Tally just standing up to that. And a little bit of BM back and forth. Gotta love it. But yeah, that mid lane matchup is really interesting, especially because Tally, you know, he's got so much experience like we were talking about. And standing up to him very, very well. So far, things are going mostly as expected, I have to say. As we do get a big root. That's a double root, actually, down on the bottom side. The Ignite used onto Violet, but he will just be able to walk away, only using his heal in return.
The minion wave here is so massive for Peace. If that minion wave is not there, you could probably just continue to push the issue, go forward there, and actually grab that kill, but not able to do so. With all of those minions, they do have to back away. Only getting the heal out of Violet, in fact, so not even getting any flashes there. So once again, it's all action in the mid lane.
All right, getting in there onto Cody, and down he will go. First blood is going to be given over to Bobbit in the jungle. Very well earned as they're able to convert this time onto Cody.
He's got a Dark Seal start as well, so going to pick up a few stacks there. Great opportunity here in the mid lane. When Cody goes in like that, you know you have an opportunity to counter there. The Vanguard's Edge to clear things up there at the last moment, traps him in there, and damage is real at this stage in time. And Peace kind of shutting down the opinions of the analysts going into this third game of tonight. As watch again, Cody trades aggressively. Vanguard's Edge locks him in just long enough here. He steals the Vanguard's Edge himself, but it's not going to save you, not going to get you out. Can't cast it in time, and he's blown up there. Too much damage. Got to be so careful when you don't know where the enemy jungler is about trading that aggressively against a champion like Aurelia that can spin around on a dime.
Very nicely done. And yeah, I mean, that's going to get it started here for the side of Peace. They get that one kill. Here's to hoping that the team that gets that early lead can turn it into a little bit more. Only Hama Life today, I believe, was the team that was able to pull that off. And yeah, I mean, they're in a pretty good position right now. They have their Jace up on the top side about to receive a nice wave that's coming into them, so he's not going to fall too far behind. He's actually playing very passively. I'd love to see the top lane. Yeah, here it is. As he's actually not 100% sure. You know, he doesn't have a lot of vision, and with Mega Gnar up, he's like, okay, I can't really be sure that I can approach this turret. But the second that the Gnar backs away, he can finally scoop up the minions.
I mean, considering what's happened to him all throughout those first two games here, the play-in stage, and earlier in this game where he lost his flash, you got to respect that if you don't know where the Lee Sin is, you've just got to play a little bit passively up there. And Gnar is never going to be able to put that much damage on your turret. Yeah, he has demolished, so you can get a plate. As more trading in the mid lane.
Yeah, this time Solid Snake is nearby, and there is a ward that did spot him, so Bobby Bentali just going to laugh at him.
He's got level 6, but I don't think you want to commit with Cody nearby. This is actually really risky.
Ooh, Ackerman's here, and so is White Lotus. They're just going to jump onto this guy. Even the Moonlight Vigil comes in, and Cody is going to scoop up the kill, as Taliyah did not have still did not have his flash, so just goes down there. Ackerman able to set up that kill.
I feel like 2 kills does not do justice to how much action we've seen in the first 9 minutes of this game. All about the mid lane. And we talked about it going into this series. The analyst mentioned it as well. This is going to be the type of game that is explosive, and getting early leads is so critical here for teams like these that need to get that early advantage, to get that tempo lead. You know, teams like these that aren't as skilled at taking small advantages in the mid game to turning them into late game advantages. You want to snowball this, and it's been very back and forth. Gold lead only 200 or 300 for Peace here in this early game. And again, trading that kill back is so massive, but the CS difference here on the something suddenly in my ear, not sure if that was on stream or not, but anyway, for the CS difference here for Tally is still pretty massive. See a group up here for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're going to try to fight for this one. Bobbit maybe looking to line up that sleep onto multiple. Not quite able to do it, but it's a very aggressive push into the river. It allows them to secure vision control at this point in time. White Lotus is going to the bottom side, trying to catch a wave. So if Peace were going to go for this, this would be their time. Doesn't look like they want to get right on top of that objective just yet, though.
This is actually really tense because this first Rift Herald for Peace, if they take it, is going to explode this advantage for them. Infinity need to contest this. Right now, White Lotus is kind of pinned down. You don't have a Mega Gnar bar, so getting into this choke point against this Lilia is just so difficult. Emote's flashed here because they know stealing this one away is basically unrealistic at this point. They're going for it.
Oh, but Bugak's got that ultimate. The Mega Gnar could not come any sooner. He's begging for it. Here it is, and he's going to get them against the wall. The 2 will immediately go down, and Bobbit is no different. The sleep comes in way too little and way too late, as it's a triple kill already for Bugax, and they're looking for a bit more. Chachi will be able to back off of that play, but man, Infinity take a huge lead.
What a great decisive engage. I said unrealistic, but they forced it. They made it work. They're able to pick up the Eye of the Herald here, and it was a perfect engage here from Bucks, who's now got 3 kills on this Gnar. Just barely is able to get that Gnar bar up. I mentioned right before the fight, he didn't have it. Is able to get that up, able to get the multi-knock into the wall. And Peace stuck in that choke point, trying to back away. Almost felt like it was a shoo-in for them in terms of the comms there, because they weren't positioned well to retreat from that. They wanted to stick the landing on finishing off that Herald. I mean, look at how low this goes before the engage. Look at Bugax's Gnar bar. And look at where he is, 1v3.
Yeah.
Such a perfect play from the Latin America player. Goes into the brush here, ward has to be used, and then boom. Double stuns there, the follow-up from Ackerman. So perfectly done in a choke point like that. They were the ones coming in.
We got more fighting. They're trying to burst down Cody before any of this goes, and they will get down, actually. Solid Snake as well in a lot of trouble, and Infinity caught in the mid lane. Nicely set up here from the side of Peace. It was kind of one of those situations of nobody knows who's stuck in with the other one, but actually, it was Peace that got the advantage on the back of that, and now they're looking for this Infernal Drake.
Yeah, they're going to grab the Infernal Drake, the Scuttle with it, so a lot of extra gold and experience going over to Bobbit, but the big story here is that Tally is going to get more gold. He's sitting at 0, 2, and 3, but that doesn't really tell the story of his lead against Cody, because he's 40 CS up right now. And all of those minions crashing into the mid turret means less gold for Cody.
Bugak says red buff. Vizichachi has no flash right now. He's just going to get run down in the top side, while we had the MasterCard First Mythic and the Infernal Drake coming down at the same time. So at least Peace are able to get that, but man, some of their lanes, you know, especially Bugax is basically just running the show by himself. I mean, this is insane.
And the thing is, Sylas, against this composition, can steal, obviously, the Vanguard's Edge, which is going to be quite critical, or the Solar Flare. And even though he is behind, even though he isn't fed, talking, of course, about Cody here in this game, he's going to be able to help set up with those ultimate hijacks Bugax to carry some of these team fights. Then you've got Nephelios and what he can do on top of that CC. So this is not a lost game for Infinity by any means. They've even taken a gold lead right now, but the disadvantage in mid can be shored up by this massive lead for the Gnar on the top side.
Yeah, and you know, generally Gnar, not a carry champion, but when he gets Divine Sunder and he's 4-0, 13 minutes into the game, anybody can be a carry. So
yeah,
your dreams can be lived out. even you Singed players out there, or any other kind of tanks, even the Ornn players out there, you can do it. And
just watch Morgan.
Yeah,
or Kingen.
True. Yeah, I mean, Peace kind of grouped up for it at that Rift Herald fight, and Bugax found the perfect timing. And really, it's all kind of the dominoes falling after that. And Sally's trying his best in the mid lane. He's really trying to be aggressive on the Aurelia. This is something they even talked about in that recent interview with Bobbitt. Like, they need to win these lanes and get a comfortable spot in the mid game. As I say that, but Tali's getting CC'd down. The Vanguard Zed from the Silas doing a lot, but he's able to turn it around as Bobbitt comes in, and the Q from the Lee Sin will sail wide, and Tali gets out unscathed.
Yeah, Bugax not able to get in and make that impact there. This was actually really well played by Tali because he knows his teammates are going to collapse in and save him. What looked like an extremely risky and greedy play ends up being the correct one. They're able to bait Cody in, get a pick here, stave off this Rift Herald pressure, and continue to maintain that control around the bottom side of the map. And unfortunately, yet again, even though Bugax has so much gold, if he doesn't have the ability to Gnar into these fights, or actually set up with Mega Gnar, be in the skirmish itself, that's when you feel the Silas deficit. That's when you feel, okay, the Aphelios doesn't have a Mythic yet. He's still working on that shield bow right now. He's still a ways away from that. These small things, these small deficits in the mid lane, in the bot lane, are going to be very impactful when Bugax isn't there. Later on, when we see real straight-up front-to-back 5v5 team fights, that's when Infinity can obviously use this to their advantage, the fact that they have a 4-0 Gnar. We just have to get to those fights first, and they have to stave the bleeding before then. They're looking for a fight on Tali right now.
Yeah, he's trying to bait him in for the Leona, but guess what? Solid Snakes here too. Nice dodge by Tali. He's trying to buy time for the Lilia to make his way up here. As a sleep will come in onto both of them. The Lee Sin trying to flash away, but it's not going to be enough. Swift up by the Lilia. Big Gnar into the wall, but Bugax is just a little bit burnt out. And he will get taken down, shut down by Bobbitt, who is 6-1.
6-1, 10 stacks on that Dark Seal. That's a ton of extra gold going up to this Lilia, who makes the right call to come through. And I gotta say, Tali's performance on this Aurelia has been fantastic. His lead in the mid lane is part of why Cody is struggling to actually make an impact in some of these mid-game fights, where he's not able to teleport in. His teleport's often down. He's not able to join. If he did, he'd be crushed too. He has to kind of sit back and farm, so you know you have that advantage in the side lane. And then when you add this Lilia coming in on top of it, Tali goes in, is aggressive, and then it's just been so good at using Aurelia's Qs to get out of dodge, escape, and actually bait Infinity in. You see Bobbitt come through there for the finish. And as you mentioned, he's 6-1 in this game now. Went for the burst damage again with this Luden's Echo. And I gotta say, Infinity really struggling to stick through this mid game, where they can, if they don't take these poor fights, if they don't end up getting picked and overextending here, you can absolutely come back in the late game with the comp that you have. But the overextension here is real. Double sleep into the follow-up here from Baba, and that's 2 kills.
Yep. The new Axe effect replay shows us all the action here, as Peace really just shutting them down quite literally. And yeah, just really doing a good job, I think, playing around Bugax, and him trying to kind of carry the team himself, playing around that pressure is allowing Peace to find opportunities up there as well. As Infinity a little bit strung out here at the moment. Solid Snake is getting this one down. They lose their bottom turret, but the Gnar still has pressure up in the top side. Even though he did get taken down and shut down by the Lilia, he is still very impressive, and he's actually looking for more. The autos come in. Vizicsacsi tries to hop away, and at least he will be able to live while his team gets another objective.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Vizicsacsi right now is he's just kind of an annoyance. He's able to, you know, hold down the fort on the top side of the map, but every time resources are committed to kill him, I mean, he's only died once this game. Every time that happens, you know, they're getting objectives on the bottom side of the map. Violet's able to farm freely, or you grab another Drake. It's the second one of the game here for Peace. And this 4-0 Gnar, who's now 4-1, doesn't feel like a 4-0 Gnar. You know, we talked about what he can do, the ifs, right? And he had that miraculous play around that first Rift Herald, but unfortunately Gnar isn't able to, until you go to those real 5v5 team fights, use that lead to gain advantages elsewhere, as White Lotus is alone.
Well, he's going to have to flash out of that one. If he didn't flash, he was so dead. So definitely the right maneuver there. But Peace grouping up real quick. Great macro maneuver. They get into the mid lane, take it down. They get the flash out of White Lotus. And then they back away. They're going to use that gold to pick up some items as soon as they can.
I mean, unfortunately, Cody still hasn't picked up his first Mythic yet. He's the only one, realistically, in this game who doesn't have one outside of the support. So picking up some of that extra gold in the top lane, trying to struggle, trying to get by on low eco because of the CS situation he found himself in against Tally, really hurts Infinity's ability to use this Gnar power. And yes, they pick up the second Rift Herald, and they are going to be able to grab a free turret here and get a deep charge. But you've got to be so careful about overextending here right now. Buggus doesn't have his Gnar bar, so there's not going to be much to gain here, unfortunately. And this means that if you could look at the top side of your map, guess where Tally's going? He's got a full wave up there. He knows that Infinity was grouped bottom. He's fairly free to push that. And he might just have a free turret on his hands, and Peace are going to rotate to support it.
Yeah. Absolutely. And you can feel Peace slowly taking over this game with the Aurelia with the 6-1 Lilia, who has 2 items already at this point. Zhonya's complete as well. It's just so oppressive. With the 10 stacks of the Darkseal, as you mentioned, it's just like you're not really going to be able to kill BABIP unless you CC him 100-0. And that's a really scary thought, especially because Ackerman's trying to get this engaged. Here comes the Lee Sin. Really nice kick over the wall, actually, into the stolen Solar Flare from the Sylas, so they get the Leona. As here we go, finally they're able to lock down BABIP, and all of a sudden, a couple of members going too deep in the enemy jungle, and you're going to lose Baron potential.
You had to do BABIP dirty. You had to say, unless they 100 him to 0 on CC, and he was pretty much locked down that whole time. Teleport coming through here as they look to contest this.
Yeah, looks like Infinity want to go for the turn. It is against the Xayah. Not going to be easy to lock down, but with the Mega Gnar, they're looking for Tally. As here comes Solid Snake. Gonna look for the slow at least, and this is quite the far chase. They might be able to get Tally, maybe, as Cody nearly dies to Violet. And Tally is still on the run, not gonna be able to find another flawless duet. And at least they get the kill, I suppose, but Peace at least stopped them from taking the Baron.
Yeah, Peace are gonna be pretty happy with this. Yes, you lose Tally, but you're able to grab the aggro off the Baron. You're able to buy enough time for BABIP to respawn here. Cody gets very low. Some minions here on the top side of the map, but we'll be fine. Thankfully for him, is going to be able to get out of there. We'll lose a little bit of this wave. Unfortunately, you see the question mark ping there, but it happens to everyone. Is finally got his Everfrost online now, so is going to be able to have a bigger impact in these upcoming team fights. Can set up for some roots, can try to punish BABIP. As we saw in that last fight, you called it out right before. BABIP actually can be CC'd 100-0 if he is isolated while he's trying to be greedy. Meanwhile...
Oh, we're not wasting any time getting into more fights. Bugak's trying to go 1v1 with this Chachi, but we got the teleport coming in, but it's not doing enough for the side of Peace. And now the Sylas is getting to work, but he's got Ignite onto him, and you see the damage here from Tally is just a little bit too much. Cody is going to get flashed on and hit down with that W. As now we do have the rotations coming in. We got Infinity looking for a little bit more. As the sleep will go down and the Zhonya's is there for BABIP, but where's the follow-up? It's just not there. Only Tally's able to get Gnar down and does have to back away. White Lotus being there means that Peace cannot extend the rest of the fight without their 80 carry.
This is so unfortunate for Peace because you end up losing your flash for BABIP. He uses ult there, but without Violet in this fight, as you mentioned, the follow-up damage just isn't there. Tally's not ahead enough to where he could do it alone. Yes, he's got a Sterak's and a Gore Drinker. That's going to buy you a lot of time. You're going to survive a lot, but you don't have the damage to finish off those targets without an 80 carry behind you. And that's the issue here is Peace, I think, just kind of their eyes too big for their stomach in this fight, feeling, okay, we're really ahead. We can win this fight. And it's a perfect sleep. It's the one you're looking for, but there's no follow-up damage. And now Zhonya's on cooldown. They are going to group up for this Drake. And with the resets here for Infinity, it's actually going to give them a free soul point. But it does feel like this could have been a much nicer position had Peace not fully committed to that last fight.
Yeah, and a lot of these fights, to be honest, have kind of been like, okay, well, we have more vision. I think we got this guy caught out. Let's go on to it. And then it's like this pile-on effect where it's like, oh, who can get there? Who can get there on time? Should we use a teleport? And, like, everybody's just diving into the pit. The macro here in this later stage of the mid-game isn't... It doesn't feel structured very much. You know, it's like we got this 1v1, we got a big roam down to the bottom side, and then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose, and everybody's teleporting and running down bot.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at how this fight started, it looked fantastic, right, for Peace. They had the numbers advantage, but Cody's able to survive long enough, gets that last-second flash away, and that buys enough time for the big rotation down. And without Violet here, I mean, look at where he is right now. He's not even crossed the midpoint of the map. You just can't win this fight, and this attempted turn is the part that's just a little bit too optimistic for me to stomach, because yes, it is a great sleep opportunity, and yes, you are a Fed Lilia, but you alone can't do it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, the second you see that Aphelios, you could have said, okay, there's 4 men slept, like maybe Tally can jump in and kill everybody. Well, it's so risky. It's so risky to do that into the Aphelios who's got Crescendo and is just waiting. He's champing at the bit. Here we go. Speaking of which, they're going to get on top of the Leona, who has to blow her stopwatch, as now trying to go forward. The solo player not able to do too much, and now we'll go to Leona first, as we have Bobbin getting wrecked on the top side, not able to survive for long enough. Tally is trying to go 1v5, quite literally. He's going to get one, and now we have the Xayah looking for the turn. Unbelievable plays right now, as the Aurelia goes in, but unfortunately gets sunk down. Maybe the dream is dead. Violet and Vizicsacsi trying to turn this one around, and they should be able to, but Bugax is way too fed as the red buff. Will it be enough? No, it will not, as Bugax will clean up the house and be the only one left to stand.
I mean, we're 27 kills into this game at 25 minutes, and this is the kind of action you expect to see. And finally, Bugax is 12-2. Gnar now is starting to really show itself here, but it was a really close fight, and you could see the potential of what this team comp for Peace can do when their AD carry is there, when Violet is here. Now, if he had actually, you know, a third item online, if he has an Infinity Edge here in this fight, I think they end up winning that swimmingly. He's not quite that far online just yet. He's 1-1-3 in this game, so we haven't reached that late game Xayah power yet. But what's scary for me for Infinity is that you can see that how difficult it is to kill this Aurelia in these team fights, and then the follow-up CC in these longer fights here for Peace just allows Violet free reign. And yes, at the end of the day, a Fed Bugax is going to clean up house, but look at how much space Tally buys for Violet. Like, he is untouched in this fight. Now, I know you're probably watching this thinking, well, Wolf, but I mean, they still technically win the fight. But this is terrifying, because in 5 minutes time, you won't win this fight against Violet. If this sort of fight happens again, you don't get those blow-up kills, if you can't get on top of the AD carry, he's not supposed to be the last one to die. If he's the last one to die, you got a big problem as Infinity.
Yeah. This is why we're seeing so much priority on the Aurelia, by the way. Not only good in the lane, but also you build a couple of items. I'm sure you guys know the name of the 2 items, Core Drinker and the Sterix. And you run in there, oh, how about a Death Stance as well? And how about some more armor against everybody who's fed that's not Sylas, right? You deny so much more damage even just with that one item. And yes, you could potentially get CC down, but you're Aurelia. So like, he's just in a position to carry in this game because of that. The Sylas is not really ending up doing much in this one. He has those 2 items online, and not to mention the 3rd item, which makes him even more tanky and survivable in these fights. And especially when there's 4 people on top of you, you're going to get even more value out of that Core Drinker, and it makes you even more annoying to handle. And having the majority of your damage being basically only the Aphelios is, you know, sometimes it's enough, but sometimes when you're facing a Fed Aurelia, it is not. As we're seeing an engage right now onto the Jace. They're trying to drop down Vizicsacsi, and they will be able to. They take down the Jace. A huge sleep is coming in. Let's see if the Aurelia can get it done. Tally is in the back line doing so much damage, but he will eventually be taken out by Bugax. As we do not see the Aphelios this time, but Bugax is like, I don't care, I'm the AD carry. Unfortunately, not really able to stand up to Violet and his red buff. He is chasing them down, and this Xayah in a game like this is ending up getting some decent value.
And Valdez, I said it was going to take maybe 5 more minutes, and then we'd see a fight where it doesn't go like that, but it was only moments after the previous one where we see Violet clean up house again, and Tally, he survives so long with these items, as you mentioned, that it just becomes nigh impossible to lock him down. And we're going to see this Drake fight here. This is for Cloud Soul itself, not Cloud Soul Point. They've already gotten that.
Steal? Nope.
Nope.
Nice try.
But
The issue here is that as Infinity, your options now feel very limited in terms of blowing up a carry. You look for the Jace in this scenario here. It's Vizicsacsi who's actually locked down, but look at BOBIP in this fight. Look at how decisive he has been all night long. Flash forward, multiple sleeps, 4 set up here into the Zhonya's. You can't lock down this Lilia, who gets another Q off in the fight, and everyone is focusing down Tally. You've got to get on top of Violet here, but it's just too little too late. And if Violet, again, if he's able to survive long enough, we talked about it in the draft, Xayah is one of those champions that is impossible to lock down when you've got such a strong front line. And Peace look like they have practiced this Lilia comp so well. Every single one of these fights where you see BOBIP make that decisive flash, you know this is planned from the beginning. Vizicsacsi is just the catalyst. Yes, he goes down, but you can win that 4v5 fight with a 4-man sleep.
You can see how much damage the Gnar is doing. The Aphelios actually one of the first to die on the side of Infinity. And the problem is that he's doing a lot of damage and he's mini Gnar, right? So, yeah, I mean, he's got a bunch of items. He's got Wit's End. He's got the Sterix, right? And he'll be in your face and hitting you a lot, but he's not getting that big stun of the wall. He's not Mega Gnar, and that's because that fight was basically like, I'm Rakan and I'm going to press my buttons and I found a free kill. Well, it's free until you overextend and you get 4-man slept by BOBIP, who's having yet a wonderful game, another wonderful game on this Lilia. So Peace now in control of this game. Feels like it's gone a bit back and forth on that one.
Sure.
As we were definitely expecting this game to be close. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this many kills, to be honest. 32 so far.
And the Aphelios, you know, he's an item behind, but he will get his Infinity Edge fairly soon. He's got his Collector online. The problem is that getting this, you know, Irelia down to enough health where you can actually proc that and get that kill is really a big question for Infinity. They are obviously building a little bit of heal deny as well. But I think the biggest issue for me is that yes, you have a really tanky Gnar. Yes, he could do a lot of damage. And he could set for these stuns. But you've got to take the fights in the right moments. I think looking for a single target blow-up when Lilia exists and she is this fed might not be the plan anymore. You might actually have to just front-to-back team fight here. Play around the fact that if you do lock up the Irelia long enough, you might be able to kill a Solid Snake.
Oh man, he was backing on a ward, and that is not the time to be doing that. Over the wall with the ult flash, the kick not going to help out too much. Even nearly gets Cody into some trouble. As BOBIP going to take that kill, secure it for himself, and now Peace will take a lovely Baron.
So the positional advantage they have here, and with the enemy jungler down, you know you can rush this down with Violet having 3 items online here. Vizicsacsi in good position to poke.
They're going to try to contest here, but as you mentioned, no smite, no hope of taking the Baron. And now you see the turn comes out here from the side of Peace, and they'll just get a bonus orange buff on top of it all, taking down the Gnar. As BOBIP even getting a bit more, going to force that cleanse out of White Lotus. Had to use a bunch of stuff to get that out, but you can see Peace, they are not done just yet. The flash comes in, big charm though, and now we got White Lotus actually kiting back. You gotta be careful about this. TP now coming in, but it looks like Peace, even though they get themselves into a little bit of a dangerous spot, they will be okay.
Yeah, Violet just has the escape available. They didn't have to use any tools on the turn. The sleep, you know, forcing the cleanse after the Baron is taken. You know, Violet popping his ultimate there way, way later on, so you could be so aggressive. Tally's not even looking twice on the rotation, and he knows his teammates are very likely going to be safe there in that skirmish. But it all comes down to Solid Snake getting picked on that ward, and that's why you've got to be so careful about where you're sweeping as a team like Infinity here. If you lose your jungler at this critical moment before a Baron, your chances of going to the World's group stage might just be nil. Like, that's a moment that Infinity are going to look back on, and everything that happened before this feels so insignificant compared to that one mistake, that one back location where Peace get the first Baron power play.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And, you know, Infinity's comp here, by the way, Red Bull Baron power play. Congratulations to Peace for picking that one up. It is a big one so far, nearly 4,000 gold with this Red Bull Baron power play, so you can see the goal difference on time. It was very close for an extremely long amount of time, but now it's all Peace that have a pretty massive lead. And now with this Elder coming up in a minute and a half, we have Mega Gnar though in a bit. We see Buax looking for a bit more. He won't be able to take it down. So we'll have to see if he can get Mega Gnar back here for this Elder fight. I believe he should be able to.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really critical as it's timing out now. And this is when Peace are going to look to pounce. There's the Solar Flare.
Well, they want White Lotus. He doesn't have Cleanse this time. If the stun went down, that could have been his doom, as the stun here from the Aurelia going to be missed, as we got Solid Snake on the backline, but he's being torn to shreds right now by the Xayah. And Infinity just a little bit out of sorts here as we have the flash come in, the sleep onto the Aphelios, and now will come the Cavalry. Peace are looking to take down all of these bowling pins in one fell swoop, as Tally now diving under the turret will be able to snipe this one. Actually, Chachi does pick it up, but with the Baron, they will be looking to end this game.
Oh, very, very close game, back and forth. But once Tally's lead started to snowball so much that he was practically immortal in these team fights, Bobib's follow-ups were solid, and this is a very, very decisive win here in what was a very tumultuous mid-game for Peace. Their chances of making it out of play-ins and going to the group stage hang by a thread, but there is still a thread of hope. You look at some of these later fights, unfortunately for Infinity Esports, Solid Snake gets caught. You're grouping up around that Elder Drake fight, or that Elder Drake pit, but what are you fighting for there? They're split up. There's a disconnect between the front line. Bugax gets dropped on. The back line is running away, and in that moment, Peace are decisive. You see this time and time again from Tally, the veteran, on this Aurelia. He was afraid of nothing in this game. And he's definitely my MVP coming out of this one, because his plays, his survivability on this Aurelia gave Violet so much space, gave Bob the ability to engage in. And this is a very pivotal win here for Peace, because it keeps their chances alive. And as you mentioned, they had the toughest opponents in the group starting things off. You get the momentum rolling here for your last few games, maybe you can turn it around. Maybe you make it through that tiebreaker. There's still hope.
There is definitely still hope. It's not going to be easy, but it has to start somewhere, and they do pick up a win. Unfortunately for Infinity Esports, I don't believe they have a chance now to make it out of the group, but they gave it a good shot, as we were hearing before from the analysts as well. You know, a lot of their games were very close, and this one included, right? It sometimes comes down to some of the best of ones not really going too well for you. So we'll have to wait and see what they can do in the future, but that is going to do it for that game. Any final thoughts on that one, Wolf?
Really nice play from Peace overall. Infinity gave it their best. It was a rough group for them, but, you know, sometimes you make those critical mistakes. It's unfortunate.
Absolutely. So we'll have to see what happens in the future of this group. But, guys, we're going to go to a break, and we'll hear from the State Farm Analyst Desk after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is waiting. Make it yours.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where I can confidently say that was the most exciting game of the day that we've had so far here as Peace finds victory over Infinity Esports to move to 1-2, keep their hopes of moving on to the next round alive. And they do it in awesome fashion. Again, it was neither the cleanest game from either of these two teams, Goldberg, but at the end of the day, they showed us what we were talking about from earlier, their ability to pull it together in the mid to late game, use their synergy as a team to ultimately overcome Infinity.
I, for one, did not think it was awesome. I still think...
What do you mean?
I think it... It was a tough way to get there for them. I think it could have been, still way cleaner. But let's take it to the point you were talking about, right? So okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt here. Let's take it to the point where we do get to the late game, and we are watching these fights. Because I think Talion D'Aurelia, despite not being the one picking up the kills all the time, had so much pressure juggling around the members of Infinity to try kind of get the ball going towards these late game team fights. And obviously, the man of the match, really, for me here, Babib in the jungle, really showing up, not only in his lane presence, but also in the team fights, finding so many crucial sleeps to really make everything easier for Peace.
Well, then no surprise that Babib becomes our Oppo player of the game here in game number 3 of the day. And this is where I want to turn to you, Kaizen, because it sounds like maybe you're a little bit more aligned with me on the awesomeness of this game.
Hey, man, I've been up since 2 a.m. and I thought that was awesome. That woke me up. And look, this was a sloppy game, but I loved it. This was Peace showing up. I was doubting them. I thought Infinity was clearly the better team. But what they showed from Peace is that they have multiple players who can step up. Just like Goldberg was saying, this was the Babip and Tally show. It was basically the mid difference that allowed Peace to sustain through the fact that there was a 12-2 Gnar on the field and created the space for the Xayah to be able to deal all the damage to clean up in these fights. If you notice, a lot of these fights were spent with White Lotus trying to run away because he did not have the robust front line because his Sylas was down so much CS. So really, really a fun game. I feel bad for Bugax, but really excited for Peace.
But still at the same time, I'm worried for Infinity as well, because you get this good of an early game with, from the Rift Herald fight where you just got everything going, the 4-0 Gnar in matchups where he shouldn't do well. This Gnar was picked into Irelia and Jace, and this is not usually a matchup that's supposed to work. He makes it work anyway, and despite this, they just can't clean it up when you get to these late game fights.
I mean, it is a perfect example of what we were talking about when it comes to this Infinity squad. We're going to see some amazing play out of Bugax as an individual, but struggling to convert those individual plays into team-wide success, Kaizen.
Yeah, and I think part of the problem here is, and this is an issue we've seen with Infinity multiple games now, when they have these advantages, they sort of lose focus and they don't actually play around it. There was a fight where Gnar is top right here, and they don't have vision in the enemy jungle, right? So this is a situation where you have a 4-0 Gnar. Why do you not either have your whole team there if you don't have vision, or have vision so you don't need your whole team there? And instead, they choose to go into this fight 2 versus 3. They don't have the reinforcements available to get a numerical advantage, and they end up throwing away the gold advantage that they had invested in the Gnar. So it was really disappointing to see from Infinity, and it felt like, honestly, Bugax was in a position where he was fighting against his team rather than having his team fight for him.
And on the flip side, it highlights that point you were making. Again, the ability of Peace to kind of recognize how they are going to be able to come back into this game, bringing Tally up to the top lane with support and jungle by his side to convert, big shutdowns. We have to remember, as Kaizen said, that was a 4-0 Gnar at that point, okay? So taking him down of all people is a massive influx of gold.
Definitely, but I think as much as we can and celebrate peace towards the mid to late game here. I also fancy now their chances going up against these other teams, because now we finally do see if you get to the mid game where you're not completely shut down by the laning phase, but you're actually the one who gets to punish them. Like, I'm thinking back to the mid lane with Tally just blowing off the summoner spells early from the Sylas. Like, the fact that he's not getting solo killed himself, the fact that he's able to utilize these resources for himself and later down towards the team fights, that gives me hope for OC as a region to still make it, because remember, you just have to not finish last place. You just have to do better than them.
Exactly. And so, yeah, refocusing back towards peace as they were the victors in this game, Kaizen, I think it should be recognized that people might question how they even ended up down or against a Gnar that was 4-0, 13-2 at one point, as you said before, given the fact that they had both Jace and Aurelia, two solid matchups, either of which they could have played into Gnar. And so, again, we'll continue to hammer that point that they find themselves at times in deficits that they have to claw out of. And against tougher and tougher opponents as you move forward through this tournament, that's going to be a harder hill to climb.
Yeah, and you're not going to have that luxury versus the harder opponents. I think fortunately here, Infinity lost focus and Peace was given opportunities back into the game. And granted, we should acknowledge that I think Bobbeth and Tally just played mechanically extremely well. But you can't rely on that every game, particularly against teams that are going to have more mechanically proficient players. So what I want to see is them continue to focus on just having a stable early game. You don't even need to get ahead. We've seen that post laning phase, they're actually fine on the map, but just make sure to stabilize that early game because it almost got out of hand.
But guys, they've already played against LNG. They've already played against Hammer Live Esports. I'm not saying the other teams are not good. That's coming up. I'm just saying they started at the toughest hill, and now they just, they get to roll down. They have an easier time going downhill instead. So I'm more hopeful for them now than I was before.
A big victory for Peace and a momentum builder, to say the least. But here, as we head to a commercial break, check out Red's pick as the song that represents their play style and the rest of the teams competing at Worlds on the official Low playlist on Spotify. They've chosen Industry Baby by Lil Nas X, an absolute banger, to say the least.
Good song.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is waiting. Make it yours. Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at Worlds Play-Ins, and it is me, Valdez, with Wolf, bringing you our final game of the day, the fourth game of the day, and it is a big one. It is Hanwha Life Esports up against the Red Canids from CBLOL. This is going to potentially determine who can secure a second-place spot. Of course, not going to be determined on this match, but it means so much because these are the two teams right below LNG.
That's right, and you know, if you're going to get that higher seed going into the play-ins bracket, this is going to skip a huge matchup for you. The less you get the show before the group stage, the better chance you have in the group stage, assuming that you make it. So there's a lot of things that are really critical here for Hanwha Life Esports. I think for Hanwha Life Esports as well, it's just re-solidifying the idea that in this group, they are favorites to be top 2, right? I don't think most people were putting them as number 1. You and I, you know, kind of both broke down the group and we were thinking, okay, LNG number 1, Hanwha Life Esports number 2. I don't think that's a unique thought that you and I have, right?
Yeah.
But for Hanwha Life Esports to lose to LNG, but then also struggle against Infinity was a little bit worrying yesterday until they bounced back today in that first matchup. And to go 2-0 on the day to end the group with a 3-1, I think is kind of relieving for LCK fans if they're able to pull it off here and make it work.
Yeah, it's definitely a good feeling, obviously, but they are moving on to the Red Canids, and the Red Canids were able to show that, hey, we can get an early lead against a good team, right? They were able to do it up against LNG. Unfortunately, after that, LNG immediately clapped back, and it didn't last for too long, but LNG are an incredibly strong team, as we all know, at least in this play-in so far. So can Hanwha Life have that amount of strength? Can they potentially not fall behind? Because, you know, something that this team gets touted for is their individual strength. You look at Chovy, you look at Deft, and can they potentially even get ahead early and win these laning phases that we all know are so important?
It's so surreal to me to see Kesman on the world stage because he's a coach that's led Hanwha Life Esports throughout the entirety of this year and through ups and downs, right? Hanwha Life Esports being a top 3 team in LCK Spring, but then falling down to 8th place in the regular season in summer. And you might be wondering, well, how did they make Worlds then? Well, because of their performance in Spring and their miracle run through the gauntlet, where they were 1 win away from this being T1 today that we're looking at right now and not Hanwha Life Esports. That's how they made their miracle run. And that's a cool story for Kesman as well, who's made some controversial decisions in terms of the jungle, right? In terms of Dudu versus Morgan in the top lane. But what's so interesting about this matchup to me for Red Canids versus Hanwha Life Esports is that Red Canids also finished 6th place in the CBLOL region and were able to fight their way through a very difficult bracket, a very difficult final. So both of these teams really shaking up expectations based on their performances in regular season, and performance on the day at the end where it matters most is the most important.
Yeah, so you would imagine that these two teams would not be scared from the best of ones that they do have to play here, especially one that is so important. As you guys can see, it does look like we have an issue with one of the computers here, so looking to get that solved as soon as possible. And, yeah, I mean, both of these teams are survivors, you know, the way you put it. And they're here on this stage because they were able to survive through such a, you know, terrifying gauntlet in each of their own regions. And I'm just curious to see who's going to turn up today. Red Canids, you know, they looked pretty frustrated after their loss against LNG, which is understandable because they got such a nice early lead. It just felt so good, right? You get 2 kills and you get the Rift Herald. Like, this is what dreams are made of in the early game. And then just everything fell to the wayside and LNG took over. So
yeah,
maybe they're going to have that fiery revenge in their hearts and take it out on the LCK, on Hanwha Life Esports. As I'm getting an update, guys, that it is a mouse issue. Just looking to get that solved.
That's right. So usually small hardware issues like this are very easy to fix because sometimes you can just simply replace it if it's not fixable in terms of software or anything like that. But going back into that last game you mentioned with Red Canids actually having that lead and then falling behind, it was a game where the composition of LNG allowed them to get explosive picks and blow up single targets with the lethality that they had, right? And going into this series, Hanwha Life Esports don't play that same sort of style. I don't think we're going to see Chovy on Zed, for example. I don't think that's, I mean, as much as I'd love to, I don't think we're going to go down that path.
We'll see.
But I think the scarier part for Hanwha Life Esports for Red Canids here is going to be the kind of slow creep up of the Chovy factor, right? How are you going to survive and lane against this guy? He's going to take a CS lead against you, regardless of what champion he's on, very likely, regardless of matchup. How do you cope with that and try to get through a mid-game where you can actually take some early fights? Because I think that's where Red Canids have strength, right, is in the early to mid-game. They can play those skirmishy comps, they can get a lead there, and make sure that Hanwha Life Esports don't get to coast to the late game. It's not really Hanwha Life Esports style throughout summer. They're a very aggressive team, actually, in the summer split. But they've moved into a more Gen G-esque style later on, where they're playing very slow towards late game scaling, playing around Chovy's ability to just scale up in terms of CS, get a few picks early, and then have that late game power, have that late game split pushing power with Morgan. That's why his Camille rose to priority so high at the end of the gauntlet. So things like this are things that Red Canids are they want to make sure they have a lead early and actually can continue to snowball that against Hanwha Life Esports, more so even than they had against LNG, because Hanwha Life have been playing so slow recently.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good read, and you know, we'll just have to wait and see. From what I can tell on stage, guys, it does look like the issue is solved. We got a bunch of fist bumps and stuff like that, so we're just testing settings and looking to get the show on the road. Once again, sorry for the small delay, but really excited for this one. I think it could be a very fiery matchup. We just saw a bit of that with Infinity Esports up against Peace. We had an insane amount of kills, very back and forth. I would not be surprised if we see it here as well. We're getting the focus onto Deft. Him and Vista actually played very nicely against Peace in their first game of the day. And obviously, another confidence booster for the side of Hanwha Life as well, as it does look like we are just about ready to hop into Big Band.
Looks like it. This is going to be such a critical one for both of these teams. Hanwha Life Esports, to lose here would be a huge upset, put you at, you know, a very, very close 2-2 scoreline. That's not how you want to end your group stage. It means you're going to have to play another match to get into, or rather to play into the groups. You'll have to play that extra match. That's not what you want. You want to get that 3-1. You want to try to soar through this in second place, as we'll once again see that ban on Chovy's LeBlanc. We've seen that not a Chovy exclusive, very popular. The Aurelia taken away too. We'll see if they go for a third solo lane ban here.
Tryndamere, anyone thinking about Tryndamere? Will we see it banned again against Chovy? I think, you know, obviously it can be flex, but it's definitely something that Chovy has mentioned multiple times in multiple interviews, actually, that he thinks it's an extremely strong pick. Not to the point where you can't win against it, but he thinks that, you know, if it's available, he's probably going to play it. So curious to see what the Red Canids think about that. Maybe they've been practicing their mid-Gragas. Would be interesting to see how they decide to counter it if it does come out.
The Ezreal ban here screams that they want to prioritize Titan into the Misfortune role here, I think, because, yes, Deft has played a lot of Ezreal even in this tournament. It's one of his strongest picks towards the end, of course, of summer in the LCK. Scaling pick, but hasn't done very well, actually, in Worlds so far. Very low win rate at the moment, and you know, it feels like they're trying to deny some comfort here. The same goes, of course, with this Gwen ban towards the Red Canids. But if you're going to ban the Ezreal here, it looks like Misfortune priorities on the menu. It would be a huge mistake, I feel, to not take that here, even with things like the Kiana available right now, Talon available to Zed, the jungle picks that have been so highly prioritized, but it will be that Misfortune. And now the question becomes, do Hanwha Life Esports try to deny that Amumu pick that they dominated Peace with?
Yeah, it's pretty rough, and it's a good call, Wolf, because, you know, how can you deny at this point? There's no other support bans, and actually, they're just going to go back to try it and test it, as the Camille gets selected here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports, probably going to be in the hands of Morgan, and we even have the Taliyah, rather, alongside of that Camille. A nasty duo together can be really hard to play against.
Yeah, it's really, really powerful in terms of how much you can control the side lane. So now if you're Red Canids, you have to really think about this counter pick for the Camille. How do you want to have a side laning champion that's going to be able to put up with the Camille's pressure early, with, you know, basically potentially being camped by the Taliyah, and how you're going to be able to deal with that as the game goes longer, where that side lane pressure becomes even stronger. We're going to leave that towards the second part of the draft here as they lock in the Xin Zhao, and they will get that Amumu that was left open. But going back now to the side of Hanwha Life Esports, there's a lot of AD champions available that Chovy likes to play if he's given something like the Taliyah. Even the Yone is not out of the question, but to do it blind here would be very bold, and considering Hanwha Life Esports are not sitting at a 3-0, they're at the 2-1 in this group. This is such a critical match. I think you hold off on that for now. They'll lock in the rare Kai'Sa here for Deft.
Very interesting. Kai'Sa, definitely a pick that you kind of know for, you know, you have a big team fight, somebody lands some hard engage, she hops into the back line and wreaks havoc, right? But actually the repositioning effect of her ultimate can be used at times to get you to safety. Not sure if he's going to be able to do it on time against this really insane combo that we already have on the side of Red Canids, but we will have to see. Very short range. I don't think it's going to do very well in the lane at all against what we are looking at with the MF and Amumu. But we'll see what Hanwha Life have up their sleeves, as we do have Kennen banned here away from Gigo.
Yeah.
And the Yone away from Chovy.
The Yone was talking about something that Chovy has played so much with the Taliyah. We talked about it in that Peace series. We might just also see the Yasuo come along with it, but the thing about the Kennen pick here is that it's one of the most common responses in the LCK to this Camille, because yes, you might struggle in terms of the side laning later on, but you can do okay in the early game if you can hit those stuns, the Q buff that came a long way, a little way back, but you also have the ability to team fight better than a Camille often with that. So just removing that, removing the Rise, which could be such a great counter to this pressure that you're going to see on the top side with the Camille and the Taliyah. With Weaver's Wall, you have essentially a pseudo-global with this pick, and if you have a Rise to match that rotation, you don't get that same power in that top matchup. We don't know what the matchup will be just yet, but it's a great ban here onto Grevthar.
Now, Chovy could wait. They could go ahead and pick their support here and save counter pick. The Leona is available, not banned away on the side of Red Canids because they're so scared of Chovy's AD picks for a good reason, right? You already have the safety jungler in here. We don't want to see yet another AD mid laner that Chovy is extremely well versed on. So they try to ban out as many as possible. That means that Vista is able to get his hands on the Leona pick. And what is going to be the follow-up here? We saw Jax out of LNG.
There it is.
The Tryndamere and the Aurelia, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And we're going to see it again here from the side of Red Canids.
I mean, Jax did so well for LNG because that was an AD composition purely for Hanwha Life Esports. Shut down Deft's Ezreal extremely well around objectives. This is a very completely different draft where you have that magic damage from Willer. And we also could still see Chovy end up playing something like the Azir. Now, I really like this Twisted Fate. It's an alternative option, right, versus the Rise in terms of dealing with that Weaver's Wall pressure on the top side of the map. As don't think we're going to be seeing Nami here. That would have been, you know, I'd love to see Chovy play mid Nami, but the Azir is still an option here, and you can threaten the Twisted Fate. You have kill pressure there, but the Sylas is extremely strong. You can actually steal Twisted Fate's ultimate, then use it to match that rotation as well without utilizing your teleport. It's a kind of one of the oldest tricks in the book, right? To follow that Twisted Fate with the Sylas. It's crazy it went all the way through this draft. It's one of the best, you know, AP champions for Chovy there in the mid lane.
Absolutely. I was thinking that Chovy was going to pick up the TF, especially after the Rise ban, but the Sylas, after seeing the TF, makes a lot of sense, and we do see it come through here. And not only is it a fantastic pick into the TF, but Chovy, you know, we can say this about a lot of his picks, but Sylas is one of these ones where he has been known to just take off on a jet plane and solo carry. So can he do it here again against the Red Canids? Very curious to see, as he'll definitely be looking to put on a lot of pressure in that mid lane.
Very, very exciting stuff here. The tension is high in the world stage right now. This is such a pivotal match for both of these teams. And Grevthar, rising star here in the CBLOL region, picked up by Red Canids just for playoffs, ended up picking up multiple MVP wins in that grand finals. He was one of the star players, one of the reasons why they're here. And now he faces off against the most famous mid laner in play-ins in Chovy, one of the stars that is rising around the world. The name Chovy, nobody doesn't know who he is anymore, even though he's a play-ins player right now. Part of the reason why people were so excited to see Hanwha Life Esports was to see Chovy dunk on, you know, some of these emerging regions, and I think Grevthar might give him a run for his money here. This matchup between the Twisted Fate and the Sylas can definitely be one that absolutely goes Sylas favored if the Twisted Fate makes some mistakes, uses some gold cards at inopportune moments. That's when Chovy will strike, and that's where it can be so terrifying. So this is going to be a good one, Valdez.
This is the big final shebang from Group A in the play-ins today. And I'm really excited that we get to be here, you and I, Wolf, and get to do this game.
30 seconds until
We definitely feel like Red Canids could come in here and pick up a win, but Hanwha Life looking intimidating as well after they absolutely stomped Peace earlier today.
And it was with the, you know, Amumu support in the bottom lane. This time they play against it, so we'll see how they end up performing here. The mention that you had earlier about Deft's ability to ult into these team fights just feels so incredibly strong when you think about this composition now that it's completed. With Chovy's ability to go into team fights, right? Set up those stuns and just dive right in. Willer can, of course, ult in. You've got Morgan's Hextech Ultimatum and the Solar Flare. If I'm Titan in this game, I am so terrified. You better take that cleanse. He did. But still, even one cleanse isn't going to be enough. I mean, yeah, there's a decent amount of peel here between the Amumu, obviously the gold cards that you're going to have, and this Xin Zhao. But positioning is going to be everything, and if you overstep for just one moment, your cleanse is gone, you overstep a second time, and all your damage, your consistent range damage is gone for Red Canids here. So important Titan's performance here on this Misfortune.
Yeah, absolutely, and likewise for the bottom lane of Hanwha Life, I feel like Deft in this lane, especially against Arcane Comet MF, which you do see, it's going to be rough. You're going to get zoned away a lot. You're going to take a lot of poke damage here. He's doing a nice job of actually clearing the wave faster than Titan is, so having some luck with that. Should hit level 2 first, and that will certainly help him out with that. As Willer, you know, one thing to mention is his jungle pathing from game 1 against Peace, where he went level 3, got red buff, did Raptors into blue, got level 3, and then he went bot immediately. And that was after Deft and Vista were able to put on the herd at level 1. We'll see if he tries to replicate that here in this game against the Red Canids.
Yeah, it's a really good thing to point out. You know, his start solo means that obviously Deft can clear quickly, as you mentioned before. It's a really nice pathing to take here, and the threat that you have with this Leona is similar to what you have with the Amumu, but there's an Amumu on the other side, so I don't think he'll be able to commit as heavily there on the bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, Gigo actually doing quite well here against Morgan in this early game. It's a pretty even start. It looks like he's not going to be alone. Grevthar taking the long walk, but that's such a valuable ward.
Yeah, Red Canids were like, oh, who's the weak link on Hanwha Life? I guess it's Morgan. And they're all going to be coming up here on top of the ward. The teleport comes in immediately from Chovy. And it looks like the Red Canids will actually respect that and not commit to their level 3 roam to the top side. That was pretty scary.
That was such a sick macro play too, because look at the CS that Chovy is losing in mid as that wave is just under turret range, and I don't think you're getting a pick here.
Here we go. They're going to get the teleport down on the bottom side, but this time it's looking a little bit more dangerous for Hanwha Life as Shoto's leading the charge, but the damage is actually coming out from Deft as another teleport comes in though, as the flash is good from Gigo. He's going to be able to get both of them with the counter strike. As now, with the follow-up, Deft has nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. Gigo will take him down on top of the kill to Leah. So wow, Red Canids coming in hot in the bottom lane.
Now this is going to cost Grevthar a lot of farm, but he'll be happy to take a kill and an assist for the trade. And the really cool thing about this is it's all a setup plan, because when you go look at the top side play, you walked up there, so you get to keep teleport. You know that Chovy can't match your teleport bottom because he had to use it top. You have a lot of power here. You know the gank is coming. You remember it from last game, and if Willer wasn't top, he's going to be here. And this is so critical, actually, and they're able to get that trade back kill here as Deft. Because without that, you feel really terrible about this scenario. He's going to end up going down here anyway at the end of the day, but this is such a great macro play. The trade-off, though, is the CS.
Morgan is able to buffer it, but it doesn't matter when there's 3 of them in the top lane. Morgan is trying to survive. They're going to force a flash as we got action in the mid lane as well. Chovy trying to tank it up, and the damage is there, but Willer gets traded on, and Teton isn't done just yet. He's got that strut and was thinking about it, but Chovy able to get over the wall. At least he gets to safety, but man, there's so much action on this map.
That's going to mitigate a lot of the CS deficit there that Grevthar had mid to push Chovy out of lane. You could see that Teton is actually just going to hover mid for a little while himself to pick up some of the slack there. He's also finding himself behind in CS, but the kills are coming through as Morgan is collapsed on twice in this game.
Oh, Ignite, he's looking for it. The kill on the Gigo, and he's going to get it. Gigo this time not respecting it. He picked up his own scene. He's like, well, I must be really powerful now. Loses his counter-strike, and immediately Morgan strikes back.
Without the counter-strike there, you're not going to be able to compete. Aegis now coming up here to pick up the slack as jungles are just on cleanup duty after what has been a 7 kills in 6-minute game. Less than 6 minutes, I should say. As Morgan has a level advantage because Gigo spent so much time on the bottom side of the map. That level advantage really helps out here. As you see this commit onto Grevthar, gets the gold card up here and dodges.
You see him dodge that seismic shove? That was insane.
The guy is extremely talented. I really am so glad he's actually here, and he got picked up for playoffs, and he's being played here, you know, against Chovy, right? I mean, this is the dream for play-ins, right? If you're a rookie player like Grevthar, you can go all the way to the top, and yes, he's 13 CS down on Chovy, but who isn't down on CS against Chovy?
Yeah, I mean, the early game was just absolute chaos, so, you know, CS be what it may.
The macro plays from Red Canids have been really cool and clearly well prepared. The problem is that all of these rotations have ended up costing them big in terms of farm and in terms of some of the gold that we're seeing. Like, yes, Morgan is down a kill, but he ended up getting a lot of power there. It cost some CS there for Vigo in the top lane. Willer is going to help clear up this dragon. It's going to be first straight going over to Hanwha Life Esports. Chovy's lead is starting to be pretty insane. The experience lead he has means he has level 6 first, so you've got to be careful about him stealing that Destiny away. Everyone needs to be all eyes on where Chovy is and when he's going to use that hijack, this level 6 timing.
Yeah, just going to hold on to it for now. Not going to use it just in case a gank comes in. He can use that Xingqiao ultimate to get safety. And with that, he's actually walking pretty deep into the enemy jungle. That ward is so lucky. Like, it's right in between those 2 control wards.
Yeah.
And it's going to get him some good value, actually. A couple of defensive control wards from Red Canids. Not able to spot that one is pretty unfortunate. As we're getting a closer look here. Even Vista's going to roam up to the mid lane, clear one out. He's thinking about it, but not going to take the risk of going into the enemy jungle and clearing the second one.
We've talked a lot about the chaos. We've talked about, you know, the advantages that Morgan's been able to gain, Chovy's CS lead, but we haven't really touched on the bot lane, which is Deft just absolutely forcing Teton out of lane. We saw Deft gap in that Peace series. He's doing it again here. There's the hijack. Got to be so careful right now as Aegis, because you're between a rock and a hard place. Morgan was heading down, and Chovy could be there at a moment's notice. Ooh, clearing that ward is pretty brave. He will get out here, but that was a risky moment.
Just Xingqiao things. Willer coming on over, and he is going to start this one up. No ping on it just yet, but I think he started it right after the ward went down, so might have a decent idea what's going on here as the rotation is coming up from Deft and Vista. Chovy with the Destiny if he needs it. He's going to give a little bit of breathing room, at least, for Teton to do anything to CS down on the bottom side, but getting this is pretty nice. As now we have the Destiny here on this one, but Chovy is right in front, trying to stop this, trying to knock Aegis away, and it will be enough as they do get the eye. As in comes Aegis, trying to look for a little bit more. Morgan is going to be frontlining. Here comes Willer. That wall does absolutely nothing, but it is going to buy some time for him to get in position. Yellow card comes in, but now look at Chovy and Vista going wild. Vista picks up the double kill somehow on this one, and Willer has set up vision behind Grevthar, who has no mana. And Deft just alone down here on the bottom side, but he will survive.
He will survive here, and, you know, they decide they're not going to drop the Rift Herald just yet. There was an opportunity with 3 grouped up. Actually, while I say that, here's the teleport in there. In fact, going to drop it. Willer says, you know what, this is just a free full plates of turrets. First brick over to us. Well,
a lot of consideration here about dropping it, but they are not going to commit, in fact. But either way, the advantages you have here as Hanwha Life Esports are really starting to balloon because you have such a late rotation over as Red Canids. You could see that they decided to do it based on the fact that Deft rotated back to lane. And when we went back to, or if you look back at that moment where Deft is coming up, it's very LCK-esque. You can see he's leaving now as he's just not able to get there. But the thing I want to mention about this team fight is that Hanwha Life Esports expected this rotation. It didn't come. And they still were able to react to the delayed rotation over so quickly because Chovy was here first that you have so much CC as Hanwha Life. You can turn this around. Morgan gets out of this fight so easily. And as you mentioned, Chovy, Vista, this is a champion he can carry on. Vista sets up the stuns, and they're going to hold on to this Rift Herald a little bit longer, but when you see Deft rotate up like that and then leave, he's like, oh, this isn't the LCK. We don't have 10 people on every first Rift Herald. I guess I'll go back to lane. Yeah. And that's when Red Canids see the opportunity to go in, but it's just a little bit too slow.
It was a really cute seismic shove as well from Willer, which made Aegis make the decision of, well, I can try to commit in here. I'm probably not going to get the smite. Or do I fight with my teammate up north? So Willer was actually able to win that kind of mind fight and pick up the Rift Herald as well, and then join the fight with his Weaver's Wall. So really cute stuff on the Taliyah. Gotta love it. And Vista, casually, the most bloodthirsty support I think we've had so far. Shout out to Doa. And yeah, I mean, he's 3-0. He picked up a double kill on that last one, and he is... I just love him because he has a stopwatch.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
It's your favorite thing. For those who don't know, it's Valdez's favorite thing, or least favorite thing, depending on the situation.
Best item in the game.
Grepthar taking a lot of damage.
Jojo was there. That was close. But Chovy is going to sidestep it.
He was 2 levels up, you know, and he's got 3 Dark Seal stacks, a little bit of extra AP coming through, but Chovy's the type of player who, if you give him just an inch like that to trade, he will trade and get out without flash, with no fear, even though he knows Jojo is there. He's like, yeah, whatever, that's 2/3 your health bar. You're gonna have to regen that up.
The shot is going to miss. We're still gonna drop this Rift Herald though, as it does come down, and here comes the Destiny, but he goes so low, he doesn't have his ultimate. Oh, he's not going to be able to survive there. As you see, Aegis now trying to survive. They're trying to get this damage onto Morgan, and they finally do, but man, the Red Canids solo laners are just not quite as fed, and they finally get the 1 kill, but it's a 2-for-1, and the plays in favor of Hanwha Life, and Chovy has a free lane.
Yeah, Chovy has a free lane. He's already ahead in CS. He's just trying to crash waves in. Here comes an engage from Vista.
Okay, they're going to try to make this happen. That's a lot of damage on a Jojo. Look at this support go, Vista. There are no brakes on this train, as he will finally go down. That's why you should probably put brakes on the train. Here's a teleport that's coming on in. Grepthar getting jumped on, not able to survive against the Kai'Sa, as now Morgan's getting into the fun. Gonna miss on that one, but it's fine because I suppose Deft just gonna flash the wall and look for the kill on a Titan and take him down for the double kill, now 4-1.
You can see Titan really frustrated there on the player cam as he goes down here. He's low on mana, doesn't have the ability to fight this out. We're not done fighting yet, apparently, as Aegis is gonna get pushed away, but Deft has the Noon Quiver and the Serrated Dirk. That's all he's got in this moment. But he knows it's enough to kill a Twisted Fate if he ults in. Like, this is the star power of Deft, the experience of a player who's been in Worlds on multiple teams, playing in this play-ins here, and he's dominating.
Well, Chovy, he is gonna flash, and you know what? Yeah, with the Kingslayer, he's like, nope, you guys don't have anti-heal just yet. I'm totally fine.
Usually it's Willer who's kind of carrying and doing all the grunt work for Chovy, but Chovy's doing the grunt work for Willer here, because that's gonna guarantee them a drink. Yeah, and like, Vista, by the way, I think often overshadowed by LCK fans by supports like Keria, right? You know, supports like Barrel in the past, but and even Life, honestly. But he has grown up so much this season. Morgan!
Just to add to the little bit of fiesta that we have in this game, Morgan's just going to go ahead and face check. Good job by the Red Canids. They clear out all the vision in the river, and that is a free kill for them.
Well, now, you know, that's a little bit of extra gold going over to this Misfortune who so desperately needs it. She's about to finish her cull as well, so there's going to be big moments for her in terms of getting that money over. Yes, even though there's a whiff here on the Solar Flare, the damage is real here for Deft, and yes, teleport comes through, but Deft's like, I've got the items. I can actually 1v2 this.
teleport comes through, but like, it doesn't matter. It's more fighting in.
Here we go. They tried to get onto Vista. By the way, he has stopwatch, guys. Called it out before. Now Chovy's going into 4, though, as he is somehow going to survive and try to turn it around with that Everfrost. Not quite the cleanest fight we've ever seen, as Red are trying to get on in there. Now Dev trying to 1v1. Not sure about this, buddy. Maybe a little bit overconfident on that, assuming the rest of the Red Canids had left. And that might just be the second Rift Herald over to the Red Canids.
I mentioned it in the Peace series, or game rather. I mentioned, you know, I think it was mentioned by everybody yesterday. But Hanwha Life Esports have a bit of a tendency here in play-ins to, with a lead, overextend, play with their food a little bit. It's not the first time we've seen Deft get caught. We've seen Chovy get caught several times, and Red Canids very happy to pounce on the opportunity, knowing Deft doesn't have cleanse. Pick him off here. That's a huge amount of shutdown gold going over to the Canids here. Save this turret just barely. And they're still hanging in this game. Yes, they have objectives stacked against them. Yes, they are dealing with a huge deficit in terms of the mid lane. But oftentimes, you know, Twisted Fate, not about the damage, it's about his ability to set up CC, and that's still a thing. That's still something that he will be able to do consistently later on in this game. I'm just so concerned about, you know, if Red Canids' old game plan is to hope the Hanwha Life Esports to overextend, yes, that might happen once every blue moon. But you're going to need more than that. You're going to need to win a real team fight here, perhaps even on this Infernal Soul point fight. And doing that right now with the items they don't have, it's going to be such a tall order. And they're going to lose this top turret eventually. Now, finally, they didn't drop the Rift Herald earlier, crashed him, but they didn't get the turret. And now Morgan's happy to sweep up the last pieces.
Yeah, even going to deny some of those melee minions. Not bad, not bad. As the biggest surprise for me in the gold difference was actually how yeah, Chovy's just going to steal that. And it's actually that Chovy's only 200 gold ahead of the TF that he's about 60 CS ahead of. And again, it's a lot of assists, it's a lot of kills to the side of TF, and it's team. So he's got a way to get some extra gold. But it means that, you know, Chovy isn't as ahead as it looks in the CS department. I mean, well, in the CS department he is, but overall. And so, will be interesting to see if Grepthar can get some stuff done, as we do have the second Rift Herald drop down in the bottom side. Chovy looking to actually continue fighting, not scared of this, as the Solar Flare comes in, and JoJo just says, nope, don't want to deal with that, I'll flash away.
We'll just barely save the turret here. You see Chovy alone, 1v2, and a Rift Herald dropped, and you walk the other way because you know Chovy's going to buy tons of time. You know Vista's in the vicinity. They get a flash away there from JoJo, which is pretty massive because that's something that he can use as an initiation tool to pick off somebody like Deft if they're able to get that cleanse, right? But now it's down. Small advantages across the board here for Hanwha Life Esports in that regard, but I mean, the farm is starting to get out of control as Chovy and Deft are racing to 200 here. That almost tied, 169, 168, and right now as Red Canids, this is not a game where you could just sit back and go, well, we'll just outfarm this, we'll just wait for the late game, we'll scale it up, because that's not this kind of game, you know? This is not the Jax that we saw from Ale against Hanwha Life Esports that just blocked all of Deft's damage and started to carry the game despite a weak laning phase. This isn't that type of game. You can't just sit back and wait. You're going to have to take a decisive fight here on this Infernal Soul point. If you can't win this one, winning the game is almost out of the question. This is it. Make or break, right? This is the moment here for Red Canids.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that they're not messing around with this one. They're all waiting in this brush. They're trying to clear out as much vision as possible. And in terms of the map state, even though Red Canids are grouped up here, they still have pressure on the bottom side because the Jax is in a good spot right now. Even with that extra attack speed to, you know, push Morgan out of the lane. So even though Chovy's in the top side, he doesn't have teleport yet. It's like, okay, just came up right now.
There he comes.
So here they go. As the Weaver's Wall will come in, but the Xingqiao turnaround is huge as the damage from the MF does basically nothing, but they kite it back. And Red Canids have the damage here. The Jax in the front line now going extremely deep, but you have the follow-up from JoJo as well as Grepthar. A super close fight as so many low health bars on the side of Hanwha Life, and Red Canids are just looking to chase them down. Not going to get any more kills under their belt, though. And so even though there are so many low health bars, Red Canids not able to take a significant position on the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, Titans, both summoners down. There's no way to go in here and continue the fight, and that means the Drake doesn't go over to them. Hanwha Life Esports actually stay here, will clear these wards up and actually go for the clear themselves. Teleport's going to the top lane here, actually, right now for Grevthar, so he's not going to come in here and try to contest despite the ward being here. You know you don't have any other support, but this means that not only do Hanwha Life Esports trade up 2-1 in the fight, but they still get that Infernal Soul point. But this was a little bit sloppy. I was really worried, actually, here for Hanwha Life Esports when they just kind of face-planted into this fight and this new Axe Effect replay, because this is the moment where when you go into this fight, as Hanwha Life, you actually give Red Canids the distance that they struggle to close. Actually, you've given it to them by just kind of directly going into this, but Willer survives just barely. Deft has fed it up and has the cleanse to get out of the situation and survive, and they actually end up trading up here. Could have just left Chovy to get that top turret, push for the inhibitor, and say, hey, we're already up 2. Can't fault it too much because it worked out, but it was a heavy risk, and Red Canids still couldn't pull it off.
Yeah. Side of Red Canids, I mean, they have a pretty nice way to protect their MF, right? There are multiple ways you consider the Camille, you consider the Kai'Sa, the Sylas, right, to access the backline and the squishy underbelly that is the MF of this composition. But then you consider, you know, the Amumu's there. You put down the Curse of the Sad Mummy. You have the TF for the gold card. You have the Xin Zhao, you push everybody away. Even the Jax Counter-Strike right there. So Hanwha Life have to be careful about extending too deep if they don't have a sure kill onto one of the carries like a TF, like an MF. And even then, you got to be careful, especially if the MF is available. Big bullet time can just wreck your entire team because you're not overall super tanky. And, you know, you see some stopwatches here and there, but even like a Zhonya's just yet for Chovy not really online. So it's not too much armor that's been built against the lethality of the MF just yet. So this is like a really crucial and kind of edgy time. I guess edgy isn't the right word, but it's kind of like on a knife's edge where this could be the moment where in the next 2 or 3 minutes, if Red take a good fight, they could actually win it.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of volatility here for sure. My kind of alternative way of saying what you said is basically saying like they need to win that fight, right? They need actually that to push, you know, Hanwha Life Esports off the knife's edge. They need that incredible team fight. They need Hanwha Life Esports to make a small mistake. They need to funnel them into a choke point. Like these are things, part of what I'm saying is out of their control, but Red Canids need to be ready to grab those opportunities if they arise. If Hanwha Life Esports play the rest of this game out perfectly, don't make any mistakes, don't extend, then it is going to be very difficult. As you can see, they're already clearing away tons of this vision right now. They're starting to really grab onto the game. As Deft is now 2 items completed, extremely fed. Jovi's starting to come alive. He's got his 2nd item up. This is where the Camille starts to split push, right? And the Jax that isn't fed this game is 3-4-2. He's doing all right. Gigo can't really keep up with that if there's a rotation in from Chovy at any moment in time. The collapsing power with the Weaver's Wall makes it very difficult to compete. Because yes, you do have Destiny for Grevthar to try to match that, but if you don't have that available or he's too far away because he's also trying to side lane, then you don't feel safe as Gigo to be out there. So getting control of the vision on the map is so difficult, and that's what you need to try to look for those picks on this Soul fight. I mean, it's just, things have really started to snowball away from Red Canids and getting back into this game. If they couldn't do it on that last Drake fight, it gets really, really hard. The next few fights are going to be much more difficult. Hanwha Life Esports not just going to be running at you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you described it best when you said it's just really volatile, because there is a way where Red Canids, you find the right rotation, you find the right pick, you get an important member, let's say Morgan, you stop his split push, all of a sudden the map is wide open. You're 5v4, you can clear some vision, you can threaten Baron, maybe you go for some turns. Even if you are behind, this game is still open to either side. As you see Red Canids, they're just going to try to group up in the mid lane for now. They will have to deal with Morgan in the side lane eventually. But for now, just trying to keep vision around this Baron. Unfortunately, the scan is going to miss the ward behind that wall as they're trying to get on top of Vista here. He's just going to try to flash and doesn't have his aftershock. Finally he does, and that will be enough to keep him alive as now Chovy and Morgan get a massive flank teleport behind the entire team as Aegis is a little bit too low, and even the MF gets hunted down by Morgan, and that's all that Hanwha Life needed to open up this game.
I mean, Vista's got his aftershock, he's got Eclipse. I mean, it's so difficult to kill a Leona. It's the worst target to try to pick, but as we mentioned, you've got to do something. You've got to take your opportunities where you find them. And with the teleport advantage that Chovy's got, he can wrap around. Morgan can get in there too. And what was a really proactive play for Red Canids might have sealed their fate here in this group stage. they're not going to be out if they lose this by any means, but it's going to be, you know, a 1-2, and it's not a great place to be right now. But Hanwha Life Esports, with this turn, just proved that they can take almost any skirmish and turn it into their favor. The positioning of Vista there looked like a liability, but it's almost like a carrot dangling from a stick because Red Canids have to play for something. And Hanwha Life Esports is the type of team that will take that scrappy fight 10 out of 10 times if you give them the opportunity and they have those teleports available. This means the timing of this attempt means that they don't have the group up to actually contest this streak. So that's a free Infernal Soul, and that is like the nail gun that's going to fire the last nail in the coffin here for Red Canids' ability to come back, because that volatility you talked about, the opportunities to get picks and turn this around, I mean, with a miracle, you could still pull it off here, but the variance level has gone pretty low now. Hanwha Life Esports in firm control.
Yep, absolutely. And you see Grevdar is trying his best to do some split pushing. He knows that he can't help stop the onslaught of the Red Bull Baron power play from the side of Hanwha Life Esports. It's just going to balloon extremely fast and furiously. And as you mentioned, I mean, Infernal Drake on any of these champions is going to be huge, as trying to get the root here, Chovy is going to miss literally everything, but he has another stun, as that will be enough to get down Grevdar. Willer says, thank you for the kill. I will secure that for you. Nice teleport from Chovy. Really doing good work there.
Grevdar and Titan have both shown a lot of emotions in this game, and you could feel the frustration. Remember the last match against LNG kind of slipped through their fingers, the lead they had this game. They had really nice early aggressive macro plays that were clearly planned, right? The early game from Red Canids, even though it didn't hold that thought,
they're going in. They're going to beat out that bullet time, and Deft, he's considering it, you can tell, but he's not going to go in for it, even with Morgan nearby.
But, you know, like I was saying, I mean, this is a team that has come so close now twice in a lot of ways. This one not obviously as close as the LNG game because they fell apart a little bit earlier and didn't have the same sort of lead. But it feels like so close in a lot of these scenarios. I mean, you could see how great Grevdar is at dodging these skill shots, dodging these stuns, but he can't pull it off.
Okay,
here we go.
Into that backline. JoJo gets a huge ultimate, but look at Chovy just rip through the entire front line with that stolen bullet time, and that is going to be enough to put the nail in the coffin. Hanwha Life Esports will be winning this game as they take down the enemy jungler. Hanwha Life Esports will end up in this group of the play-in stage at 3-1 after they take down the Red Canids right here.
They firmly put themselves in pole position for that second place spot. Second highest seed you can get going into that final match to put yourself in the group stage. Hanwha Life, bit of a rocky start against LNG, their Infinity Esports game. Not as clean as you would have hoped, but their last two games tonight are the ones that the fans wanted to see. The Hanwha Life fans, the Chovy fans who wanted to see 100 CS leads, wanted to see Deft doubling twice, back-to-back, the opponent 80 carries CS line. These are things you don't see in a World Championship. These are leads that are unheard of in pro play. And Deft is reminding everyone why he is a multi-time LCK champion, why he is a player who's spent so much of his career circling the globe, traveling to Worlds, and Chovy, back-to-back Worlds appearances for him. He's finally hitting those strides that we wanted to see. And yes, this is a weaker opponent than LNG, and yes, they are likely to get out of this group second. But I think there's been an evolution here for Hanwha Life Esports and for Red Canids. They look so crushed. 2 games back-to-back against the toughest opponents in the group. They had nice leads. They had a great game plan coming in, but it just wasn't enough.
Absolutely. Shout out to the Red Canids. Definitely putting up a good fight today. This was never going to be an easy day for them. I mean, LNG and Hanwha Life Esports, it's almost asking too much. But I was really impressed by a lot of their plays. It was actually really fun to cast their games as well. So shout out to them and to all of their fans. Hanwha Life Esports with the 3-1. I was actually really impressed by Willer in this game. After all of that, you know, Chovy and Def were kind of doing their thing. I thought Vista also was pretty fantastic, but I feel like Willer's really coming into his own now. He's got some of these play-ins games under his belt, and he feels pretty comfortable, so it was very nice to watch. But that's going to do it for me and Wolf on Worlds today, guys. There is more Worlds, 4 more games, in fact, here for the play-ins, so make sure you're tuning in for that. But first, we're going to take a quick commercial break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Make or break. Make it yours. Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it's Hanwha Life Esports that comes away with the victory over the Red Canids. And Kaizen, I'm going to come to you first on this one because, in all seriousness, it did look like this game could have gone either way based on the way it got started, with a couple of early plays going the way of the Canids, but ultimately it fell out of favor for them. Your take?
Yeah, so I think this was sort of death by a thousand cuts. And what I mean by that is Grethar, I thought, had a great game where he was really involved with side lanes. He was constantly using his ult and his TP. It felt like on cooldown to try to turn 2v2 scenarios into 2v3s and so on. But I think Chovy was just way more efficient. And I think this is a product of not just Chovy's individual play, him focusing on staying in lane, getting tower plates, and only leaving lane when he's really sure that he's going to be able to have an impact, but also the effect that Willer was able to have in virtue of him having Taliyah and having hit a semi-global in his own right. So I think this was a team loss. Like, I think HLE just showed that they were the better team, but I think in terms of the mid lane matchup, Grethar's involvement with side lane came at a heavy price.
Well, from here, I'll turn to you, Goldberg, because I know preceding this match, this was one you actually felt that the Red Canids could win.
It was so close.
So from your perspective, what went wrong?
I mean, okay, so let's just to start from the beginning of it. I actually think while Kaizen is right that Hanwha Life Esports had a Chovy, I actually think the lane rotations in the beginning coming out from Red was essentially very good, going up towards that top side, punishing Morgan. I actually think, I mean, we had really good roams around the map as well, where being up towards the top side. But it's once we reach that mid game, once again, where it starts falling off, you can see it on the curve as well, on the goal difference over time. Once you reach that 20-minute mark, it's so much easier for Hanwha Life Esports to really take control. And I think they've really struggled with was the objectives as well. They never got a Drake really beforehand, so it was super easy for Hanwha Life Esports to stack it. And I think especially down towards the bottom side of the map, during the laning phase, Deft and Vista just had way more priority move around here towards this extra objective, and it made it very hard for Brazil. They were so close, and I still believe in them, but it's going to take some time.
No, they definitely impressed again with some of the early action that they took, and we saw, again, Kaizen, a number of stabs by the Canids to find a way into the game. But to me, this almost rings true to the old, the old way we used to view Korean teams, in that you can do as much as you want, create as much action as you want around the map, but when Chovy's going to go deathless, nearly flame horizon his opponent, and in the meantime, they're picking up all 4 Drakes, I just don't see how it ultimately becomes winnable for anybody.
It doesn't. I mean, at that point, what you're dealing with is just a better macro team with one of the best mid laners in the world. And it's really difficult because this is sort of a narrative that we've seen time and time again with teams from major regions versus teams from the emerging regions. Generally speaking, from a mechanical perspective, yes, there's a gap, but it's not necessarily enormous. Where it comes from is efficiency with objective control and understanding what team fights to take and which ones not to take. So it was really, really difficult when you see that Chovy's 90 CS up, despite Grethar having a really great game, to see a way for Red Canids to be able to close this out.
All right, well, real quick, Goldberg, one more question to you. Is this the Hanwha Life Esports? Are they at full power? They tripped up yesterday. Have they finally arrived at Worlds?
They still haven't, because we still see some slip-ups here. Def getting caught out in the mid lane, them being a bit too, I mean, I don't want to call it ego, but they definitely have some mistakes around the map where they get picked off where they really shouldn't. And it is giving their opponents some extra breathing room. It's what went wrong from them in LNG, and we're still seeing signs of it.
Another victory for the Korean squad here at Worlds 2021. We're going to step away, and when we come back, we'll get to listen in on some in-game chatter with Bo's Sounds of the Game.
Make or break. Make it yours. Make or break. Make it yours.
Maybe we can bait a fight here with MF coming.
Yeah,
okay?
he might
go around maybe?
Yeah, I can go around. Oh, look at him.
I'm coming
He's ending, he's ending. Coming. Looks in. Nice. Kill him.
Wow.
Yeah, so no flash. I brood here.
Okay.
I brood.
I think
he's gonna brood again. No. Go.
Okay. Good guess. Nice. Let's retake one.
I'll go once.
Yeah.
Coming top. Yeah, coming top.
TP. Green.
Coming.
Kills in Zao. Yeah. I'm chasing by. Look at TP. No flash on our first. 20 seconds, guys.
Kill now.
Yeah, go Baron. I'm gonna chase.
I'm chasing these guys.
Good call, Fish. No flash. Yeah, get him. You got him?
Yeah.
That's it. I got him. You got him. Someone defend mid. No, guys. Oh, kill him. Mad life. Oh, he's too good. Oh, hit him.
Can you end the game?
You thought you were going in?
Wait. I can kill him in jungle. Trust me.
Don't let me die, please.
Okay,
Anyone. Yeah. Oh my god, guys. You're in. Wait. Wait, stop. Oh, that was a hit.
That was a hit, actually.
Oh,
we got him twice, guys! Wow, that's 2 times more than this year.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Those were our sounds of the game, courtesy of Bose. But it's finally time for Cloud9 and Beyond Gaming to grapple for the upper hand in their spot at the top of Group B. After a slow start yesterday, Beyond Gaming is opting to field Liang in the top lane as they face a rising Cloud9. So we have to start there, Kaizen. It's the substitution coming in for Beyond, but to the roster that I think many wanted to see.
Yeah, this is the strongest roster. This is the roster that they qualified for this tournament with. And I think even going beyond the roster, what I want to see from Beyond is them just going back to the bread and butter, which is Doggo on a champion that can carry. I don't want to see no more Ezreal, man. This is a champion that is fine in general, but I don't think suits Doggo's role in the team, which is basically to be heavy artillery. And I think the addition of a top laner should mean that we're going to see better communication and coordination from the team overall, which is good. But I think it's not going to matter as much if they don't get Doggo in a position where he can carry. And to be clear, this is not me saying he's not a good Ezreal. He did 41% of his team's damage in the last game. But it's not the right champion for him.
Actually, it's typically a bad sign when you're doing that much of your team's damage in a majority of cases. And these statistics, while it's a small sample size for the Ezreal, I definitely now lean towards as other champions when I see things like plus 600 gold in 15 minutes.
And when we say other champions, to make it more specific, Doggo's Aphelios is one of the best champion he has in his artillery. At the same time, though, it's not only on Doggo, it is also on the rest of the team, exactly as you say, Dash. When you have that high kill damage percentage, there's something else wrong on the other side of the map as well.
And so we'll see if Liang swapping back in is what they need to kind of find their comfort zone and push forward against a Cloud9 that showed up in a very strong way yesterday. Again, we had some questions with this roster and how they performed domestically, Kaizen, about how they would ultimately show up at Worlds. You look at this roster of players and you go, that ceiling must be high, but they had not fulfilled that ceiling at MSI or domestically in the LCS. Today or yesterday, though, felt like a step in the right direction.
Absolutely is a step in the right direction. And, I think with Cloud9, when they're on form, they are an extremely scary team, I think, to anyone in the tournament, not just the play-ins. And we saw that on display here with them understanding, okay, Fudge is now our guy to go have a carry performance. So we're going to focus on playing around top, Perkz playing safely. He had a lot of pressure that he was under last game, and he handled it masterfully. And this is the kind of Cloud9 that we want to see, not just a team that has individuals who can play make, but also a team that knows how to prioritize where they want to funnel resources on the map.
I'm not gonna jump the gun yet on the Cloud9 hype train. I know that obviously what you guys have seen for a long time and the potential of team is there, but I still think from what we saw in playoffs, how sloppy it actually was against the other teams, I need to see more of this going into the planes as well, where they're actually recovering. So today is a perfect sample size for that, because not only are you facing Beyond Gaming, you also have Galatasaray later. So for Cloud9 to show up now as a team and not just as individual, it's going to be pivotal.
Right. By the end of the day, we'll have 3 games of Cloud9 Cloud9 in the book, so we'll have a little bit more of a sample size to work with. But as we talk about Fudge being someone to put a spotlight on and definitely keep your focus, the other person I want to call out is Blabber, specifically because of the shift in the jungle meta. Again, when we think about Blabber and what has made him successful in the past, it is dominant junglers, but typically more towards farming, right? We're thinking the Olafs, we're thinking the ability to invade and take skirmishes. Kaizen, does he have what it takes in this meta to still be a top performer?
Absolutely. I personally think Blabber is one of, if not the best mechanical junglers that NA has ever seen. So I don't think that a meta where you're on highly mobile assassins or anything like that is going to be to his disadvantage at all. I think on the contrary, is going to be to his advantage. I think the issue with Cloud9 is they just have so many players who need to eat or want to eat, right? Like, you can carry from all three of these lanes and the jungle. So we just got to figure out who's going to get fed so that not everyone is trying to carry at the same time. But if they want to play through Blabber, I absolutely think he's an option.
All right, well, now you're making me hungry. But to see whether or not Cloud9 can remain undefeated in this tournament, let's hand it over to our NA casting duo of Pastry Time and Mark Z.
Hello and welcome everybody. Boy, oh boy, it's going to be fun here. The World's Play-ins has been very exciting so far. My name's Pastry Time. Joining me is Mark Z. This is your first time on the World's Casting Desk.
Of course. I'm excited. I'm so happy to be here. I do support this Fiesta. That's why I showed up.
And maybe too, you know what? What a good Fiesta, you got to celebrate. We're definitely here to celebrate the teams that have been looking pretty good actually so far. And thankfully for us at least, Cloud9 has been looking particularly good with the games they played yesterday. Going to be a very different test today though, especially kicking things off against Beyond Gaming here.
Yeah, I mean, both teams only played one game yesterday. Cloud9 was as good of a showing as you could have hoped for as an NA fan to see that. It was pretty much domination throughout the entire thing. For Beyond, it felt like they tried something a little different. You know, with PK starting out, now they're swapping back to Liang. And so you're hoping to see some return to form from the playoffs that they had. And so I want to see what they can do because I actually did have pretty high hopes for Beyond.
Oh, yeah.
And to see them come out and drop a game to Galatasaray, I think that is a good roster too from the TCL, but I still would have thought that Beyond was one of the favorites coming in.
Yeah, I think for this group, as far as pre-tournament expectation goes, little less excited about the TCL coming in, and obviously now that has been completely subverted. They look extremely good, and Beyond definitely a little underperformance. This is a team I expected to challenge, for these top two spots, maybe even alongside Cloud9 for the teams to get out of this group. I think Detonation Focus Me also maybe not looking as good as we thought they were, but I think that being said, even though it is, single round robin, which can be very volatile and gives you very little wiggle room to, to make mistakes, this is definitely a group that could still be very close by the end of it.
I think that's the funny thing about round robin single time through is you watch one game and you go, okay, is that really indicative of Beyond Gaming strength through DFM or C9? And you're like, well, maybe not, but you only play 4 games. Yeah. It doesn't really matter if you have a little bit of variance because that will, be a permanent mark on your record when you only play 4 games. That matters a lot. And the difference between maybe getting out, not needing to play another team, playing the 3rd, 4th seed from Group A, or potentially, having to go up against Hanwha, if that's who's waiting for you from the 2nd seed of Group A. So for all these teams in Group B that we're going to be covering for these next 4 games, pressure's on.
Yeah, definitely pressure's on here, given the strength of the other group, which of course we've seen a couple games already as well. C9 though looking to maintain their good form from yesterday, and as you said, in this kind of format, staying consistent is very important because you really don't have very much room for error.
And something that has not necessarily been C9's MO through summer. If you've been following them since MSI, for international fans, Cloud9 came back and had a little bit of that hangover that seems to plague a lot of teams after MSI, and they had some roster substitutions. They even benched Sven for a little bit in favor of King, and they struggled. They did not find very much consistency, even though they did finish with a positive record in summer. It was kind of a tale of hot and cold Cloud9, and that's why I think yesterday was a good showing for a lot of NA fans, because it wasn't just that they won in a convincing way, and it's like, oh, well, they 3v3 to Rift Herald and slammed that fight, and then they snowballed the game. It was actually a number of pretty well thought out, consistent plays that picked DFM apart more than just kind of blew a game open, and that's what you want to see in these kind of volatile, dangerous group stages.
Yes.
For Beyond Gaming, I would say, there was just a bit of a disaster in the top lane where exactly where you just bring in this new player, gets targeted right away. I can see why they kind of make that swap quickly back to Liang.
Yeah, and of course that'll be a matchup we'll be have pretty keen eyes on. Liang versus Fudge in the top side. Fudge has, as you heard Kaizen say, actually kind of the default guy for Cloud9, which is wild, given he has not been with this team for very long. But we'll see what happens here in Champs. So it looks like we are loading things up. Beyond Gaming versus Cloud9 to kick our second half of the day off. Going to be a fun round of 4 games, as again, these groups have very little room to play with.
Yeah, and I think the draft will be extremely important. We've seen how some teams feel like they've lost the game right out of draft when they leave up counter picks that they shouldn't have left up, not respecting some people's best champions. And so right out the gate, you see some bans coming in for stuff that's been played a fair amount. LeBlanc, super high priority in the meta, and Qiyana, Blabber played pretty well with that yesterday, so just taking that out of his hands.
Yeah, Qiyana and Talon actually still undefeated after 1 day of play. They had 5 games total between the two, 3 for Qiyana, 2 for Talon, and they haven't lost yet. So it seems like a pretty good ban to take if you know your enemy plays it. Aurelia going to join the pool as well, which makes a lot of sense against Fudge. And then Lucian, Aphelios, so Doggo eating 2 bans, and then Rise going to get taken off the board as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty reactive draft so far out of Beyond, just seeing what worked for Cloud9 yesterday and trying to get rid of some of that. First pick, MF, interesting to see. She's usually been taken red side, it feels like, in that second position, but the priority may be going up over the course of the tournament. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I think, you know, maybe not something as obvious like LeBlanc or Qiyana with those kind of champions banned. That might not be a first pick you're as comfortable with, so MF is pretty reliable in just about any lane you can put her together with. It does feel like people have been playing Ezreal into her. I think that's more of a like, I don't want to die, and I can be safe, than like, this is good in the 2v2, because I think MF plus just about any other support dominates most 2v2s anyway.
Yeah, and there's a lot of aggressive champions in the meta currently. It's just a lot of assassins running around the Rift, and Ezreal, not just with the mobility, but the build paths that you can take with him make you pretty resilient against these kinds of all-in dive comps. Something that MF herself can struggle with, you know, not being able to go the Divine Sunder into armor items and not having any mobility. She can struggle with that, but you get a lot in the early game off of her pushing power.
Yeah, it makes sense why Leona is such a common counter pick, and that is going to be Vulcan's pick here in the 2v2. Graves also selected. I'm guessing that's a jungler, but we have seen Graves top lane already, actually. I think that's the only Graves you've seen, so potentially some movement for that champion as well. But with Ornn being lined up here for the third pick, or Amumu to go along with the MF, we'll see what happens. Looks like it is going to be Amumu locked in for Beyond.
Yeah, the Graves is the interesting thing for me. You know, it's something that has some flexibility, like you said. It has been playing in the top lane, but you definitely don't want to just blind to Graves out of nowhere. And so most likely it's like, okay, this will go in the jungle, but maybe if we see a good opportunity for it to flex topside. Still a little surprising because while it is strong, you know, it hasn't seen much priority so far through the tournament.
Yeah, curious to what Blab wants to play, but Lee Sin feels very reliable here, so it is going to be taken. Of note, you can also still flex this champion, but I think it has become basically circled all the way back around to just being a jungler again. Lee Sin lane got pretty heavily hit over the course of the year where that champion was around, so I imagine that's going to be Blabber's pick, especially given his comfort on it. Again, we emphasize consistency in these kind of formats. Definitely a champion Blabber is very consistent on.
Yeah, so I was looking up Husha real quick to make sure. I didn't think he had played Graves. I saw during summer, and again, not the case. Now, it wasn't very strong in the meta, but it does not jump off the pages like this is the champion that he played all the time, and you're going right towards it, quite like, you know, we're talking about with Lee Sin potentially for Blabber. So want to see where that ends up going. Then you were kind of hitting on the bot lane. The Amumu, I have a lot of things to say about that. I'll save some of them in game, see if they pop up, but I'm very excited about Amumu. I love that dude. I'm so happy he's back in the meta.
Big fan. Again, as someone that's been following League for, you know, 10+ years, it's warms my heart to see Amumu back in the game.
Anytime any of like the original 20 champions show back, dude, I bought a physical copy of League of Legends. All right, when that game dropped, you got like the 20 champions for free. You got this like weird map of Summer's Rift that doesn't, you know, exist anymore. No, so yeah, whenever I see those original 20 champions show up, Alistar, Corki, all those ones, I'm like, yeah, let's go.
Bad news for Amumu fans though. Amumu is currently 0-3. Not doing particularly well as far as champion search, but I think is a champion we will see a lot of.
Yeah.
I think especially in play, it's very clearly a champion that people have been practicing and playing with. Whether he persists throughout the entire World Championships is a different question, but certainly on day 2 of play-ins, Amumu is still showing up.
I think he's also a champion that has really high playmaking potential, shocker, but in closer games, I think that will be a little bit more relevant. So a lot of these games feel like they're decided pretty quickly. One team kind of runs away with the game, and then it's like, okay, well, Amumu goes in, and then what does he do? But if you're in a mid to late game team fight situation, he has incredible potential in the support position to turn that game in your favor. And so throughout the tournament, like you're saying, when the games start getting closer and closer and then the top teams start matching up against each other, I think you will see how important Amumu can be, even if he's struggling right now.
Ooh, Lane Graves might be on the menu.
I guess so.
I like Sylas here, by the way, especially given that we were just talking about Amumu and the power he brings. Sylas stealing that ulti is pretty nice. But Lilia is going to be selected here. A jungler that did get buffed a couple of patches ago, but hasn't shown up as much. We did already see it today, actually. Thanks, Babip, for bringing that one back out. Definitely a champion he's comfortable on. But Lilia for Husha, I have to imagine, and I'm very curious what this last pick is. I wouldn't guess Aatrox, but you know, at this point, I'm ready to be surprised. Let's see what Beyond Gaming have. Ooh!
Okay, I'm gonna get some assassin versus assassin in the mid lane. You know, I'm assuming that's gonna go match the Sylas there. Should be a pretty strong matchup, and that does, like you said, lock the Graves into the top side of the map. Surprised to see it blind. I mean, maybe this is a bit of a call out on Fudge's champion pool, but for people who have been following in North America, Fudge actually has a really good champion pool. He can play the carries, he can go toe to toe, he can be the high resource guy like we saw yesterday, where everyone's kind of playing around him and his wave states, or he can do this. We'll see if he ends up, you know, going with it. But the Malphite pick, he busted it out even at the MSI stage and was able to pick up a win with it. So yeah, gonna be the Malphite. He says, all right, you want to take the Graves, you can push me in and have fun with that, but eventually, you know, there's probably gonna be some plays going up the top side around level 6.
Yeah, this feels like very solid drafting from Cloud9, right? Like navigating all these very powerful ultimates one by one. This would be a sick flex, by the way, if they do want to play Lily in the top lane, but we'll see what happens as the things will count down, because yeah, all of a sudden,
so
counter-picking this lane Graves doesn't look nearly as good up against this Lilia.
Yeah, I mean, if they end up locking this in, sick, I want to see it, because that sounds really hype, but it is curious about doing that, because those buffs that you're talking about with Lilia, they knocked the hell out of her base regeneration into her kit, and they put more of it into the healing that comes from your Q-Tick being on things, and that's only for monsters, I believe. And so you do end up a little bit more prone to getting poked out of lane with lane Lilia than you used to in the past, where her base regen was actually relatively high. It got hit pretty hard.
Yeah, the intention was to shift her power back into the jungle, right, where she was intended to be. So definitely a curious flex, but I believe that's what Beyond Gaming have gone for. Indeed, Liang is going to be locking that one in.
Let's go!
Very creative to get yourself around this potential counter pick, right? Because they knew they were counter picking for Fudge. Cloud9 obviously emphasizing again something like more weak side, something safer, something like Malphite. I think like a lot of this plan is like, don't let MF ever get a good ulti ever, and then don't walk into any combination of Yone, Amumu, MF, Lilia ultis, which seems like quite a bit harder than it sounds.
Yeah, that's, you know, just don't lose kind of like Korean advice kind of thing. But no, this is sick. I really want to see what they end up doing with it. It is a nice adaptation for someone who, you know, was clearly trying to stack armor in the top lane. Makes that very difficult to do now, and we see a bit of a level 1 bunch up here. Might hold off on some of those points to see if there's any damage done.
Blabber is, you know, trying to bait Husha in here. I don't think he's going to take it, but I do like this from Cloud9. Don't see this all that often, but especially given, like, depending on what your preparation is for your opponent, right? If you know they like to invade or get vision or even late invade, right, you can stack in those bushes and try and get a pick. Unfortunately for them, Blabber does not look juicy enough for Husha to walk in and try and get some auto attacks off. Does respect, you know, the fog of war, which is good to see.
But yeah, not an insane level 1 for Beyond there. I think it would have been pretty risky. Not many people want to face check a brush on their team. It's maybe a Mumu's your most likely, and you start with Bandage Toss, so it could work, but then you're in the middle of 5 people. And so, you know, they're just going there. Moan going in, dropping a ward.
Doing what they can. And of course, don't forget down the bottom of your screen, our feature matchup presented by Mercedes is, and don't adjust your sets, yes, we understand these players aren't in the same lane, but it is Doggo versus Fudge, which I think if you're looking at, you know, keys to success for these teams, that is definitely the place that you look to for these two.
I mean, you've heard it all weekend so far by the analyst desk about how important Doggo is to Beyond Gaming. You know, he is kind of the big key player for them. This is Doggo's team, as you often hear it talked about, and so they want to get him going a little bit more. Yesterday it ended up being a lot about the top side, which is not really where Beyond wanted to play through, I think. You know, they did have the Jarvan for maybe some counter picks or counter games that would have gone up there, but the snowball started way before Jarvan hit 6. So here, you know, they have the Lily again. It will kind of make it about the top side, but MF and Amumu have so much all-in potential. I expect them to try and make some more plays here for Doggo.
Yeah, definitely curious to see how the 2v2 shakes out. Should feel a little comfy here, even against, you know, his beloved Ezreal. Zven, obviously a very good pilot for that champion as well, but we'll have to likely respect a lot of the pressure, as Moen here in the mid lane up against Perkz, as you mentioned, also should feel pretty comfy in this matchup. Sylas' shield only goes so far and only against mages, so Yone is going to feel pretty good here.
Yeah, it should be a pretty free lane phase. I feel like the Sylas was maybe a bit of a call-out, thinking that, you know, Perkz can kind of just take this champion. It's very strong right now in the current meta, but usually you do kind of see it more as a response to the counter pick. You see something with like a TF, which is what you most often pick it into. Not a strong laning phase, and then you kind of get the free 6 by him and just grab that ults from all around the map. A lot harder to do versus Yone.
Well, savage Q there from Leon here. Fudge feeling the pain here in topside. Does ding 3, eats the Swell Seed though, and only has 1 charge left on the Corrupting Potion, so not a lot left in the tank to try and play with as Perkz is trying to trade back here up against the Yone, but again, he's out of mana. Yone doesn't use mana, and Perkz only has 1 potion charge left. So this, even that Biscuit is going to have to work pretty hard to keep Perkz up in his 1v1 early on.
Yeah, some mana issues that you're going to see them come into here a little bit. Expect a lot of early TPs by C9. Blabber going to be happy to be able to grab this Scuttle Crab though, playing a little bit more towards the bot side, and Vulcan being able to help protect and grab that one.
Hushid on the other side, of course. Graves, as you said, has not been particularly common in the metagame throughout this year, at least in our observations in North America. But hasn't changed much, you don't have to worry. Still wants to farm up a storm.
Yeah, and I actually think it's a great time to have Graves in this draft, at least in terms of from the Graves perspective. We'll have to see how all these champions synergize together. We talked about the big Wombo potential, but you know, at the very least, you have 2 pushing solo lanes. That's going to make it very easy to find priority, find invade, steal camps away from the Lee Sin. You see, that's exactly what Hush is doing, wanting to use this advantage, make it uncomfortable. We'll see if C9 can collapse onto this, but this is the game plan for Beyond.
Blabber smoked that Crocdo Fudge now here. They're going to collapse. Hush in trouble. Blabber already dealing a lot of damage. Leon going in there trying to spin the branch around, but it's Blabber that finds first blood.
No.
And Leon's on the menu for second, and it's a tragedy. Mark C as Fudge takes the second kill.
Cloud9 collapse instantly onto that Krug invade by Husha. Blabber does not land the initial Q, but falls up very quickly. Fudge gets the inside track on that collapse, and that's the big reason why. Action's not over though. Vulcan roam.
Vulcan at it again on the Leona. Mid lane here is going to force a flash, and Perkz feels real good about that roam.
Oh god, I was just talking about the game plan for Beyond, the priority lanes that they're going to have, making it easy for the Graves to invade it. And right away, Cloud9 probably identifies that, and they are on the same page about how to, you know, kind of throw a wrench in that game plan. Get Vulcan out of the bot lane. It's Ezreal. He's going to be fine on an island. Go burn and flash mid. Top side, instantly collapse. It doesn't matter what's happening in lane. Fudge, get over here and protect my camp. Let's punish Husha. And the fact that they chunk him down to about 25% HP before Liang is able to get involved in this play, you can see how this 2v2 easily could have been won by Beyond Gaming if he was able to get there a little bit faster. But it was just a really deep invade by the Graves, and Blabber and Fudge are on the same page, and that's what makes them such a fearsome 2v2 on the top side, is that they are really aggressive, and when they say, hey, we can kill this Graves, they go for it.
Yeah, and I see the opposite side, right? Usually Fudge is the one pushing in, and then Blabber's diving. This time it's defending the jungle invade. But the result is the same for Cloud9. Up 600 gold now. They got the first 2 kills. Fudge's CS not feeling too hot, so this Lilia counter pick definitely working out early on despite the death. But obviously the gold deficit's going to be massively shortened by that kill and assist gold that Fudge has picked up. So things feeling pretty good, but Beyond Gaming not done. Now it's a 3v3 brewing here in the mid lane as Kino has roamed up here on the Amumu. Vulcan level 4 also at the ready. Perkz going in for it. But again, staying respectful now. Can see one, steals the ulti, gets it going, and Vulcan takes down Moan, and now going back in as Blabber is going to find the Nexus. Kino trying to get the kill. Doggo flashes in, gets the auto attack, and takes down Perkz. And now Cloud9 in a 2v3 they don't really fancy. Blabber going to have to dash on out of there with the safeguard.
Okay, so bit of a, you know, 1-for-1 there in the mid lane. A nice collapse by Doggo, showing one of the advantages of the Misfortune with that pushing potential. It's also her passive, the Strut, allowing her to follow up on these plays, match the Amumu roam. Very funny. Amumu's like, hey guys, I'm here to help. And Perkz is like, no, you're here to give me an ultimate. Yeah. This is exactly what I need to get this kill. Able to find that one initially, but then with the additional support of Doggo, turns it back around. So 1-for-1, I think pretty happy for both teams getting some of that gold onto Doggo. But Perkz also making a nice play here.
Yeah, stealing a Amumu is pretty satisfying, especially with the Amumu's level 3.
As soon as he shows his face, I feel like you'd hear like Perkz just salivate. Like he just instantly yoinks that ultimate. He's like, all right, let's go. Kino here, really nice job setting that up for Doggo, kind of finding the healthiest or the lowest health target, excuse me, and making sure that they actually do secure a kill there. Not overly focused on peeling back and trying to protect the Graves, just knowing that he'll be fine.
Oh, Kino, ooh, whoa, missing the Q, but there's the kick. Blabber already with the ulti. Kino level 4 flashes, gets over the wall with the blast gun. Amumu's safe for now, but under attack here at level 4 on the support.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 are looking for their fights where they can grab them, trying to get that red buff invade off. Overall, a nice play there, even though they don't get the red buff, to force the flash out of Kino. Really heads up play by him to have the awareness that, hey, there's blast gun here, flash auto that, get out of there, but does limit some of that playmaking that I was saying they probably want at level 6 around the bot side here, and trying to find some kills for Doggo.
Yeah, like a lot of, you know, kind of classic League of Legends champions, you're often only as good as your ultimate. And a movement obviously only being level 4. Severely drained of XP from the support position. Going to be a while before Kino has that going. That being said, there are plenty of ways for Beyond Gaming to enable this comp. As you mentioned, they kind of have, you know, a combo for every single champion on the team. They even have like a backup MF ult with Graves ult in case, you know, Doggo's not around. But if they can find the setup, it is not difficult for Beyond Gaming to, you know, scale any sort of skirmish into a full-on 5v5 team fight if they land the right engage.
Right, I mean, even Moen can start these fights out with the Yone ultimate just going flying in there, and you throw the damage over the top, and like, hey, hopefully someone dies instantly, and then you're fighting a 4v5 from there. And their team is pretty scrappy. A lot of these champions do really well, kiting out. Not just the Yone, but Graves and Lilia have tremendous kiting potential. And so while the initial fight was going to start with a big burst of damage trying to instantly annihilate someone, they do have the ability to kite some situations out. So Cloud9 are going to have to be careful about re-engaging and not, you know, face planning.
All right, well, looks like some attention to the Rift Herald was given, but neither team is moving in just yet. It looks like Beyond Gaming actually going to clear out the rest of that vision. There is a ward in the back of the pit, so Cloud9 do know what's happening. Vulcan going to confirm that by tapping the plant there and getting the Scryer's Bloom vision, but don't think there's anything Cloud9 can do. Ezreal's too late to this play. This ultimate's going to try and steal it. Not going to happen, though, and that will be Husha picking up that Herald. Now Vulcan looking for the angle. Perks here as well. See the play lands on a Husha, but the ulti's really nice. Fudge follows up, but the damage is massive. Yone back in as Blabber does actually get the kill, but Yone going to snap back as Leon takes down Fudge. Now Blabber's completely trapped, and will get picked up there as Beyond Gaming trade 2 for 1.
Yeah, nice job there. Beyond Gaming punishing Cloud9. That's kind of what I was talking about. Cloud9 has a lot of engage themselves, able to blow somebody up right away, but then there's a lot of kiting potential Beyond. They kind of punish that. And like you called out, Ezreal was really far away. He was shooting that ultimate from just outside his base. And I thought, I was like, okay, they're just trying to do that, try to go for this 1 in a million steal. But they committed to actually collapsing on that play, and they basically fought a 4v5 without Sven there. And Beyond Gaming did a really good job grabbing that Rift Herald and actually coming ahead in kills.
All right, well, Fudge gonna commits the ulti, at least gets a kill traded back as we'll watch this play again here. Again, that ulti not good enough for the steal, but Cloud9, as you said, still commit to this one.
Yeah, and they want to punish Husha, who has to walk forward to grab the Rift Herald there, and they think they can 100 to 0 him, and it's like, great, yes, you actually can. But from here, you've committed all your resources on killing the Grave. The Yone is running around pretty much untouched throughout the portion of that fight. Same with Leon and Doggo as well. The main key carries, because there's so many threats on this team comp, are actually not comboed at all with that initial engage by Cloud9. And the entire time would be nice if you had Sven doinking people over the top with Ezreal, but he just wasn't there.
Yeah, instead it's, you know, 2 melee champions that have to commit into the backline, and of course that leads to Cloud9 having an uneven trade. Still up 400 gold, but Beyond Gaming keeping this game very close, and I think given how the setup went, and definitely given how poorly that initial topside invade went for them, losing 2 kills there kind of feels like doom for a Graves that is aggressively invading, but Beyond Gaming have done a great job of kind of riding the ship. It's actually Doggo already up with a Kraken Slayer. That's going to be the build of choice here for this one, so tons of auto attack DPS from this Misfortune. And again, if Doggo has free time with his team locking people up and he can shoot them, MF does plenty of damage.
It's definitely a game where, you know, I feel like the MF builds, I like seeing the variety that they have had so far. In this game, you know, there's multiple frontline tanks that you're going to be hitting. The Leona, the Malphite are all people you want to actually have a little bit higher DPS for, not just rely on a burst of damage or something if you're going the more lethality-oriented build. So I do like seeing the Kraken Slayer here. There's enough threats on the rest of the team, like I said, that like, hey, maybe, you know, C9 blows all their damage because they have to stop the Yone. And then you're allowed to free fire with the Kraken Slayer on these people while they've dove into your team. So I do really like this build from him, and he has the cleanse to kind of protect himself a little bit from the initial engage as well.
And of course, Ghostblade done for Husha as well. I guess this is one of the Ghostblade junglers we didn't consider, but definitely fits the bill. Graves more than happy to have some lethality. Gold Drinker though done for Blabber. And I'm very curious what Fudge is going for here. That's a lost chapter hanging out, but might just be an item to breed you in the laning phase.
Yeah, it might just be for poke. We'll see if he actually wants to build a mythic item off the get that like that. We'll see. I suspect that you're right, though, that this is just for some cute poke, because that's the main way that you're going to be dealing with the Lilia in lane phase.
All right, well, so far so good for Beyond Gaming, despite, again, being down a couple hundred gold. Grabbing that first dragon for themselves. Still have that Herald. Husha actually ready to drop it at a moment's notice. Ven, pretty obvious target, even though his tower's pretty healthy. He is completely isolated as Vulcan has been out of the lane for a pretty significant portion of this game. But as you said before, it is Ezreal. He's pretty safe, and Cloud9 have done a pretty good job of, you know, making Sven aware that, hey, no one's here, don't die.
Yeah, and I think it's been a weird game coming into it with the flex of the Lilians for the top side. You know, Cloud9 have kind of ended up with 3 lower priority lanes, and to have a gold lead through 15 feels good for them. But the scaling is also one of these ones where, like, it's kind of whoever plays cleaner wins the team fight. A lot of squishy targets, a lot of engage, a lot of burst potential. You know, and there is some 1-3-1 aspect for multiple team comps here. If Yone gets really fed, you can kind of split them off. Same with the Sylas. So I think the team comps actually match up in terms of what they want to do in the game plan fairly evenly. And a lot of this will actually just come down to, like, okay, who actually started the fight better? Who flashed that key skill shot?
All right, well, we have gotten an answer to a question of what is Fudge building, and it is Everfrost.
Aha.
So now the question is, what's the next item? Because this one actually makes sense. Like, there are some AP ratios on Malphite. Additional CC and slows does match up with what you want to do, but how deep are we going?
I mean, maybe he is going full AP Malphite. You know, I don't want to count it out quite yet. There are other frontline members on his team. I think sometimes if you're the only one and you're doing the AP build, I'm going to be like, you're trolling, sir. You should not be doing that. Your team needs engage. But with Leona and Lee Sin, you know, Gore Drinker, pretty solid frontline overall. Maybe you do want to commit harder into the insta-blow somebody up game plan, which this will be better at, as well as providing a little bit of extra CC. It shouldn't be, you know, understated how much that can help.
Whoa, Vulcan actually finding one! Not quite a one-shot just yet. Graves pretty tanky, but not nearly tanky enough as Fudge that picks up the kill.
Oh, Husha, what item were you looking at? What looks so good that you had to just let Vulcan basically walk into range for the Q to start that out, and gave up a free kill there. Unfortunate. Bit of a punish there. Having a slightly rough game for Husha so far. Let's see Sven doing the same thing. Finish with a face check. Nice shift out.
Yeah, different champions. Definitely not created equal. Graves and Ezreal.
Also had his window in front of his face. Yep. And I was actually watching the game.
Not in the shop, hanging out. Already has a Trinity Force, so doesn't need to look at the shop. Good to go here. Definitely picking up the DPS slack. Not going to be Sunder this time, which makes sense again. Cloud9 do need a consistent damage source. Ven is easily going to be that source in this game, and double Everfrost here for Cloud9. So I think, you know, from the perspective of, hey, we have to, like, kill a single key member, this actually does line up well, right? Between Lilia and MF and Yone, those are all champions you can reasonably pick up in a short period of time, and all champions that Beyond Gaming kind of need to get something going.
I mean, even Graves, if he does not have tons of stacks of true grid up, you can blow him up really easily. So I think there's a plethora of targets for them to go for. So I totally understand that. As we see, an attempt there. I like this. Both teams already swapping to the AD carries mid. Even though the turrets haven't dropped, usually you kind of wait to see the map open up a little bit more. I think from a power level of the champions, you know, Level 11 on Yone is a great time to start splitting away, and so, you know, they put him down there, allow him to get that turret gold.
Oh, goodness, that's a very long range start there for Keto. Bandage shot does find him up, but Sven forced to cleanse out and shift away. Does get ignited, but he's okay. Little worse for wear, but Beyond Gaming still on the assault here, looking for maybe Rip Turret number 2. Of note, they did get the bottom tower as well. They actually got the first turret gold, so picked up a slight gold lead for themselves, basically just taking away the little lead that Cloud9 had for themselves. But Cloud9 once again find themselves around a Herald, and unfortunately this time, not even going to poke the Ezreal ult in there.
Yeah, not trying to contest it this time after Sven got chunked out so hard, so I like this decision. And it also was better this time because they didn't, you know, have someone collapsing. You know, they just kept perks on the bot side the entire time, so he was able to grab some XP for himself, deny some of this minion wave, get a big chunk of turret damage down here, and make use of the fact that they didn't really have the opportunity to contest anyways. It would have been way worse if he showed up and just kind of hung out mid before going back bot lane.
Yeah, instead just gonna go back, reset, and then go back to mid, as you said, continue to try and siege that up. Fudge is level 11. This is, it's definitely a game where keeping track of, you know, ultimate ranks is pretty important. They're all, again, very high impact ultimates across both these teams, as Blabber is currently shadowing Fudge, making sure no one else is here, but there is no one else, so Fudge going to be A-okay to push out this wave, and looks like they'll go back and line up their next play. There is a dragon up in 15 seconds. Beyond already grabbed the first, so if Cloud9 want to equalize, they can, but no need to rush if you don't want to, but it does seem like there's not much else to do, so might as well.
Yeah, I'll have to see what Ezreal's items are. I think he just bought something, so if he completed his Muramana, maybe you want to fight this. No, he's not quite there yet, so I don't know if Cloud9 want to fight this dragon. It's not the do or die kind of situation quite yet. Beyond Gaming do feel very powerful, and you see them working quite well around the Amumu timer, so they're probably going to hang out here for another minute, wait for it to show up before really contesting this dragon. Liang has TPs, has pressure up on the top side, so a tough situation for Cloud9 right now. Good job by Beyond putting pressure on multiple points of the map.
Yeah, Lilia actually pretty good in her 1v1, as long as you have enough vision to protect her. She's very vulnerable if you gank her, but 1v1 Fudge can't really do anything but sit under the tower and hope for the best. Cloud9 though have started the Dragon, but as Rift Herald dropped mid, that's going to be the trade. That charge does happen. Sven is trying to defend. We'll keep the Herald off the tower so it doesn't go down just yet. But Beyond Gaming can recommit to try and take this tower down if they want to, but Cloud9 at least equalizing the Dragons for a nice little exchange there in mid.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting situation. I'll hold my thought as we see it again.
Oh, that chain CC is so good, but Husha still takes out Sven. The CC on the other side is better, but Fudge gets the Everfrost, just barely missed the Yone who ultis out, but Doggo is going to be the target. Perkz is going to shut that down, as this SARS has been on point all tournament long. Make it a second there as Lilia's going to die to Perkz. He naps the double, and Cloud9 collapsed to punish BYG in mid.
Okay, so Cloud9, they're able to get the Dragon off the focus of the Rift Herald in the mid lane by Beyond Gaming, and then Beyond want to get something out of it. They actually want to finish that turret off. They clump up, and that's the perfect time for the Malphite flank to come through. Not the cleanest fight, as I'm sure you'll see in the replay, but still able to come out 2 for 1 for Cloud9 to get a little bit of pressure after.
Alrighty, well, back to pushing as we watch this replay. It's the Axe-Track one, actually.
Yeah, so this was nice by Beyond that they started the fight. The TPs hadn't had time to come through yet. Misflash there by Doggo, like I said. Good job by Moen getting out, but then here Perkz missed both his Gap Closer and his Everfrost, and so there were a couple of abilities that missed that probably could have gone a lot better for Cloud9, and they got a bit of a freebie by Doggo flashing on top. I feel like if he flashed down with Moen away from Perkz and not on top of the Malphite ultimate as well, maybe he can fight that fight out a little bit more after the initial kill. So a bit lucky there for Cloud9 that it went as well as it did, because Beyond's initial pickoff onto Sven was quite well executed.
Yeah, it's funny, on average, they probably got the amount of kills they should have, but you can see either team got more or less.
They had some nervous hands there, so both teams kind of making sure it ends up the same. One thing I do want to point out about Amumu, though, that I think is really important. People talk about the double bandage toss giving you more CC, and that's apparent. Yep. But I think the thing that is also really important for all-ins and just being a threat is the amount of damage that comes through if you land both halves of it, as he's currently getting engaged on.
Oh, Perkz looking for the Everfrost, but he finds the E on the other side instead as the ulti stolen. Does commit it for the kill, but Perkz is on a killing spree now, happily taking his Vulcan. Looking to lock up Yone, but he goes back in. Vulcan going to get crushed as Doggo picks up one.
Yeah, losing track of TPs a little bit there. They had the double TP by Cloud9 in the last fight, and here Moen was already mid lane in that situation, so he was able to hold on to his, and so they think that's an Amumu caught out of position too far in the river. That is the case, but Moen TP collapse does make it a 1-for-1. You trade supports out there. Still probably a little bit in Cloud9's favor to get that global off the map, so you can be a little more free with the rest of your playmaking.
Oh goodness, Malphite. Just so much CC. Doggo is no flash, no hope, just dead. Just straight dead, 1v1.
Yeah, we'll see if Fudge can get out there, if he's going to get punished for that all-in, but he does get the kill.
No ulti there for Yone, just nothing to do. Sven here as well to reinforce the mid lane, and Fudge gets away with it. In fact, now Liang's in trouble. Blabber looking to line up the kick, going to be put to sleep though as Blabber's going to back away.
Nice job for Cloud9, kind of picking Beyond apart throughout the map. They get the initial kill into Kino, and then with Husha out the back end of that play, just looking to farm up his camps, you kind of just base checks Fudge there, who had priority in the bot lane because that TP came through. So the way that they are pulling Beyond across the map is something that's allowing them to find all these extra kills. Because Fudge got the push in the bot lane and could go into the jungle, he's then able to find the kill on the Graves and get out, and then while the rest of the team is trying to react to this Malphite, hey, Blabber's in your top jungle now, going behind and forcing the ultimate out of Liang and being able to grab top turret with Perkz there.
And now that kind of, the first two items of Fudge are finished, I can kind of see what's going on. Like, initially I'm like, oh, Lilia seems really cool here, which was a good flex to counterpick the Malphite. Earlier it was maybe 20 CS up for Liang, now it's been even because Cloud9's got more map to farm with. But now I see 3 ADs and a Malphite. And I don't know what you're supposed to do, because Malphite's, if you have no flash, Malphite's going to ult on top of you, Everfrost you, just punch you in the face. Even if he can't kill you, you're like shooting a frozen heart Malphite. Like, what are you supposed to do?
And that's why the Everfrost is nice, because when I watched that initial all-in on Husha and he got all the damage, I was like, okay, but now can you kill him? Well, with the extra AP ratios, the answer is yes. And he was able to finish off the Graves. And so, it gives you that little bit of extra damage that you might need to get over the top with all these squishy members. You can kill them, they can't kill you, because you have this hybrid of damage and tankiness. And at some point, these carries will be able to just lifesteal through you potentially. He might need a second damage item, which he might be going for with that stopwatch you see. Might actually be picking up a Zhonya's as well. Kind of going a little bit of a hybrid route there because it still has armor on it.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Curious to see if it does turn into that, or if he's just happy with the investment right now. Obviously, we all know stopwatch is very good. Doggo, gonna have to cleanse it off. Blabber looking for the kill, finds the Q, threads the needle, and now the flash kick is gonna deliver him to Sven, who picks it up nicely. Blabber, though, pops a gold trigger. That's unfortunately not enough to save you. Item's not that good, but Vulcan also in trouble. Yone ulti over the top to finish things off as Beyond Gaming will punish Cloud9's greed a little.
That was definitely greedy. Blabber saw the angle, healed on. We're not done yet. Teleport's coming in from Malphite.
It's Fudge. He's got ulti. Who's getting ulted? Everybody. Sven already took down one, and again, the Everfrost Malphite happens, and you just cannot run away. Leon, though, is found a target. He does want a battle. Sven going to cleanse off the sleep. Fudge does shut down Husha on a killing spree now from this Malphite, and Perkz is chasing Liang, but Lily is just so speedy. Not going to happen. But Cloud9, I think at the end of it all, a 3-for-2 trade.
Not bad overall for them. They did find 3 kills, like you said. They had a little bit of a split focus at the end there. You saw, Fudge tunneling, wanting to finish off Liang. Then you had Perkz focusing, I believe it was Kino down, and then Liang was just in the middle. Oh god, that was scary. Overall, though, they did get the mid turret off that, which is another part of that play for why it was kind of worth it for Blabber to go that hard. It bought space for Sven to just kind of finish off that turret and continue this snowball of the map control that they've kind of been able to grab. Now all the outer turrets down on Beyond Gaming side.
Well, good news, Mark. You're getting your wish. It is, in fact, Azonia's third here for Fudge.
Yep.
That is the Arm Guard, so I like it. This is a really cool build. Again, especially if MF is a champion that's going to pop up a lot. This feels miserable to play against. Malphite's already pretty bad for you to play against if it's his full tank, but this is enough threat to be more than just a nuisance, as Perkz going to have to get out of dodge. Does flash away, but good force there from BYG to at least get that summoner spell.
Yeah, somewhere in the tail end of that as well, Cloud9 picked up the Infernal Drake, so continuing dragons for themselves. Unfortunate, Perkz lost his flash there. It looked like they were trying to set up a face check and just got a little greedy going for it, flashed over the wall. And in response, Beyond Gaming grabbed their last outer turret on the map now, so it is a wide open Summoner's Rift for both teams to start making some plays.
Yeah, Goldo's starting to run away from Beyond a little bit. Cloud9 have built up, 2,500, 3,000 gold or so. Also, investing in other ways. Perkz has Magi's with 7 stacks already building up, so clearly feels confident about the, the results of the upcoming fights. We'll see if Beyond Gaming can put those pages to rest. But for now, they are going to have to just kind of chill out. Play for that next objective. Cloud9 happy to wait for Drakes here, and also Baron definitely a threat for either of these teams. I think even this build of Malphite can pretty happily tank Baron for a decent amount of time, so
for sure.
Cloud9 happy to start it here.
With the gold lead, as well as a slightly easier to execute team comp in these kind of wide open map situations, you have multiple champions who are a little bit more comfortable face checking and getting vision down. It's harder for Beyond Gaming to do it, and you can see that lapse in vision has allowed C9 to start the Baron.
Fudge at it again, but this is just zoning, maybe looking to finish off the Baron. In fact, Fudge completely just going to gatekeep Husha out of this pit. Gets the Everfrost down on Takino. Perkz over the top. They've got the Baron, and now they're going back to it. Perkz! Sven getting that kill as now Moen gets a very nice ulti through, but it's just no follow-up there. Fudge is going to get shut down by Liang. The Conqueror procs, the spin happens, and they will at least trade back 1-for-1, but Liang now has to turn for the hills. Kino's already dead. Husha fell as well, so not even a 1-for-1. Beyond Gaming losing 2, and Cloud9 still got the Baron.
Oh god, the Fudge factor. The BM emote spam just saying, walk through me. I dare you. Try and get to this Baron buff, and it kind of stalls out Beyond. And, on the back end of this, they're going to find a couple more kills for C9 probably here. Liang in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Lilia ran all the way to the wrong side of the rift, and Blabber and Vulcan are going to have to go on a wild dude chase, but I think they'll lock it down. It might take a bit. Vulcan is getting a little spooky on the HP situation, but Blabber, very accurate today on the Qs, is going to finally shut down that Lilia.
Finally finished off the Lilia. I think they also grabbed the mid-inner turret during that little dance that we were watching.
We never get to see what happens in the objectives.
There's always some objective dropping. Who cares? Watch the kills. I'm with you, observers. You're getting it right. Now we'll have to see Perkz. Might be in a little bit of trouble. Does have his hop over the wall there, so he's fine. Anyways, this is the play I was talking about. Fudge just emote spamming, saying, walk through me. What are you going to do? My team's taking Baron. He just marks the enemy jungler, makes it impossible for Husha to contest. And because Beyond is so, well, we have to do something, they also stick around for the engage afterwards, and they find a really clean combo there. Doggo over the wall did have a nice ultimate to get some people low for Liang to finish him off, but, it does force Liang to commit, and then there's that crazy chase down sequence that happens, and while Blabber and Vulcan were working on that kill, the rest of Cloud9 was grabbing that inner turret.
Mark, I did say, sadly, Amumu is currently 0-3. And unfortunately for Beyond Gaming, looks to maybe be 0-4 by the end of this game. But I have seen a lot of great Amumu ultimates this game. The problem is it's all Cloud9. It's Perkz stealing the Amumu ultimate every fight.
Who's the best Amumu in the game? The Sylas.
Definitely Sylas. Definitely the level 16, 11 stack Magi's Sylas.
Well, maybe they're going to go finish him off for that.
Alright, Perkz going to lose some pages perhaps in a 1v3 that he cannot escape. Will get shut down, but Cloud9 are just rampaging through the rest of the base as a result. Perkz, he'll take the trade.
If he doesn't say worth in all chat, I'm kind of disappointed in him.
Yeah. Me too. Can we get a preview replay for that?
Anyone's going to tweet that one out after the game to let me know. Feeling pretty good right now for Cloud9 and North American fans. Pretty good grip on this game, grabbing that bot lane turret, still having a bit of time left. A very strong Red Bull Baron power play, 2,500 gold and breaking over the base. With the next dragon coming up in 20 seconds, they should still have control over that. So feeling pretty good, and I do like Beyond Gaming's angle there, saying we're not going to fight you in the bot lane. Let's just go grab a kill. Let's get some stacks off them. Let's get some gold in our pocket to start contesting Cloud9 around some of these other objectives. We'll see if they actually go here on the 3rd dragon or they wait till the 4th. You know, this is the option that Beyond's kind of looking at from here because they still have tons of engage and opportunities to actually just insta-give an important member of Cloud9's team comp. Pretty much everyone but Malphite and maybe Blabber are options.
Cloud9 though taking over the red side jungle. Have all of this space created around this dragon. Even going to steal the red buff and donate it over to Sven. And Cloud9 are going to have plenty of time to finish this off. Again, Fudge can play bodyguard if he needs to, but he doesn't need to. Even has the exhaust ready for the team fight. Has been swapping pretty aggressively with the spellbook here, which is always nice to see. And apparently it's really giving the emote key a workout today. Lots of thumbs up action out of Fudge. Clearly feeling pretty good on the level 16 Malphite.
It's a scaling button. Yeah. The better the game's going, the harder your emote game scales.
It's true.
You don't quite see as many people emoting early on. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you do, and then it usually gets horribly wrong.
You regret it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't all in on the scaling early. As Fudge, with Spellbook, throws the exhaust down onto the Amumu. He's having fun, all right?
Still thumbs up. Maybe he pressed, maybe his summoner spell key is near the emote key. Maybe he just misclicked, didn't expect someone to walk into range. Was warding and then threw the exhaust out. Also maybe expiring.
Maybe, I mean, with the thumbs up emote immediately afterwards, I'm leaning towards intentional.
I certainly hope so. This Perkz is even going to do a bit of counter jungling here alongside Blabber. Level 17 now for the Sylas as Perkz is just zipping over the walls into the waiting arms of Pusha and friends. Level 12 Amumu now, bandage shots one. Oh, flash ulti! Not enough, but now the ulti's his again as Perkz has once again stolen Curse of the Sand Mummy, and Fudge is in there, Blabber's in there first though. It's going to pop the Zhonya's, Fudge looking for it, Sven going to get the pick off, that's a great Yone ulti to try and get it back, and indeed they get the kill. As Fudge now low, but not dead just yet, but he flashes out of the way. As Cloud9 still looking to play here under the tower, Perkz gone absolutely insane under the enemy tier 2, looks for the second, can't grab it. And now Vulcan going into stasis. I think Cloud9 maybe bit off a little too much on this play, and Beyond Gaming will make them pay for it.
Nice 3 for 2 there for Beyond Gaming. Kino looking for the opportunity on the top side. I actually like this timing a lot, as you know they are losing a little bit of their base, but I don't know. Nexus turret, you know, they're not going to get backdoor probably this game. As we see, you know, Cloud9 actually not backing off from that top lane situation, still trying to finish off this turret, knowing the amount of pressure that's in the base, thinking that they can grab a little bit more turret gold with the fact that Beyond had to recall and deal with that Nexus turret. But I did like that attempt. You know, there's a lot of time for your ults to come back up before the next dragon that you need to fight. Baron's in only 30 seconds, so maybe that's more of a concern. But this is an opportunity where, you know, Cloud9's grouped up in a lane. You try and force the fight. Doesn't actually go that well, but, you know, Cloud9 then need to punish to make something of it. And they see Kino low, so they want to go in for the Amumu to finish him off. But there's still a lot of ults up for the rest of the team, a lot of CC available. So they kind of start stun lock people underneath the turret. They have to, you know, get Fudge out of there. Blabber dying early. Perkz goes in to start finishing off some low people, but again, starts getting CC'd up under the turret. Passive burn his stopwatch, gets finished off there. Vulcan then trapped under the turret as well. So, you know, they kept baiting Cloud9 to jump on top of them. Not happy. Doesn't look too thrilled about that one.
Yeah.
Did not want to lose those stacks, I bet. You know, nothing on that mage eyes now.
He's out, he's out. Lost the last page he had. I think he saw, like, you know, the 10 stacks coming back in. Fudge though. Oh my goodness, poor Kino. Just deleted his, Yone, sorry. He's going to go back in and find a few. Blabber low, but not dead just yet. But Vulcan also bleeding as Fudge. Trying to play defense, but Beyond Gaming fighting back here. Cloud9 have to be a little more cautious in these stroke points.
Yeah, Doggo really punishing that engage. Doesn't actually get a kill, but drops multiple members super low. Forces the Guardian Angel off of Blabber there. So you know, able to kind of withstand that engage. They did blow up Kino, and C9 want to transfer it into a Baron. We'll see if Beyond can actually contest this one.
You can kind of see why Cloud9 are willing to throw caution to the wind though, right? They've got pressure in the bottom side from the top play. They can play aggressively here, keep the minions pushing and take Baron. So it's not, you know, reckless engaging that Cloud9 are entertaining, but they are going in very frequently.
No, this is exactly what you want to see. I don't want to make this sound like a criticism of the Cloud9 game plan. You have so many engage tools, you have so many opportunities, you have the map state in your favor so that even if they engage like that doesn't go 100% your way, you still get the kill, you still have the map to pressure in the bot lane, you can grab the Baron on the back end of it. And so this is what you want to see. You don't want to see, oh, we only take 90% plays. Go for the 60-40 like that and actually make some plays happen and keep the you know, gas down.
Yeah, credit to both teams for staying proactive. Beyond Gaming, though, slipping further and further out of reach for this game. Cloud9 up with the Soul Point now. They're up 6k. They've got a second Baron on the table. And already the bottom side of the Rift was pretty battered by Cloud9's last siege. That inhibits back, though, thankfully for them. But Fudge is once again asking to ult your teammates. As Vulcan does find the engage, Everfrost follows. Kino loses the ulti again. Blabber maybe trying to bait out the ulti, but doesn't find it. Finds another Q, though. Kicks him to death. And Cloud9 now in a 5v4 as Blabber finishes that off.
Yeah, Kino was just stuck in the state of, well, I don't have a good target to go in on, but I don't want to blow my ult defensively because then I won't be able to contest the Soul Point. And he just holds it on until it's too late. Cloud9 focus him down, kill him as the primary engager for Beyond Gaming. Once you take him out, it's a lot harder for them to find an opportunity. And now this might be a free soul. We'll see if they want to contest 4v5 or if they're going to keep Moen on top side. Doesn't have TP, so it looks like they're just sacking it.
Yeah, gonna go ahead, have to give that Infernal Soul over again. Your move is on up for 10 seconds, not a lot you can really do. Perkz actually, the best movement on the Rift so far, is looking to line up another ulti once again. Fudge also could combine for a very classic Season 1 combo mark. Haven't seen it in a minute, but definitely plenty of wombo potential there as Cloud9 will finish off that inhibitor. They're going to retake mid here as well, crack that finally, and take down a second inhib here, and maybe just walk it in. Kino's back, but I'm not sure it matters.
Yeah, he ended up losing his ult right as he died, so there's still about like a 20-second timer or 15-second timer before he can go in here.
And again, still holding on to theirs. Fudge, level 18, Perkz, level 18. Ready with some big ticket ultimates here. Only one extra Nexus turret to get through as well. Plenty of time left on this Baron, 45 seconds. Jeez, that is a long siege for Beyond to try and go in. And Blabber just finds the pick. It's Kino again. They're bullying the poor boy. And now Vulcan diving back in. Husha, though, is going to make him pay for it as Perkz dove in straight. As Sven is now dominating Perkz. He is going to die. Husha actually grabbed himself the double as Cloud9 tried to end the game but couldn't quite find it. 3v3 though, but they've run out of ulti, so I think Cloud9 gonna have to leave.
Yeah, they do stay alive here, getting another even fight. A lot of these, you know, Beyond has done a great job of punishing the engages for Cloud9 once they go in and finding even kills. You know, not many of these fights have been clean aces. It's been very, very scrappy, and, you know, Beyond, despite the fact that they're able to largely come out even or slightly behind the fights, it's a lot of the map states that make it so difficult. You're going even in that fight underneath your own Nexus turrets. Like, what do you do at the tail end of that? There's not much of an opportunity for you to get onto the map and start stealing camps away from Cloud9 or getting deep vision down, you know? Like, there's just not much that they're able to do on the tail end of that. So while it's nice that they're able to stay alive here, they're still really on the back foot. Cloud9, thank you, observers. TP ward available, double TP incoming. Call a shot.
I'm very scared for Kino. Every time he's on the screen, I'm like, oh no, my poor boy.
I mean, they're picking on him. He's the squishiest member of the enemy team, despite being their primary engage. And, you know, if you can kill him before he gets a good ult off, that makes it really hard for them. And then it's a lot of pressure on Moen to find an opportunity, or Liang to find a 5-man sleep or something, you know? And it just puts a lot of pressure on. Now, a lot of the times they kill him, they leave one of their members underneath the, the turret for Beyond to focus that member down, Blabber there being the target. So it's still overall a win for Cloud9, but Beyond showing a lot of grit this game, I think, and taking fights and trying to stay proactive.
Yeah, running out of towers to play under, unfortunately for them. Cloud9 doing pretty good demolition work here as Liang is going to run away to get TP'd on by Perkz, but nothing comes of that particular play. But now Cloud9 are just happy to wait until the next Baron spawns. That'll be a minute 50. Sven forced to use the Mercurial, or I guess the QSS portion of that sword. It's very confusing. But does have to use it. Does have cleanse up still as well, so it should feel pretty safe. But again, C9 are just trying to get to that same map state, right? Where they can take Gris and it doesn't really matter. And if nothing happens, then they'll go ahead and take an objective. As Perkz steals the only ultimate to get out of there. No, never mind. He's not going out. He only goes in. And now he's going to have to leave, but he goes back through the Infernal Soul, explodes the enemy Yone, and now Perkz looking to make the 1v2 into another 1v1 win, and Perkz will find the double in the 1v2 play, and Fudge is taking every tower shot in the lands as Sven demolishes Borhusha and BYG. They can only defend for so long, but the ace is there, and Cloud9 are going to pick up their second win at Worlds.
Cloud9 going 2-0 to start groups. Beyond Gaming dropping to 0-2, a tough start, but for Cloud9, you're feeling good. It's playoff Perkz, except it's Worlds Perkz. It's even better.
It's true. An even better time to look good as Cloud9 still remain undefeated. 2 games only through, but that is half of their round-robin games in this play. And again, it is a very short round-robin stage here this go-around. And even though this wasn't as dominant a game, I still felt like this is the consistency you're looking for, right? Again, very little room for error. Not a whole lot you can do if things start to go sideways, but Cloud9 play consistently enough to still stay competitive, because Beyond, I think, have leveled up a lot in the short amount of time they've had. This is more what we expected.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, in this game, it wasn't enough. I think they will get scarier as they play more opponents. But C9, I love that they're still willing to play the game, right? They're not just waiting for the game to end leaning on 3,000 gold. They're still taking fights.
Yeah, I think for both teams, there's some positive takeaways. You know, you talk about Cloud9 finding a lot of punishes early on in that game. If you cast your mind all the way back to the start, the 2-for-0 in the top tri-brush was huge. But I think for Beyond, as much of a disaster as that is, they did a decent job bouncing back and staying in the game after what was a disastrous start. So I think, like you're saying, they can continue to ramp up. We don't know the exact power levels of all the teams and groups right now, but Cloud9 is potentially the best team in your group. You had a relatively competitive game against them. It feels terrible to be 0-2 right now, but you know, Beyond can easily grab a couple wins, make it out. 4 out of the 5 teams do get out of groups, remember, and then you're talking about winning a couple of best of 5s to still stay in the hunt for the main stage.
Yeah, definitely some work to do here, but we'll see what happens as we're going to go to a break, but when we return, there is more play-ins coming up. Don't go too far away.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Never thought I could love, I was down to the wire. You took me on by surprise, there was summer inside. Now I can think of a time that I wasn't sober. We're on a high life and seasons don't mind. You keep me warm on a cold, long winter night. You always know where to go, where to spend our time together, don't mind. Wherever we are, we'll be fine. You keep me warm on a cold, long
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them.
A new era is waiting. Make it yours.
Welcome back to Iceland for Worlds 2021 playing stage. C9 is now 2-0 in their group, and I have Fudge with me to talk about the game. Hi, how are you doing, and how was this game for you?
I think the game was pretty good. I think the game actually went really well. Surprisingly, I didn't expect them to flex Lilia top. So I thought I was playing against Graves top with Malphite, and I thought the lane would be pretty fine. But Lilia top is obviously a pretty hard matchup for me, and early game was really hard. And then they ended up like misplaying a lot at like level 3 or 4 when they took the 2v2.
Wait, I wanted to touch on the draft actually, because indeed they put Graves and Lilia. I didn't think Lilia would be still able to play on a solo lane. How did you adapt towards that, and explain the Malphite last pick?
Yeah. So Malphite last pick was mainly just because we thought it was Graves top.
Yeah.
And obviously Malphite was very good against their comp outside of lane. And we didn't expect them, well, we didn't really think about Lilia flexing to top lane because we haven't seen her a single time in scrims or solo queue or anywhere. Yeah. And although it is actually a really good flex by them, and it was a good adaptation by them in draft to actually put Lilia top lane.
Yeah.
And obviously it didn't go as well as it could have, but I do think that it was a pretty good adaptation by them.
Yeah, and I want to touch on the mid game also, because you were super ahead, but it feels like from 20 to 30 minutes, it was a bit harder to take on the fight, especially with the Yone going in your way. How did you overcome that to get the win in the end?
Well, I think at the end, it sort of was us playing slower and just bleeding them out, because usually like there was like 3 or 4 times where we tried to like dive them, and then we like misplayed, got hit by a huge MF ulti, huge Yone, like a lot of Yone damage, Graves damage. So we sort of just started to play a bit slower, and then they ended up in like they sort of like tried to kill Sylas 1v2, and then Luca like 1v2 them in bot lane, which is like obviously the game-winning play. But I do think we would have ended up winning regardless.
Yeah. It was a beautiful game from you guys in the end. And I also want to talk about you and your performance. You've been stellar so far at Worlds 2021. And I mean, it's improvements we've seen throughout summer from you. The Fudge Factor, you know it, we talked about it. But tell me about the new responsibilities you have within the team. Also getting the last pick here and your new role in C9 this summer and also at Worlds.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more learning to do. Like we learned a lot about how to play through top lane after MSI, because a lot of teams were sort of getting a lot better at punishing top lane whenever they had winning matchups, and you also have to play really well defensively whenever you're in those losing matchups. So we sort of just learned how to communicate well around top lane and how to defend every wave, how to punish them on every wave, stuff like that. And it's very important to do, otherwise you sort of just lose instantly to like especially like the Chinese teams. I think they do play really well around that.
Yeah, it's nice to see that you can carry from all around the map for C9. Now you have one last game to play at the end of the day against Galatasaray. How do you think it's going to go? Because they've been performing well yesterday. I feel they surprised everyone. How do you feel about this matchup?
I think we'll definitely win, but I do think they're probably the best opponent so far in the group. So I think it's probably going to be the most hype matchup, because I do think that whoever wins actually makes it first seed, I believe, according to standings. So it's going to be a very high matchup for sure.
For sure. Well, I wish you good luck on that. Thank you so much for this interview. And yeah, we'll see about later today for C9. And back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Laura, and welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. It's Cloud9 that moves to 2-0 here with the victory. But Kaizen, it took 42 kills between the two teams in less than 40 minutes for them to ultimately wrap it up. And we heard a word from Fudge there on the fact that they felt they had to slow it down, maybe getting ahead of themselves with the lead that they had built and almost put in a position to lose it, but slowing the game down, finding their few moments, and they're able to wrap it up.
Yeah, a little too hyphy, but a win is a win. And overall, I think the team looks pretty clean. We heard Fudge talk about, toward the end of the game, they had some trouble closing out through the MF ult and the Yone. And that's something that they'll have to work on improving, because come group stage, you are going to get punished when you're ahead and you fail to close out a game cleanly. But overall, I thought the mid game was really, really good from this team. We saw Fudge with multiple flanks on Doggo, got to shut him down on one of those powerful AD carries in the game. And overall, it felt like C9 had an intelligent understanding of how they wanted to draft, because they chose to give up the MF rather than ban her, even though she's been, I think, 100% presence over the course of the tournament. And he mentioned that they picked a Malphite as a Graves adaptation, but I think it works equally well against the MF, because with Malphite, once you have an Everfrost, even that little amount of AP is enough for you to kill her. And they had so many forms of hard CC to stop her from doing what she does.
Well, I want to continue this draft conversation by looping in Goldberg, because we heard Fudge even mention it. Intelligent pivot out of the side of Beyond Gaming, he says, in the face of the Malphite last pick by putting Lilia to the top side and the Graves into the jungle. While they did come out ahead in that 2v2, you heard him talking about it, that actually probably is one that they should have lost if all things were played correctly.
But it's also one of the learning experiences, as he talked about, with MSI, with players actually punishing winning matchups, but also being really good at defending bigger waves being pushed into you, being better at stopping these guys dives from coming through. And if you'll remember back to that 2v2 play up towards the top side, it's actually because Blabber is up there as well, helping out his top laner towards the Crocs clear at the same time. So not only, while it was a bad matchup for the Malphite, they had still some good adaptation in terms of their team play and actually helping Fudge up there, which, we hadn't always seen in the past.
Right, and the other thing for me that this kind of highlights, Kaizen, is the fact that we've, across 2 games, now seen Fudge in 2 very different kinds of roles. While definitely an impact player in both of the games, this time around, not necessarily on the carry champion.
Yeah, I think he's playing like a carry irrespective of the champion he's on. And look, there were some moments, like for instance this fight around Herald, where I think it was a team error and they just shouldn't have been looking for this at all. You're in a scenario where it's basically a 4v5, Ezreal's not there, you're in a choke versus MF. But overall, as an individual player, I think Fudge has been playing pretty much immaculately. Sure, there are some moments where, he goes in a little bit too aggressively, but overall, I think what he's showing us is a versatility of a player that he's built over the course of the split. He used to be the weak side, Gragas top, Malphite top guy, and he shelved that, decided to be a carry, and now he can bring it all together. So really impressive by Fudge.
Yeah, especially because, I was even saying while we were just watching that game, writing to production, don't put Fudge in there, he's just playing Malphite. There's going to be no reason to include him. But boy, did he prove me wrong.
Oh, absolutely. The score line is phenomenal. And here we see some of that, that carry potential even on a more, tank initiator type champion. Granted, he did build the Everfrost, follows it up with a few armor-oriented picks. But Goldberg, back to you.
Yeah, definitely. And you can just see it. Like, that's the Fudge factor right there. He's just standing still in front of the enemy team while his own team is doing Baron, the Everfrost, the Frozen Heart, later the Abyssal Mask. This guy just being close to you is already an overbot, taking away your attack speed, getting more damage when you get CC'd, and boy, was there a load of CC in this Malphite kid.
Yeah, if you need any more proof of the value of emotes, that's it right there. So make sure you've got those keybound at home, because that's how you can start fights. Who would have thought that emotes were an engage tool, Kaizen?
Just standing there menacingly. Love it.
So let's also talk about Cloud9 now looking forward in the play-in stage, because I also love what Fudge said in looking ahead at their second matchup of the day, Galatasaray at 2-0. He says he thinks this is the marquee matchup of the day. So what are your thoughts there, Kaizen?
It clearly is. I mean, I think Galatasaray, besides C9, has looked like the most cohesive team. I think Crazy has had a really good tournament so far on the Kennen, some really nice flanks. I think some of the most effective and perhaps only effective Kennen flanks that we've seen all tournament. And I think we saw some really, really good Bard play from Zergsting, allowing the team to get set up despite some of his key picks being denied from him. So I think this should be a really hype matchup, and I can't wait to get to it. But Dash, you asked a lot of questions. I have a question for Goldborg.
Oh, throw it. Give it to us.
Go on.
All right, so earlier, you said you're not on the hype trade for C9. We've now seen 2, in my opinion, dominant games. Are you on it? Because it's pretty lonely in here, and I've been riding it the whole tournament.
All aboard! It's going to continue to be lonely until I see what Turkey they can do. Galatasaray. I need to see all games.
Right.
I need to see the whole day. No need to call it just now.
Oh, I tell you this much. The train leaves the station after that third game of the day, all right? Okay, so you better hop on after that last one, or you're going to be left at the station. That's it for Cloud9 versus Beyond Gaming. We're heading to a commercial. When we come back, there's more Worlds heading your way.
Make or break. Make it yours.
No, we're never gonna fade away. Let's take it to another level. No holding back, that's right, yeah, it's now or never. And keep up the vibe with something special. Yeah, we're doing this our way. And we're never gonna fade away. And no, we're never gonna fade away. And no, we're never gonna fade away. Never gonna fade away. Feeling flawless. Life's like a summer dream stuck in our orbit. When we shoot for the moon, we go the farthest. Yeah, we're doing this our way. And we're never gonna fade away. No, we're never gonna fade away.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Day 2 of the League of Legends 2021 World Championships. It's play-ins time, Mark Zimmerman. Cloud9 still looking good, undefeated, but this is going to be the other big dog of Group B. It is Galatasaray from the TCL taking on Japan's Detonation Focus Me.
Yeah, I think a lot of people did not have Galatasaray pegged as one of the favorites potentially in this group, but so far they've looked incredible. 2-0 on the first day, taking down Beyond Gaming, which was one of the teams people were looking at. DFM is one of the other teams that people were saying, hey, you know, they had a pretty good MSI. Maybe they'll come back. They got their gang in the bot lane now, you know, instead of their coach. So they should be even better. And then, you know, they get defeated by C9. That was a tough start for them. And in the meantime, Galatasaray is just, you know, taking off in the other direction, 2-0.
Yeah, I think the funny thing about them is like the intel we got is like, oh, like it's hard to pin down like why they're so good because individually there's not like it's hard to pinpoint a single player. and they're like, oh, they're really good at team fighting. They like when they get ahead, they tend to stay ahead, but like they don't blow open games like individually 1v1. They just kind of slowly like play through the laning phase, get ahead, and then they win. And I feel like they're doing that and also winning every lane.
Well, I feel like when I was watching their games preparing, like there were a couple times where I was watching, I was like, oh, they're kind of trolling, they're really aggressive, there's like too much. And then some of the other series looked a lot cleaner. And I settled on like they're actually just really good about team coordination, like you're saying, and I feel pretty good whenever I watch them making plays. Crazy roams around the map quite a bit. I think Mojito is a really smart jungler. To your point about like popping off and all this insane stuff, not quite, but I always feel like his ganks make sense from a game plan perspective in what he is trying to do. It's either accelerating one of their key win conditions where they have like the hardest carry winning on the map or something, or it's throwing a wrench in the enemy team's game plan. And if they have a hard carry snowball topside, like he'll gank that to shut it down at a good timing window, and he won't just like hover around too long. And you know, Emily is talking a lot about efficiency yesterday. I feel like Mojito is one of those junglers who's relatively efficient, and I think as a whole their team just seems to work really well together. Zergsting also gets a lot of hype. Lulu as well, just being good enablers and playmakers. Like it's just a team full of people who are down to make a play together.
Yeah, and definitely on display in day one, already 2-0. Could be 4-0 by the end of today. They're one of the few teams actually playing all their games for the round robin today. So I actually get to see all of them.
I can't tell if that's good or bad. Like, I'm trying to put myself in their position. Like on the one hand, like you're done, you know, there's other teams still playing and you get to relax the next day or crap your pants maybe depending on how it goes, you know, and you can't do anything else. It just feels weird to be done when everyone else is still going on. So I'm not quite sure how they feel, but at the very least, their 2 games today will decide their fate for the most part. If they finish 4-0 today, that's first. I mean, there's no way you can lose. So you can lock. You're the only person or one of the 2 teams who can lock first today.
All right, we'll see what happens here in this draft at least. Game number 3 for them here up against Dead FM. Aurelia LeBlanc, Leona, Bandaway, and Kiana Rise MF on the other side, which all lines up pretty nicely. I think keeping Kiana out of the hands of Mojito especially is a good idea. He's been deadly, at least from Group B on that pick. Lee Sin, though, is the answer, and looks like Aphelios is going to make his way to Udapon's hands there for DFM, alongside the Thresh, which has been a mainstay for Gang and many other supports around the world.
Yeah, I mean, Aphelios Thresh is one of the strongest bot lanes for most of Summer Split. Doesn't feel like it's been super high priority so far through this tournament. People are kind of playing around with the new toys, like we've talked about with some of the Amumu support, the MF, this kind of stuff. But with those taken off the table, we do see a staple. Meanwhile, you know, Galatasaray is still all in on the new champions, the Nami Lucian bot lane that has risen in priority ever since Lucian got that kind of buff with the passive on enemy buffing you get the extra damage. So perfect champion for Nami to throw her E on top of.
Yeah, definitely is like the I want to win lane 2v2. So we'll see if that does happen here. Alive and Zergsting could be awfully deadly in the early stages of the game. Zinzalzo continued to be picked in a lot of different spots. Also the same here for Steel.
Yep. I was going to say, matching lanes so far, you have junglers and then bot lanes fully locked in. So it's one of those situations where you're trying to ban out the enemy team's champions and not banning your own and trying to set up some stuff. So we'll see what they end up going for here. But I do like the Lucian Nami counterpick specifically into the Thresh Aphelios, because Nami's always been pretty good into Thresh. You have move speed on any spell that you cast, you know, making it harder for Thresh to land his hooks and stuff like that. You have sustain. As long as you don't get completely all in, you're going to be winning trades. And even your all-in threat is, you know, it's really hard for them to find opportunity. Lucian's so mobile, and like I said, yourself giving up speed up. So very tough lane, it feels like, for a lot of Thresh lanes into Nami, and we'll have to see if it goes badly, or if the Zen goes down there and they just start chain ganking. Because that's usually the answer, is either you leave them on an island and you take your 15 CS loss, or you try and kill them.
Yep, well, we'll see what happens. That should be a fun one, regardless of how the teams approach the gameplay in there. I guess the other thing is, like, you know, Nami not necessarily the flashiest champion. Zergsting's a fairly flashy player, but stay with me, you know, Bard ulti is a big circle, Nami Q just a little circle, and the man's skill shot accuracy is very high.
I thought you were going to go talk about Nami's ultimate being like Bard's ultimate. I was about to give you the stink eye, like, what are you talking about? Okay, the Q and the ult being similar, I see it a little bit.
See how good his aim is, though, because, again, much different radii to play with.
Well, and distance, too. Like, Bard's like a downtown sharpshooter, you know, like behind the three-point line from half court, calling your shot. Nami's like, I don't know, mid-range.
It's like a bad layup.
Yeah, yeah, it's like the floaters.
Jump shot.
The floaters that you do, you know, because the taller person's in the lane. You're like, ah, crap.
Alrighty, your name, Malphite, if something getting attention here.
Hey, watch, you have to watch the game before them. Like, we didn't like that.
And going TF, there's Zoe, though, for Arya. Definitely a champion that can have a huge impact on the game, depending on her skill shot accuracy. But Jace there for for Crazy. Blind is just ready for anything there in top lane.
I kind of like it as a potential call out to some of the stuff that Evi's champion pool plays with. Mostly it's a ton of Gnar, Renekton, Set, Tahm Kench. You know, it's not a lot of these like gap closing assassin-y type top laners that Jace can get all in by. You know, you talk about potentially Aurelius want to kill him, or Wukongs and this stuff that want to fight a lot. That's not really Evi's playstyle. He's a stable, consistent frontliner, a very good laner, but not the dominant one who's really going to skill check the Jace. And so I feel like this was a pretty safe call out by them.
Yeah, Evi is had a bad time as far as like
it's not been great.
No, and it's not necessarily his fault. Like, he's been put into very hard spots with Gnar, and it's unfortunately like been in counter matchups for a lot of it. This, however,
this is different.
Is the other side. Urgot in the top side.
Yeah, he hasn't played it in summer at all, but if I remember correctly, I think he has played it historically quite a bit. I'm going to go see if I can look
pretty
that
confident
up.
He's played it.
I feel like I remember watching his international and being pretty impressed by it. I remember him having a pretty clean Urgot. I'll make sure I'm not tricking myself. But overall, two very different team comps. This is a very fragile team comp on the side of Galatasaray. This is like, you know, if you get engaged on, you're dead if you give them that opening. Because even your support, a lot of the supports in the current meta are relatively tanky or have some engaged potential themselves. Nami is very squishy. Your tankiest member is your Lee Sin. And even then, you know, not much lockdown CC. If someone engages on you, you kick them away, but not like, oh, I stunned them, I'm Braum, I put a shield up. You know, like there's just not that kind of stuff to protect your team comp. A lot of priority in their lanes, and so it looks like a very snowball-oriented game plan from them. And on the flip side for DFM, yeah, you're a much more stable team comp. It's just can you get through the laning phase?
Yeah, again, kind of fighting off the pressure of the Galatasaray is kind of the test that everyone has been put to so far here in this group. If they make it out of the laning phase even or ahead, especially ahead, they're going to feel great. Like, again, this is the team that seemingly converts just about every lead they have, and this is definitely a game where they can get an early lead and run away with the game. But DFM have plenty of comfort picks, for one, and also champions that can, you know, find those engages, find those picks on the plethora of targets that are being presented to them. And once again, we will be looking towards the top lane here, because this is a nice change for me to see for Evi, right? No longer on Gnar duty. He, like, counterpicked himself and then got counterpicked in their first two games, and he's the one counterpicking.
Yeah, I feel like it was maybe a little bit of DFM relying on their crutches a little bit too much. You know, just like, oh, well, Arya doesn't lose on LeBlanc. Pick LeBlanc. Yeah. Like, oh, well, Gnar's open, and Evi's a great Gnar. Pick Gnar. And it's like, well, you guys didn't ban any of the counters. Now you're playing Aurelia into it. So I think this is a little bit better of a draft from them. It is still a situation where, you know, we talked about a lot of good lanes for Galatasaray, but if the enemy team wants to take this stuff, there's not much you can do. Starts Eve, nice attempt there, but Balulu able to avoid it, throws the thumbs up emote. Thumbs up, looking like a strong meta pick right now.
Yeah.
In the emote game. Everyone's flashing that thing.
Right at the top of the tier list for Worlds, it seems like right now. Balulu actually
showing the whole rotation.
Is ready with the whole wheel. Scroll to mouse wheel, perhaps it's just like jamming it.
Yeah.
I love the like attempt on that gank. That's really creative, using Zoe Bubble to try and set up a level 1. Unfortunately, like Zoe Bubble needs to smack you straight in the face when it's traveling through terrain, and now Arya is going to have a horrible time at level 1. Like, it was never going to be that fun up against Azir early on. Now it's going to be really bad.
Yeah, and I mean, you had other line skill shots. I mean, you had like the Thresh there, and so I could understand them fishing for a pick and wanting to do something.
Oh yeah, I'm here for it.
But not the case there, and I think Zoe decent into Azir. Like, you actually largely don't have too many issues. I'm not quite sure how much not having Q level 1 will affect it. Maybe it's like you just lose level 1 a little bit harder, but once you get your first reset off, it's still fine. You know, so at the very least, Balulu's happy, get a little bit more pressure in the early game, and you'll see Steel laning top to bot. You know, this is interesting to see if this is kind of that attack the Nami game plan I was talking about a little bit. Does feel like potentially the easiest place for them to make plays, but nice ward by Galatasaray. I'm not quite sure who dropped that one onto the Raptors, but they spot out Steel and know where he's going.
Looks like it might have been Mojito based on current cooldowns, but I don't think he would have placed that. Must have been nice and early.
Once they saw the invade, probably leaked in there and just dropped it. So
smart stuff. To your point though, definitely Zoe should be fine. She grabs levels, especially after a reset, even that. And in theory, Evi should be okay here in his counter matchup, although Jace can be a little tricky to try and navigate against, especially early on, and Crazy has obviously gotten a handle on the matchup early.
Yeah, I don't think this is a I'm going to beat you in lane answer. The Jace should still have priority and pressure for a lot of the laning phase, but you do have some all-in threat. That's kind of what we're talking about. Like, a lot of the matchups against Jace is not really about going toe-to-toe through the first 5 or 6 levels. It's more about, can you kill him later on with some gank assist, and can you provide that gank assist? And I think the answer is a very clear yes for an Urgot. If you land your E, flip him back, Xin Zhao's there, you get your ultimate on top of him, that does feel like a pretty easy kill.
All right, well, so far so good in the 2v2, by the way. Not necessarily what I would have expected. But Aphelios and Thresh feeling pretty good. Again, this is a lane that Udapon and Gang very happy to play. Not as common these days, but still very potent. And I think the short range is hurting them a little bit here.
Yeah, I was going to say, early level should go in the favor of Thresh and Aphelios still. You start with Green Gun every time. You're going to have a little bit of that range advantage. Lucian, more of a caster champion, does want a couple levels to get all of his abilities unlocked. And the Nami lane is not like just insta start winning lane. It's about winning trades over the course of it, and they still have all-in threat.
That bubble was sick nasty out of Xerxing, but Alive is in trouble. Udapon, they're also in more trouble as Nami, looking at the autos happening, needs a couple more second bubble lands.
They might be getting baited.
Yeah, there's Steel around the corner, and now Xerxing's like, uh-oh, I've gone too far, I'm going to have to flash, and Steel follow flashes. Gang misses a Q though, and Xerxing gets first blood as a result. And now get back in they go. Oh, the gravity gun snipe, so Udapon finally gets the kill. But Xerxing, the real winner in bot lane after that play.
He's feeling great, doesn't care. His AD carry died. I got double buffs on the kill. I'm the real carry now. Let's go. Nice play there by Galatasaray's bot lane, being able to win the initial trade, force the Xin Zhao to come down that gank. Nice flash by Xerxing as well, you know, waiting until the potential came in for the knock-up and flashing then. It kind of baited Steel to think he could get underneath the turret, but it was just hard for the rest of DFM to follow up that easily after they already lost a bunch of summoners in the initial trade. It was hard to finish them off. They did end up getting the kill, but very scrappy, and it just starts off with that Bard ultimate, like you called it.
Nice double there, and then Udapon just... This end of this is really wild because we know what's happening. Steel's on the hunt here.
Yeah, and I think it's a good game sense by them to like, okay, we got to back off here. They probably even went a little bit harder than they should have, but you know, bloodlust. And then from here, they just realized, okay, we're gonna kite it out. Like I said, nice flash right before the knockup, so Steel has to get the last hit underneath the turret, and the rest just can't quite have an easy angle onto Xerxing. Though this is a good job by Udapon seeing the little bit of over-aggression there and being able to go underneath the turret and finish off alive.
Well, nice little trade back and forth, but once again, it's Xerxing that reigns supreme. That is a very fast set of new shoes. Moby boots up nice and early.
That's going to be a fast fish, man.
Not a lot of 2v2. Oh, goodness, yeah. Xerxing doesn't miss, it looks like, but nice lance in there from Gang. Getting Udapon out to safety. That is one of the fun tricks with Aphelios and Thresh. Aphelios is kind of like a big siege weapon, but very immobile. So Thresh going to help him out there by giving him a little move block there off the Lantern. Mojito also down here for a refresher. You know, time for a drink.
And I feel like oh, hold on here.
Oh, I mean, Hook. Does not notice Xerxing. He's going to be the target. Nami, like you said, very squishy. But they're going back in there. Can they make it happen before the TP completes? This looks absolutely tragic. Galatasaray and Evie cleans up one. Is there any more? Mojito going to be the target lined up next. What a flip out of Evie. Gets it there off the back of the gravity gun for the second. And Gang stays alive as Steel cleans up the third. And DFM take 3 in the bottom lane.
DFM doing a better job tracking globals over the course of the game so far. Crazy used his TP for lane. A lot of JSs do. You want to keep that pressure up, but not enough communication with the bot lane to say, hey, if you break out into a 3v3 fight, they're going to be able to collapse. And once that TP came in, you know, Galatasaray is like, we're all in. They tried to go the rest of the way forward and find some kills, but just not enough damage to actually get them. Good job kiting it out and kind of slow playing it for DFM, waiting for that TP to complete. So well done by them to stabilize this bot lane and kind of punish. Like I said, if you're going to do anything this game for DFM, it's going to be playing around your bot lane, and they are executing that game plan really well to make sure that when Lucian wants to go aggressive, when Nami want to actually start winning these trades, you're there to punish.
Yep, 3 assists and a kill there for Udapon, plus 2 tower plates there to get that for taking this reset as we'll watch this one again. It's just a really nice setup here for the Axe replay.
Yeah, for a second I thought, oh, okay, you know, DFM got baited here. I lost track of the TPs too, but as soon as Evie comes in, you're like, oh god, we're doomed. And so you see the rest of them kind of going all in, trying to find a finish off here, and Evie is just here for cleanup. This sick flash E, just reading Mojito, running beside him, waiting to see the flash, and instantly flash following. That was so sick. Evie's Urgot, man, that thing's clean.
And then last skill's nice and easy. Evie feeling good. Yeah, that's a lucky one.
The eyebrow raise with the sip of water. You don't even even need to show me the clip that happened. I know someone just made a good play.
We've been talking about the emote meta in-game.
Yeah.
The out-of-game emote meta now is becoming another layer, and Evie is right at the top of the tier list for me. Wonderful reaction there, picking up the double, basically enabling the triple that happened. Is Gang on the attack. He's going to force the exhaust there onto Yutapon. And Steel, yep, he's in there. Mojito's only level 5. Oh, goodness, Lee-Sin, it feels tragic, and that ulti is going to miss. Balulu is going to make sure to shepherd the jungler out safely. Aria looking for the bubbles. Not going to quite land. Crazy just gets away from that bubble pull there in the pit. But again, a nice play back there from Gang. Alive is trying to fire back with the culling. But Yutapon and friends are tanking it there, and it is just looking tricky here in the 2v2 now. Don't need the pressure anymore because you have the 2v2 pressure kind of extended from that bottom lane play.
Exactly. I was about to go right there. With the bot lane disaster that happened, a lot of that gold ended up on the rest of the map, actually. And so Evie is now a huge threat at 2-0. It's going to neutralize a lot of that Jace advantage. I mean, Jace did grab a lot of turret plates, so not the end of the world. But the other problem is Steel being way ahead now. And having the ability to scrap Mojito out on that red buff and almost solo kill him. And it just makes it so hard for the side of Galatasaray's top side to start making plays where they should have had a decent amount of pressure. So we talked about them wanting to win the early game with this comp, how fragile the comp it is. This is not how you want the game to go pre-10 minutes.
Yeah, again, I think that we've hit it a lot over the course of, a day and a half, but their conversion stats for when they have a lead are extremely good. Don't have a lead right now as they're approaching that kind of first threshold of 10 minutes. Looks like Dead FM will be up about 1,000 gold at the end of it all. 4 1-in kills, kind of the big difference there, and we'll see if that can balloon into anything further as both teams still in the hunt for first Herald. Actually, as I take that back, Steel's already stolen that one away. Must have been in a replay. And that first Dragon, of course, available, although no one's rushing off to the Cloud Dragon.
After they won that skirmish in the top side, they just transitioned that into a free Rift Herald take. So now we'll see where they want to drop it. I feel like with the pressure bot lane has, you might just try and end that lane phase and be like, okay, you pick Nami and for the lane.
Ready for solo kill, Moxie? I am, and there it is. Evie gonna take it down just so easy.
Not even let me get my words out. Evie is popping off this game. Like we said, at 6, the all-in threat starts to come in, and as soon as he had his ult back up, he goes for it. He blew the ult on that topside skirmish, trying to find the snipe earlier, couldn't find it, but this time with it in lane phase, just such an easy all-in there. It wasn't even close.
And then Moxie making it look all so easy. There is the Herald getting dropped. Plate's already stripped, and that should be about enough to finish it off. In fact, Yutapon gonna stick around just to make absolutely sure. Shoots down the rest of the wave, and that is a ton of gold continuing to be funneled to this bottom side of the map, and they're even going to grab the Dragon off the back of it as well. That is literally wins across the rift for Dead FM as Aria even stops Balulu in the tracks with the bubble.
Thank God they got that initial kill for Zergsting, because otherwise this is like smelling like a perfect game. This is a disaster.
And that gold lead, like I mentioned, only 700 to 1,000, now shooting up to 2,500. The classic plated steel caps kill from Evie, just what I expect in a 1v1. But yeah, it turns out Urgot does a lot of damage, just kind of by base stats alone.
Yep, makes it so that Jace can't really win the trades anymore, and for the all-ins, if you do damage and they don't, as we also saw from Fudge in the previous game, you tend to win those 1v1s.
All right, well, Yutapon's actually topside right now alongside Gang. Looks like a quick 2v2 swap sees to the top seas, but not sure it'll last too long there. No Dragon to take though. Herald, of course, already been dropped. That did give Dead FM that first tower, and Aria's feeling fine. It's been a very isolated mid lane, which I think is pretty common in this kind of matchup. But we'll see if either of them can get out and try and affect the map. That has been such a big strength from Balulu, especially in the games they've already played. And unfortunately, Azir is just anchored to the tower right now against the Zoe.
Yeah, Balulu feels like a big playmaker for the team. We were talking about that at the pregame, how this is a team full of people who want to get around the map and make things happen. But Azir, not the easiest champ to do it, and especially when things go bad in your lanes. Like, it's not normally easy for Azir to show up, but sometimes, I'll TP follow and I'll make my little Azir sec play and get someone kills and some stuff like that. But when it's gone this bad, you're like, I'm staying under turret and I'm farming against this Zoe. The speed up from the use of the stealing the summoner spell was enough to get the Zoe safe there. Nice job by Aria, seeing the engage coming in and just not needing to blow any summoners to stay alive.
Yeah, walks away, unfortunately whiffing the combo there for Balulu. So out of that tool for, a couple minutes here as Dead FM continues to try and pile on the advantages. Evie is left alone in his bottom lane island now, and understandably no one wishes to challenge him 1v1 because he is terrifying. Despite being, you know, maybe 10 CS down from this Jace, Crazy knows that he absolutely cannot fight this Urgot right now. Unipoint just lets it rip in the top lane. Just firing up the ulti.
I mean, it was that, his ult combined with his Q, combined with Gang's Q from before. Like, it's just like, we had so much pressure, we don't even need our abilities. They're just throwing them out there. Whatever, we'll push to the next wave. We'll keep taking turret plates. And they have the extra comfort of having Steel in their back pocket, even if, you know, Mojito did try and show up. There we go, this one lands.
Yeah, really nice there. Zergstick so squishy. Gang able to take him out so easily there with the Ignite. Does have to flash away though, but Mojito's here far too late to try and save the support.
Literally fishing.
Yeah.
They are just fishing
Yeah.
for Nami under the turret. This one lands, and there you go.
Didn't even need to use the Gale Force. Udapon picked up nice and early. Ooh, Strikebreaker. Once upon a time, that would have been quite the item. Still pretty good, but Ari just going to pop it there as he continues to wave clear again. These mid laners just happily farming back and forth against each other. Ari is like, my team's winning. This is great. Blue is like, what do I do?
Yeah, I mean, for Steel, oh my god, the life's dead.
Just as I said it, the Gale Force all in from Udapon gets himself almost a solo kill. There's a bit of help there out of Gang as Steel pops his own ulti to fend off the tidal wave, but gets out from under the tower in time.
Oh god, feels bad, man. That is such an easy game plan for Steel right now. It's like hover around my perma pushing bot lane in the top side and just watch them take turrets and kill people. And as long as I'm there, what can they do on the enemy team? If they try and keep me behind, guess what? Evie's gonna match. If Crazy tries to do something, if Mojito's trying to make a play, Steel's already there. You're stronger in the 3v3, you're stronger in the 4v4, you're stronger in the 5v5. It just feels doomed. I don't know what play they have because this team is not a great playmaking team on the side of Galatasaray with the champions that they've locked in.
All right, well, trying to take the jungle right now, so at least overloading this top side of the map and giving Mojito that red buff. It is definitely rough. Have to agree with you there, and Udapon is only getting stronger. He's almost got a second item finished, it feels like. Goes back, gets a BF Sword, a Vamp, and a Cloak there as well for that extra crit. He's taken 8 turret plates this game. Of course, they're not available to take anymore, but he is unbelievably strong at 2-0 and 4. And Evie finally went back and he went, oh boy. Titanic Hydra is the first purchase here from the Urgot.
Love it, really strong with the W, all the hits that you get off on it. So nice first pick up there. We'll see if this Rift Herald, yeah, they have to leave it.
Oh yeah, just Steel. Living up to his namesake there, takes it away. I mean, it was always going to be rough there for Galatasaray, but...
Thanks for the leash, bro.
Yep.
Feels bad. I gotta say,
it's kind of the tagline of this game at this point, unfortunately, for the TCL.
Yeah, it's just like I want to, you know, have an angle, but there's just when you draft this way and these champions with so much focus on lane priority, and things go bad so quickly, you just don't have the tools to turn it around. Even if you scale fine, like, you know, Jace is actually a decent late game champion, even though he is so early game focused. His damage is pretty good as long as you stay with the curve of the game. Same with Azir. Lucian as well, pretty decent damage with the extra, like, you know, crit scaling and stuff that they add to his ultimate and some of these things, but none of you actually do anything but damage, really? And you're very far behind.
Ari also almost continuing to make Xerxes' life very painful. Almost sold out the Nami, forced out the tidal wave, which was very clutch. Did manage to save himself, but unfortunately the incoming ulti is going to do a little bit of poke, but not enough to do much more. It is the towers that they've taken, though, that are really the big prizes. Balulu just has to try and trade back, gets a little bit of gold in the top lane.
Yeah, that's the best you can do. You know, there's no way you're actually going to contest the push in the mid lane with the Rift Herald dropping down by DFM, so you grab gold up in the top side, get some more experience, get some CS from there, grab as much as you can because you can't actually contest them toe-to-toe, and off the back end of that mid push, DFM also grabbing their second dragon.
Yeah, everything just going their way right now. Gold League continuing to tick up. They're up to almost 5k ahead. Ari is working on the first item, but again, not going to be too far away. It is, you know, a small change perhaps in the top lane, but a good one here for Evie. Sticking to his champion comfort, but much more agency, it feels like, in this game on the Urgot.
Yeah, I mean, Evie is looking real good, though he is under a little bit of pressure here.
I'm not worried.
Dive.
This is fine. 1v3, Steel's in the back pocket.
Yeah.
1v4, this will be fine. Everything's fine. It's not fine. Evie actually shut down by Zergsting, who gets some sweet revenge. Nice pick there for Galatasaray.
Yeah, it felt like DFM might have been in the area to defend that with Steel and Gang near the blue buff, but just too clean by Galatasaray, making that play happen. Getting the 4-on-1 made it just a little rough, and a nice click by Mojito to set that one up, pin him up against the wall. 100-0. Evie could not do much there.
Unfortunately, in a game like this, trades are never made equal. So Aria is going to go ahead and finish off the top tower as the map is just kind of opening up a little bit more. Of course, Dead FM will hold onto the mid lane Bastion, which is a very big sticking point in the mid game, especially when you need to start looking at things like maybe we have to start warding Baron more. We probably have to start contesting for these dragons now because the soul's rolling up. With 2 towers and such a long mid lane there versus such a short one there for Dead FM. Going to be tough to punch through here if Yutapon continues to defend this tower, which you have to think is going to be a big priority here for Detonation Focus Me, because it just enables so much more space for you.
Yeah, DFM, they have a lot of low commitment pickoff tools. We've kind of already seen that a bunch with how much fishing they can do with the hook and the Zoe bubble. And so when you start posturing around objectives and you know, Galatasaray does not have too many tools to face check, you know, there's going to be a lot of potential kills. The plus side is if DFM gets a little antsy, they get a little frustrated from waiting around, they start the Baron off too soon, you know, you do have a lot of damage, you do have a lot of range, and you can potentially find some pickoffs and force them low. It does feel like a mistake like that will have to be what allows them back into the game. I do like what they've done so far with the trade up in the top side, getting the turret, and then the bot lane play. You know, they are doing what they can, but it's such a hole they have to dig themselves out of currently.
Yeah, Yutapon already finished that Bloodthirster, so it is so much power here for the Aphelios if anybody wants to contest, which they don't, because again, Galatasaray at this point are just trying to find trades more than anything else, which, as you said, they are doing a good job of. But Dead FM, they can walk into the jungle, they can get that vision down. As you mentioned, between the Thresh and Zoe, there is a ton of pick potential, and that is made even better with the power of the Fog of War on your side. And I made a face that you couldn't see, but Mark did. It's because when you're trying to play for objectives and you don't have vision and the enemy has Zoe, it feels miserable to play League of Legends.
Yeah, this is a tough game for trying to contest vision. But luckily, they don't have to quite do it. You know, Baron's not up for another minute. And even once it shows up, I feel like you can be a little lax through the first couple minutes of Baron spawning. I mean, if DFM really want to rush it down, that's putting them in a dangerous position. But in the meantime, it does mean it's hard to track their map movement. So with that vision control, 4 people show up in the top side, get a nice chunk of damage down onto that top inner turret.
Again, nice setup here for Dead FM, using the long lanes here. Setting up these pushes, no need to rush. Again, there's no objective to run to. Baron's not up, there's no dragon for a minute and a half. Plenty of time to take vision control here. If anyone is walking, you know, the silly way through, you'll very easily find a kill here. Even Balulu is not particularly safe if Arya roams back around. Zergsting also looks a little fragile, but Yutapon's going to get the tower and get away with it. Balulu shuffles in but doesn't commit the ulti, and here comes Arya. Looking for the bubble, doesn't connect, and now Gang may be caught out, but Dead FM have enough disengage here to be able to walk away, but Mojito finds a very nice Q, but is not going to take it. It's Detonation Focus Me still having to run away. Gang again eats the Q, but the box is real nice there out of the Thresh, and that's going to disengage the fight finally.
Good job by Gang, forcing the flash out of Mojito. Mojito, you could see, like you said, was hunting for that insect, wanting to find an angle. It is tough against Thresh. You have to wait out the flay, wait out all these things, and he got a little over-eager in chasing down. The hook was flying right at his face. And once you force the flash defensively, suddenly the insect threat drops completely. And a good call by Galatasaray at that point to call off the chase down. And it was a decent look by them, getting a little bit of chip damage down while DFM finished off that turret.
All right, we'll see what this next fight looks like, though, because I imagine Detonation Focus Me are going to try and force the enemy to fight them here around this next dragon in 15 seconds. It is the Mountain Dragon. It is, of course, the Mountain Soul, and they're going to be on track for a pretty quick one here if they take this third.
And I feel like for Galatasaray, you sack this one. I like the trades they've been doing so far. You probably can't grab mid lane. It's the only outer turret left, and just with the proximity of the dragon, won't really be an option, so you're probably just going to be taking farm where you can. They are getting some vision down on Baron, but that feels like a risky trade to attempt. And in the meantime, you're just looking to scale up and get some more gold until it actually is that soul point.
Yeah, good point there to just stick to the plan. You've already been trading, no need to deviate right now. Steel, of course, knowing this, has plenty of free time to just casually take the dragon away. Might take a while. It does have a smite ready in charge, so doesn't need to rush. There's nothing happening here. Steel's just going to admire the scenery, take down the dragon.
This is the problem for when you don't have enough threat of anything else for trading. You know, like DFM says, oh, you're not contesting, which again, we were just saying they shouldn't do. Well, then they can just leave one person to do it and actually contest that push that they were trying to get up on the top side. So Galatasaray not getting anything, but Mojito deep.
Big angle. Ooh, TP is very spicy. Unipon going to be the target with the blast cones there, going to save him now. Gang in trouble. Evi though is going to reinforce, and now Crazy's completely caught out of position. Flashes over the other side. Steel pops the ulti as he runs into the potential 1v4. Aria very low, but Gang's going to finish off Crazy. Aria's going to live through it all. Mojito is trying to get in there, but he's not able to get it just yet. Balulu, though, finds two with his spin through, but Unipon's still not dead, and that means the rest of the enemies are make it 3 already. 4, in fact, Xerxes the only one left alive, and the ace is on the table and delivered to the enemy AD carriers. Detonation, Focus Me are going to find Five and the Baron.
Really nice reaction by DFM there. It was a nice flank by Mojito, trying to pick off Unipon, but the rest of the team instantly react to it. You have TPs coming in from Evi, trying to make sure that he gets out alive. Gang a good job doing his peeling duty as the Thresh, and they ace Galatasaray for 0 kills.
And the Baron
on the back end too,
which feels pretty good. We'll see what the Red Bull Baron power play looks like as we watch the replay.
So I like this attempt. You know, the kick starts well, get the QRQ combo knocked through, but the Namiel was a little slow. If they potentially could have got that knockup before the blast cone came through and Crazy's TP completes, maybe you can 100 to 0 Unipon. But once that kill doesn't come through, it's a bit of a disaster. There was a good job by Alive chunking out Steel, but it's just too scattered at this point. Crazy also maybe finding the kill on Aria, but because everything was just a little off and they didn't find that first kill, it allowed DFM to all kind of regroup and get on the same side. But Lulu's shuffle is too little too late, and a really nice job by DFM just winning a bunch of these little skirmishes and micro situations.
Yeah, that was a ton of like kind of picks within picks throughout that few. Like the Zoe bubble was aimed at the Azir and missed, but hit the Lee Sin, and then the Thresh Q that did hit the Azir. Oh no, Balulu.
Yeah,
feels bad, man.
I mean, it's tough too because, like you said, they finished their day today. So if you go on a little bit of mental tilt from this game, you have to find a way to recover yourself for later in the day. And just taking a look at the group as a whole, coming off the back of this game, assuming it's a DFM win from here, like it's all up in the air. DFM looked disastrous against, you know, C9 in that first game, but then, you know, they win against UOL. They potentially win again here. We don't know where Beyond's power level is at exactly, given that they had the sub yesterday and the loss to Galatasaray. This whole group feels pretty up in the air still in some ways about where their actual level is. And it makes it a little scary to project into the knockout stage for a lot of these teams and who they're going to be going up against. Because DFM, if this is the DFM you're playing against, is a lot scarier than the one that we saw against C9.
Yeah, I don't think I want to play against this this particular iteration. They are on fire right now. Every little thing is stitching together nicely. Unipon didn't even have to use a summoner spell in that exchange en route to the ace. So, feeling pretty good there, working on the Infinity Edge, which isn't too far away. Neither is the Mountain Soul, which will be up in 2 minutes, but for now it is still this Baron play that Detonation, Focus Me are trying to capitalize on. And Mojito is up on the flank once again, but Gang's already shut that down. The hook into the bubble, into the deadly sin, and the flash will not save you. Steel finds that kill.
Good fundamentals by DFM there. Find the threat, find the flanking Lee Sin, make sure he can't possibly get an insec off, go kill him, and then go back to that siege so your Aphelios feels totally safe. I'm sure this turret will drop in the inhibitor soon to follow. It's really hard for Galatasaray to do anything to contest this.
And they will not. They will instead lose one, and now an inhibitor to go with it. Thankfully, there are no other waves pushing, but that might not be the game plan. Detonation, Focus Me.
This is ended.
Aiming down the towers instead as Unipon takes the lantern out from under Zergsting's bubble. And okay, we're done here.
Are they though?
I don't know.
Are they though?
Maybe not.
Mojito's respawning. Maybe there's an attempt to punish them on the way out. No. Not going to be the case. A nice 4,000 gold Baron buff power play.
I'm very scared for you. Thankfully, the enemy team is recalling. Oh, Unipon actually taking the red buff and going away. Zergsting not going to face check. Unipon is going to get away with this.
So funnily enough, the Baron buff timed out. So everyone else got an empowered recall off. He didn't. That was a blue trinket a little bit late. If Galatasaray got that blue trinket off a little bit more, that would have been a funny timing window where he gets the 8-second recall instead and gets punished and killed. Doesn't end up working out, you know, game of inches sometimes, and DFM gets their reset off for this final Soul Point Dragon.
Yeah, instead, off the back of that, it's Infinity Edge and Stopwatch now finished for Unipon. So if he wasn't a problem before, which he was, he's now an absolutely massive thorn in the sides of Galatasaray, who are just trying to keep themselves in this game. Balulu finally finishes his new hack, does have a death cap up and available, but it does feel too little too late, down almost 10,000 gold on the verge of losing the Mountain Soul.
Yeah, I mean, at least you got 2 item power spikes on your AD carry and mid laner here, as well as top completing the transformations. So, or excuse me, that's just Cirillus. So, the blue pointy arrows going one way and then going the other is the only way to like really differentiate them. Kills me. I hate it.
All right, well, Mojitos looking for the steal. This is a very clutch one to try and grab it. Gang again already running interference. Puts up the box completely. Boxes leasing out of that play, and Steel's going to smite the dragon away. Alive is trying to make it happen, but he's not going to get it. Zergsting instead's going to be the target. Zinza ulti lets it rip Mojito low and down and out. It's Unipon with the ulti on a rampage. Takes down 1 already, make it a 3rd. There is Steel grabs 1. Arya makes it 2. Alive's now going to be the 4th kill as they're on for the ace once again as Arya and Balulu are doing battle, but it feels like the final time this game because Evie has had enough. Get him off now, get him on Urgot, and he's going to end the game.
A clean 27.5 minute snowball by DFM off of a bot lane play. They go bounce back after day 1, picking up a win here and keeping their hopes alive in this group.
And, you know, we talked about it. Aphelios Thresh, not as poppy now as it once was, but you can see why they went for it. Unipon looking so comfortable on that champion, and they had the game plan ready to go. Evie had the TP, and they punished the 2v2 greed of Galatasaray.
It's just really good understanding of how they were going to win this game, knowing that bot lane was going to be the easiest thing for them to contest, the early path going down there to help stabilize the TP usage, being aware of Evie saying, okay, Jace TP top, I have a window in the bot lane if we force a fight, taking a 3v3 that's really a 3v4, and after they win that one so hard, they were so clean. There was never a moment it really felt like Galatasaray got their foot, you know, stabilized, that they felt like they were back in the game.
And you said it, like, you know, kind of early into the game, it's tough to have to say it, but like, what do you do? And unfortunately, the answer was not very much because the game is firmly in the hands of a team that knows not to throw it away. And Evie, I was reminded why he's such a fun player to watch a lot. It isn't just, you know, how good he is, how proficient he is on his champions. It's the out-of-game stuff. It's all the intangibles for me. He's like cheering and smiling. He's giving him thumbs up. He's, you know, smiling, sipping his water as he solo kills people. It's a good time.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great game by them. And I think it was Emily yesterday talking about, like, it's hard to debate who's, like, the best player from Japan all time, you know, and is it Evie, is it Unipon, you know. Both guys had a pretty good game to stamp on their resume after that one. Both of them popped off.
Yeah, and again, this is a team that has been here many, many times, right? A region that has only gotten stronger as they've attended more international events. This team especially has attended almost all of them, so they've definitely been powering up on the international stage, and there was a reason why we thought, hey, this group looks very close. Technician Focus me feel like a very big threat in this group, and it kind of felt deflated after day 1 where it's like they just got absolutely demolished, and now, like when yesterday, this bounce back game completely dominating Galatasaray from once they got a hold of the game, and all of a sudden, as you said, group's up in the air.
It's best of ones. It's easy to overreact. Yep. Oh my God, they look terrible. Oh my God, they almost perfect games, you know, and maybe the truth lies somewhere in the middle, but, you know, the days are starting to come to a close. It's getting into the final couple games for a lot of these teams.
And 2-1 now for Detonation Focus Me has to feel good, but we are going to throw ourselves over to a break, but don't go too far away. There's plenty more worlds where that came from.
Make or break. Make it yours.
This ain't where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Other people on fire, fire. Maybe it's time they meet their dragon. 'Cause if I gotta
break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to Worlds 2021 in the State Farm Analyst Desk, where it's Det FM who comes out with a victory here. And Kaizen, I've got not much to say except for they have arrived. This is the team that we were hearing about when people were talking about how they have the opportunity and the the ability to top this group.
One might even say they finally detonated, and I love to see it personally. I think what is most encouraging about this game is the fact that from start to finish, even starting in draft, they left themselves with a lot of options, whereas it felt like for Galatasaray, they chose to go all in on the early game. I think Detonation realized that, A, if we just outlast them early game, we're going to be fine because we have a comp with more defensive abilities and more utility. And B, if we know that they're going to be aggressive early, then we need to focus on getting the jump first by picking where we're going to fight on the map. And that's what they did by sending the Xin bot early. So I really like this. This is really intelligent and measured play from Detonation FM.
It wasn't only just sending the Xin down towards the bottom lane, it was Ebby finally being on the map and actually being able to play. Like, he wasn't just completely dove in the beginning. He was able to have this TP to actually come down and help their bottom lane. So not only, as Kaizen said, this Detonation focused me, picked the battleground by sending their jungler down there, they realistically speaking put the whole team down towards the bottom lane.
Right, it was Emily yesterday who had high praise for Evie, and it feels like he lived up to a bit of that today, making every second count thanks to the reliable Cisco network with a quick TP to the bot lane 6 minutes in, recognizing the TP advantage that the team has and using it to turn the tides of a bot lane skirmish.
Definitely, and I think you can definitely see the overextension in the beginning by Galatasaray in the beginning, and once again, Ebby with that TP advantage is able to come in from behind. As soon as this is the situation you're left in as Galatasaray, there's nothing for you to do, and you know, the highlight is just Ebby finding the flash on Mojito as well at the same time with that flash prediction. I mean, come on, this is finally the Exodia pieces that Emily was talking about yesterday, the LGL casters as well, that's probably sitting out there, finally happy about the progression they're seeing in the team.
Yeah, you gotta love it, and Kaizen, I think this is gonna make a lot of other teams think. Again, the victory here, in my opinion, really blowing this group wide open. While most people were beginning to focus on Cloud9 and Galatasaray, Det FM is back in the conversation.
Absolutely, and I think a big part of it is, as you know, Goldberg has been saying, it's Evie's performance, and also the fact that he's been given tools to be able to carry and influence the map. We saw him on a lot of Gnar and Gnar blind pick, and although that might have been working domestically, it just wasn't working at Worlds. So I'm glad to see that Detonation decided to pivot off of that. And then we see once they have an advantage, they're really well coordinated as a team, and they know how to abuse it. This is a beautiful sequence here where they really abuse the fact that they have a vision advantage in the north side of the red jungle to just completely pick out Galatasaray and then cement the game. So at this point, you know, Mark covered this pretty well in the cast. They had a comp that was just going to outscale in terms of the amount of options that they had. So it was just a matter of closing things out smoothly.
Definitely, and it also leaves some questions about Galatasaray leading into games later against Cloud9. What do you do all of a sudden when you're not allowed to play this solo lane menace that you want to do? What are you going to do when you can't have your own slow methodical style where your solo laners have this advantage that we've known them to have? Like, you can look at the gold graph this time around. It wasn't Galatasaray in a position where they're able to take over the leads, and part of the reason for that was that Detonation Focus Me was so good at getting a TP advantage as one of these solo lanes and then using this advantage proactively on the map.
Right, and while they had the assurances that they could continue to outscale if the game prolonged, honestly, slow and steady wins the race wasn't even necessary in a sense because they still wrapped it up in under 30 minutes. So a great showing out of Detonation Focus Me. One other player I do want to call out, Kaizen, is Gang, because the Thresh performance was phenomenal and definitely key to victory, but it's also important to highlight that this was the piece that was missing back at MSI with the coach instead in that support position. So finally getting an opportunity to see the full-powered roster here on an international stage.
It feels good to see. I mean, can you imagine as a team going from playing with your coach in your support position to a guy as good as Gang? And I think we saw immediately, pretty much from laning phase, the amount of transformational pressure that he's able to put on bot lane. And then over the course of the rest of the game, he's constantly a threat to pick someone out. So I think Gang has been performing really well.
Well, things are heating up here in Group B, but we have to head to a quick break. When we come back, it's Beyond Gaming and Unicorns of Love taking to the stage.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk for game number 7 of the day. This is a big one because both teams here, Unicorns of Love and Beyond, enter at 0-2. So really, Kaizen, the stakes here are high, as we've talked about before, with teams that are winless still, as it's only a single round robin, and you've got to make sure you pick up 1 or 2 to push yourself to the next stage.
Absolutely, and you know, if you lose this game, you started ceding the fate of your world run to the gods, right? It's not within your control anymore. And what I would like to see from both of these teams is them to sort of just reset back to basics, player style. With UOL, it needs to be around playing around no man's. You know, obviously he's going to get focused in draft with the Kassadin bands and, you know, things like this, but there should be other picks that allow him to have agency. We've seen a lot of Silas, Aurelia's occasionally up, and that could be a good pick for him. And then on the side of Beyond, it's back to Doggo duty. It's about getting this guy online as quickly as possible.
It's interesting, really, between these two teams, because I feel like at this point, there's 2 different styles that sets on between them. When I look at Beyond, I'm looking at Doggo. When we've mentioned Doggo a lot, I'm sure all you guys already know out there that it's Doggo for this team. But that
Wait, who is it?
Doggo.
Oh, okay.
It was Doggo.
I got it.
Good.
Doggo what?
Shut up. All right, because at this site now, for Beyond Gaming, I'm lacking the solo laners. Like, we're talking about Nomads, we can talk about Boss and Unicorns of Love. They have shown up, but I'm lacking the solo lane presence coming through from Liang. We were so close to see it in the game against Cloud9, with Liang finally showing up on Aurelia, with Mao and with the Yone in the mid lane as well, almost having these pop-up performances, but it's just lacking. But the thing is, on the other side of the coin, with Unicorns of Love, it's the bot lane that we're missing, right? It's Argonov that's not really showing up. So we have these 2 different stylistic in terms of like who's performing right now on the team. And I think both teams so far haven't had a full unit show up and really display that team play.
Well, massive contrast in that way, but I guess then, Kaizen, it does really come down to the idea of which of these teams' current weaknesses is going to shore up and actually show up here on the Rift in this one.
Yeah, and I think it's more Beyond. I think Beyond, you know, they had some individual issues, and I think drafting the Graves early, I think kind of put them in a weird spot where they needed to flexibility at top, and I didn't love that. And even for Liang, I hear what Goldberg is saying in terms of he needs to step up, but I think when we look at the situation he was in, where he was playing Lilia into Malphite, and he kind of had lane priority, and then his jungler took a fight, and they weren't on the same page. These are very fixable mistakes that you can resolve in the hour that they've had to review the footage. So I'm less worried about Beyond, and I'm more worried about the ability for UOL to be able to play through lanes other than mid.
All right, well, it's another all-important matchup here in Group B between Beyond Gaming and Unicorns of Love. We're going to hand it right back over to Pastry Time and Mark Z for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. We have the Bagel Boys here, Mark. It is the 0-4 club down here right now in Group B, but thankfully fortunes will change here in this match.
He has some mean nicknames, the Bagel Club. Oh, brutal. Yeah, it's a tough spot for both these teams to be in. It feels like their backs are against the wall here. I'm pretty sure this is not an elimination game with how heads-to-heads work in the round-robin portion here. So your hopes are always alive that you can then meet them again at 1 and 3 and get a tiebreaker, but it is still a really tough position to be in, especially I think for the side of Beyond coming off of a loss that was pretty rough against C9, you know, whereas at least UOL, this is their first game of the day. They're a little bit more hopefully settled and prepared, and they also had the ability to watch Beyond earlier in the day.
Yeah, and again, it's tough in this, you know, very condensed format, right? Because on the one hand, gauging team strength is pretty tricky because with the obvious outliers, you know, as you kind of said, like, teams will typically meet in the middle as far as their strength goes, right? Because you're just going to have good games or bad games sometimes. It's very hard to be super good all the time unless, you know, maybe LG, who are obviously looking pretty good over in Group A. And you do have time to, you know, between days to kind of adapt and think and study your opponents a bit more and practice a bit more, but you don't have very much time to implement those adjustments, right? It's not like you have a week to practice on something and really figure it out. So definitely you have to do a lot of work in a very short space of time, but if there's ever a time to start that work, it is certainly now here as the draft is underway. Kassadin, Camille, Aurelia banned away by Beyond, and it is Aphelios, Lucian, and Ryze banned away as Xin Zhao, interestingly. It's going to be the first pick here. Hushot wanting that jungle at nice and early.
Yeah, Xin priority. Interesting to see. Haven't seen it out of Anonysik yet, but maybe just something that Husha wants. Wants something a little bit more stable, a bit more normal in the meta after the Graves in the previous game. Xin is a very powerful pick, so no surprise to see it there. But it does, as I was about to say, leave up the MF, which is seemingly the highest priority, or one of the highest priority champions.
Yeah, I think she's one of the few 100% presence champions so far in Worlds. Obviously, not a huge sample size, but we're starting to get through a pretty decent number of games. 8 games a day gives you a pretty high sample size, even though you're not ultimately playing that many games over the course of an entire tournament. But MF has definitely been a staple. Is going to be picked up here, and there's Lee Sin. Looks like nice and cozy there for Anonysik.
Yep, there you go. That is one of his signature champions, Lee Sin, great playmaker. So in for a treat potentially here. And on the point about the AD carry and stuff, this is a lot of Doggo focus with the double bans as well as the MF takeaway. The Ezreal is still up, and Doggo's Ezreal is clean. Do not get me wrong, but I feel like it's sometimes hard to make things happen around the Ezreal. A lot of the times you're then sending your support out to go do other things.
Right.
And, for such a key factor in Beyond's success to kind of be on weak side Q farm duty potentially is a little tough. Even if later in the game there's a ton of carry potential. I mean, we saw Deft hard carry some games on it as well.
I mean, even in the last game, right, Sven? Looking pretty comfy on it.
True.
Definitely his role in the early game, though, was to, don't die and let Vulcan roam. So I'm imagining Kino here in the Rakan is going to be similarly unlocked, which is good. It's just, can you survive the elongated 2v1 potentially?
Well, I was just thinking, too, I wonder if Kino after the last game was like, give me a champion with some self-peel. I need to be able
I need mobility.
Yeah, I played a Mumu, and they just hard targeted me. I played Gray Screen Simulator last game. I want to not do that.
And also, Sylas is making another appearance there for No Man's. It's been a pretty popular pick so far. See how No Man's looks on it. Of course, we know how critical he is to the UOL success in general. Definitely a veteran of international and definitely the playing stage. UOL have been here a number of times, one of the most experienced teams, and No Man's no exception here. In fact, this whole top side really has been a staple of Unicorns of Love for a long time now. But unfortunately, no Mumu to kind of get away with one there with the Sylas, but still some decent ults to steal. Sylas often is not, denied of targets. There's almost always one or two ultis.
Yeah, Rakan, great for helping you get some in there and a little bit of extra CC and all this stuff. So we'll see if they are able to grab a couple more good ones. And taking it blind, strong enough in the current meta, you can probably get away with it. And plus, you can target ban some of those counter picks that you don't want to play against. Like last game, we saw Maowen play the Yone. So this is one of those data points that I was saying it's good to be able to get before you have to play against them. You say, okay, well, the Sylas looked really good into them. We'll take Sylas and we'll ban the thing that they played into it.
Yeah, I like the Yone, but as you said, won't be available here. As Amumu actually banned away, wanting to respect giving Amumu MF over. That has been the most typical combination, even though, again, Amumu is, sorry to report, 0-4.
I knew you were going to bring it up. I was like, am I going to bring it up? You going to bring it up? We were looking at each other like, who wants to
deliver those
Dude, he's a sad boy, and he's like, I'm finally back on the international stage. I'm finally relevant again. Talking about Bagel Club. Put Amumu in that Bagel Club, too.
Yeah, he's the president right now.
He's the leader of the Bagel Club.
Yeah, every Tuesday hands out free ones.
Eating those zeros. Oh, Lord.
Ahri as well banned away. Definitely a No Man's champ, but one that basically every mid laner is comfortable with. And I think in this kind of game, especially, peeling away a comfort pick isn't too bad. Galio also getting banned away as a potential support option there for Santas. But the pick is Nautilus by the looks of things. Do need to lock down the Rakan. Leona also an option, but I think either of these would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it helps with your pushing power too. I mean, if you can Riptide the wave, land an E on it with the MF, I mean, you can get some push pretty quickly. The Jax blind would be surprising.
Spicy. I'm here for it. We'll see if he does want to lock it in here. Leong has played a pretty wide spread of champions so far here in playing, but it is Syndra instead there locked in. Still have opportunity for Jax blind, don't worry. But Leon maybe wants something a little more stable.
Yeah, I would probably not want to see it right out the gate. It feels like a pretty big call out. Jason as well, though, similarly trying to play a pretty aggressive style. And I think, that is kind of the identity that Leon brings through Summer Split. 6 games Camille, 4 games Gwen, 4 games Jace. A lot of aggressive champions, a lot of carry focus. And just a little bit safer of an option than the Jax. But it helps, give you a power point on the map. The Syndra as well gives you a very strong top side, decent damage spread as well between those 2 soul laners. So we'll have to see what boss can break out to match this.
I think when you're drafting Ezreal, you definitely need power in your soul lane. So I do like that Beyond's approach to this in general. Last pick though for Unicorns of Love is Wukong. Going to be the counter pick there into Jace. Definitely not a fun time in the early levels, which is basically true of any Jace matchup, but once you get things going, once you hit level 6, can be a bad time there for Jace.
I mean, anyone who watched the LCS during the remote broadcast should know how much of a Wukong fan that I am. I took every opportunity I could to replace my face cam with a picture of Wukong. So I'm stoked to see Boss break it out. I think the champ is so good into Jace, despite some of the nerfs that come in since the height of his power. And, we're talking about the power point that Leon's going to bring with the Jace. That's, like you said, true for a couple levels, and then suddenly Anonymous is going to have a great lane to try and make plays through it. It's a very easy setup. The Sylas as well can potentially roam up there, and that's a potential place that they can go to, given that they have that, it's kind of tough probably to make plays against the Ezreal on the bot side.
Yeah, in general, it feels like this is going to be a top side game for both these teams. Unicorns of Love almost always wants to enable Nomanz, although Nomanz's job might be enable his top lane in this particular game. Sylas typically most happy when he's in the river. Haven't seen the full commitment yet to the River Sylas, but the more times you can get out of lane, the better. Actually, I guess Perk's joked about it. Said he played River Sylas in their first game.
Yeah, I think Nomanz is someone who I want to see step up a little bit. Like you said about how familiar some of these names are to us, he has been a staple of play-ins and minor regions and one of the best mid laners, but not super impressive so far during this play-ins. The first game where he was the Orianna, I think that was the first one, but the Orianna game where he was really greedy with his flash, he was dying to just not respecting his opponents and getting caught in side lanes and stuff. It was a bit of a problem, and something that I think Yul has struggled with a little bit even domestically when the playoffs came around and they were struggling through the entire bracket, taking a lot of 5-game series, was just getting caught out in map situations and not respecting where the enemy could be or if teleports were up and stuff. And I think that's what they need to clean up the most in helping Nomanz get unlocked to make his own plays.
Yeah, and definitely have to be careful here because you have not only a Syndra and a Xin Zhao to maybe contend with, but very likely if things are going well, Kinu is going to be in your lane sometimes as well. So gonna have to be respectful there on the Sylas. We'll see what happens as both teams have charged out at level 1, but unfortunately not met anything there. Unicorns of Love were trying something on the top side, but I believe Liang spotted what's going on, got the ward down into the top lane. So everything just dissipates, but a good try. Always love to see the teams go for level 1, especially when you have something as straightforward as a Nautilus. Sylas also excellent at level 1 as well. So keeping it simple here for Unicorns of Love, but not overcommitting, of course.
And I feel like the thing I'll want to see is exactly what Husha can do in the early game with the should-be pressure in both solo lanes to start out. This is the case in the last game against C9, and he got caught out of position on a Krug invade. And so I don't want him to lose that aggressive mindset. I feel like that's sometimes people overcorrect, and they don't go for what their comp should be doing in the early game. And I hope to see him still making those kinds of plays, just coordinating a little bit better around those solo lanes.
Well, Noman's big chillin' right now. Doesn't want to face check the Syndra, makes sense. Not much for you to do, range versus melee. So might as well sit around, wait for the minions to get a bit weaker. 2v2 here should be interesting. Definitely have to tip the hat to Unicorns of Love.
Ooh, it's the ruined MF.
Ooh.
Lore.
So fancy. Also have Exhaust and Ignite there on the bottom side. Kind of down for the Exhaust here for MF, because again, like, so much of her problem is when people jump on top of her, so a little bit easier for you to deflect people if Jace or Xin Zhao perhaps are getting on top of you, and also just good in, like, even in a 2v2, if you're looking to chase somebody down, shoot them in the back, double them up.
It is interesting. I'm trying to wrap my head around it a little bit because there's not that much dive on the side of Beyond Gaming. You have Xin, who's probably realistically, Ezreal's going to be hitting you from afar, Jace Shock Blast, Syndra's a pretty low commitment champion to get a burst out, so how often are you going to be really in range? Because my concern is being at half health and then insta-killed, not 100 to 0, which is where the exhaust would make the most sense. So a little unsure of how I feel about that when I want to see it play out a little bit more, but not loving it and my initial impression. And like you said, top side, the Wukong counter pick takes a little bit to turn on. It's definitely not like I'm going to turbo stomp you in lane. It is, I get pushed in the first couple of levels, but my passive enables me to eventually, when I hit 3, be able to start trading against you, even the lane out a little bit. And then at 6, I get kill threat once I unlock my ultimate. And I also give you really good playing making around me. So if you have TFs or Lee Sins and things and Sylases that can get out of lane and come topside, you suddenly have someone who you can pick on quite hard.
Lovely little stun there from Syndra in the mid lane, but looks like Husha was just protecting the Syndra in case somebody wanted to come visit. That would of course be Ananasik, as we do have a little dial in here from the Verizon 5G All Chat. From oh, what's our duo name?
I'll be honest, I'm not a very good name, like creative nickname person. That my name is Mark Z. It's my goddamn name. Yeah. I'm not the one to answer that question. Sorry, friend.
All right, you know what? I'll have a think on it here. It looks like trouble in bottom side here for Misfortune, getting ignited, but is not dead. Gonna be all right there, but looking a little tricksy there
Nice.
in the 2v1.
Yeah, nice though to get that chunk out early on. I mean, we talked about, you know, being weak side for Doggo and Kino, but I mean, if you're able to do that, start getting priority in the lane, you can actually force a couple plays. The MF is immobile. She does have the exhaust, so maybe it'll make it more difficult, but sometimes I think I'd rather have the heal to dodge Syndra skill shots and stuff. So we'll have to see.
I can only imagine how angry Kino is after, you know, the Amumu game we have to endure beating after beating from Cloud9, as Ananasik did successfully steal the large Raptor and will not be punished for it. Just walks away there with a little bit of coverage out of Nomads. Topside Boss getting smacked around. Conqueror Proc and Liang feeling good in the extended trade, so Boss will not recommit.
Yep, gonna drop off there. Looks like he wants to get a couple wards out. I mean, luckily they just saw the Lee Sin, but, excuse me, they just saw the Xin punishing the Lee Sin, so he knows that the dive's not coming in quite yet, but that is still something you have to be concerned of. Instead, Husha looking to the bot side to punish.
Misfortune looking like a decent target. Exhausto up and available. Who is it going to be? Kino dives in, and that is going to be Misfortune flashing to her death. It's first blood for Doggo. Love to see it there for Beyond as tower shot does happen, and now the redive is indeed coming through. Husha low. The heal, though, is going to save him. Doggo trying to tank it up, and it looks a little bit disastrous as one will fall under the tower. And that execution is not even a real kill. So now it's Nomads trying to get them on the board here as Doggo is going to be the target, but Kino running interference. Husha flashing. Kino out of there, and they've done it. Beyond Gaming. 1-0. Don't forget anything else that happened. Don't worry about it.
Close your eyes. Look at the scoreboard. Clean bot dive from Beyond there. Oh boy, a lot of things to break down there. Not saying that the heal would have made the difference, but one of the things that Exhaust doesn't help a ton with is, okay, guy goes in and grabs turret aggro, I exhaust him, great, makes it a little bit harder for him to get out maybe, but there's 3 other targets hitting me, and Exhaust doesn't do anything to those people. So you still see Argonaut getting dropped there. The redive, Santos did a good job, nice footwork, also had his shield, as you'll see here. Husha starts this one off, goes in right away, and then the exhaust goes right down on top of him. It's actually Kino who grabbed turret aggro first. Good job of juggling that to get the initial kill and stay healthy enough for the redive. All things considered, the initial phase of this dive went very well. It's only on the redive that things get a little loosey-goosey, where here it's really on Moan to finish this kill off. Everyone else is kind of low. Maybe Kino could have stayed in a little bit more, but misses the Q. You know, the auto attacks aren't enough to break the shield. The extra shield from Ananasik coming in, making sure Santos stays alive. The only problem is no one tagged him. So, needed an E there from Ananasik or something. I don't know if he just assumed someone else already tagged him, or I'm not quite sure, but you know, was happy to just get the shield off, and so what could have been a nice turnaround for UOL actually doesn't give them any gold.
Yeah, actually,
and because the roam happened as well from Nomads, you don't even get like necessarily a CS lead, or you get some turret plates in mid lane or anything.
Yeah, instead it's 1 kill and actually a very big early lead. 1,200 gold is a lot at 7 minutes in the game, and that is the current lead that Beyond have.
Yeah, and you know, it's also the CS lead in the top side that the Jace is just naturally going to accrue through the laning phase. The fact that the junglers have been seen for so long and there's been so much action on the bot side is actually great for the Jace to just keep that push up. You know, like we said, it takes a little bit for that threat to come in, and now that there's so many cooldowns kind of burn, the Jace doesn't, or the Lee Sin doesn't have his flash and stuff. It makes the Jace feel a little safer, even though he's not really involved in any of these plays going down.
Alrighty, well, see how it develops, but they apparently did not like our suggestion of playing the weak side 2v2. Doggo and Kino are all in on getting aggressive here in this lane, which I'm very happy about. Doggo playing up nice and far forward. Definitely the lesser seen mode of Ezreal, but still one you can play if you have initiative in the lane.
Yeah, I feel like this is how you should play League, is you have to be adaptable to what's happening in the game. And Jace is totally happy with extended, uninteractive laning phases where he just gets CS lead. So if your bot lane is forcing summoners on their own and setting up dives, like, great. Flip that a little bit. You know, as long as you can protect Liang from the dives and you just let him get the push when he can, like, you know, you're fine snowballing Doggo, who, by the way, like we said, the carry for Beyond Gaming over the course of their season.
All right, well, Ananasik is spotted. Nice little vision ward there. Or control ward, I should say. Spotting that Lee Sin, so that will delay any potential dive. Looks like Moan's going to go ahead and clean up this blue buff. Does get donated over. No steal incoming, as Unicorns of Love are actually sending almost everyone here to the top side of the map. Perhaps it's Rift Herald time. Indeed it is. Ananasik going to go ahead and start that up.
See if Beyond want to contest. They have basically everyone, and Ezreal's making his way up. We'll see if he can make it there in time.
Leong here as well can maybe get some poke happening over the wall. Only tags boss. And they're actually trying to pick off the level 6 MF here. That's a pretty good target. Great stun there out of the Syndra. Ulti happens. Exhaust is good, but it's not enough as Husha gets the kill anyway. And now actually the Herald, maybe still something they can take here. Ananasik does have Smite, but this Herald's not that low. They tag the Eye for the second time, and somehow Husha steals it. It's an absolute tragedy right now for Unicorns of Love, as Ananasik is going to pay the extra price going down as well.
Well, it's a disaster so far. They leashed the Rift Herald for Beyond Gaming. Argonaut gets picked off in the rotation over there. The Exhaust looking good for a second there, keeping it alive in the 1v1. But again, the problem is this is not a 1v1 game, and you have Husha realizing, hey, I have a target here I can finish before retargeting onto the Rift Herald. And so, this Exhaust starting to look a little sussy baka to me.
Yeah, it's one thing to get caught in transition like that. I mean, that's just not a place MF can stand, and unfortunately stood in the wrong place and got killed for it. But losing the Rift Herald on top of that's a real punishment, because at least if 2 people are peeled up to kill your AD, surely you get the Rift Herald, Mark C. Instead, it is the worst of both worlds, which you hate to see here. Is again Exhaust only chasing safety for a little bit
now,
here.
Am I picking on the Exhaust a little bit? Maybe. Like, does heal save you there without your flash? Maybe not still.
Yeah.
But, it is a tough position, just not having any vision in the river to know if you're safe to rotate over. And I don't even know if I feel confident blaming Argonaut just for that, because it could be the rest of EOL being like, hey, come over here. And it's like, well, I'm MF. I need to be behind my front line to shoot bullet time. And so he's trying to get up there to support his team in that play without having proper vision control set up. And so he doesn't know what he's walking through. You probably could have known that Syndra isn't seen elsewhere. She's a mid laner, probably in the river somewhere, but it's tough when you have so many of these things you're trying to juggle. And so Argonaut gets picked off, and then the 4-man doesn't complete their job of getting the Rift Herald. And like you said, with the CS leads that are already going on, the Rift Herald now in their pocket, Beyond Gaming is looking like they are in a very strong position.
Yeah, this lead's absurd actually. 10.5 minutes through, and they're 3,000 gold ahead, and that is probably not getting any better. I mean, there's not even that many plates being taken. It's actually only 2. 0 in mid and 1 apiece in top and bot. So there is a ton of extra gold to cash in for with this Rift Herald that Husha stole away. There is the continued CS leads that they can build. There is maybe more pressure that can be applied as Husha is actually going for the maximum here, trying to gank boss here alongside Leong. Ananasik is in the area, so it will be a 2v2 if it develops. But if this goes bad for Unicorns of Love, this gold lead is just going to spiral completely out of control.
Yeah, I kind of like this read by Husha, even though they haven't done it yet. I think that was more of a counter gank opportunity than trying to make his own play. Plus, he has the Rift Herald up there. So they were trying to bait that. Doesn't quite work around. And then they spot Lee on that pink ward, so they knew he was up there. Starting to get a little prolonged with this play. Either you got to get the push so you can get the Rift Herald off, or you got to go somewhere else at this point.
Kino actually fainting to the top side should give you the room you need to push this in. Leong just has to kind of hit the minions a little bit harder. He didn't have a farm there, hammering away, but he's going to finally get it up. Husha's going to reveal himself, and Kino's actually going to take the recall, which I do like, although Surveillance System is not going to spot Sylas roaming up to the top side, but looks like a ward spotted him instead, so they're going to have to back away here after taking a decent chunk of plates off. So not the whole tower that they might have wanted with Kino being up there, but good enough, I think, for the first Rift Herald.
The nice thing is, too, with all that pressure that you're putting down the top side, is you're getting a 1v1 for Doggo in the bot lane, and so I just saw him on the minimap shift forward aggressively onto Argonaut there, gets a good trade. Argonaut tries to answer back with the ultimate, but I have a much shorter cooldown on my E than you have on your bullet time, and I expect Doggo to keep trying to make these kinds of plays, though. Dragon is now the focus.
Yeah, typically, Ezreal, not that hot in a 1v1. MF is actually pretty good in any sort of AD carry duel. The difference being that you're 30 CS behind and the enemy has Divine Sunder finished already, which doesn't really matter what's happening there. I swear to God, if Doggo had stolen that dragon.
Oh God, not so he just throws his keyboard out the window. What's the point? For the flip side, Beyond just says, we don't really care about you getting a Mountain Dragon when our Jace is snowballing up 30 CS. Like you already said about the bot lane, same situation. I think it's the right decision. If you all want to commit the resources to grab a Mountain Dragon, go for it. We'll keep the gold lead.
Santa's actually trying to freeze that wave in the face of Doggo is pretty bold, but looks like he's getting away with it for now, although eating a little bit of poke, and I think that wave has finally made its way to the turret. Indeed it has. Husha also busy clearing out this vision here, making sure they can retake all these different areas and have all the mobility for their Syndra. Moen's actually been pretty active so far, and they do want to try and lean down here for Doggo now that Leong has taken out the top lane outer tower. Definitely want to try and get a few more plates if they can in the next 30 seconds, but more than anything, just, you're opening up the map, start moving your pieces around and maximizing your farm.
Yeah, good job by Beyond trying to get some pressure down the bot lane there. Didn't end up turning into a kill, but you did all the right steps. You cleared vision in the river. You half rotated Moan down. You read the situation. Haven't landed enough pre-poke from the Ezreal. Call the dive off. I mean, these are the kinds of plays I really like to watch teams try and make. It's these like half plays, these half roams, half decisions where you're option selecting. Like, okay, we didn't land the poke. Let's go back and we'll go back to normal laning. If you land the poke, great. You actually move the rest of your team down and you force that dive.
So far so good, and again that gold lead still ticking up. 4,000 gold ahead now for Beyond Gaming. See just how big of a lead they can build here as second Rift Herald is going to be available in a little bit, but not just yet. Might be good for another tower here. Although I think Beyond Gaming are pretty happy with the pace of this game. No need to, you know, put your foot completely down on the gas and just go for broke, because they feel very far in control of this game. I mean, Moan's casually taking the blue buff, who's just farming up a storm. Doggo's throwing Qs at everything that moves. It's just a good time.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not like you really get outscaled either. I mean, you're already 4,000 gold up, so you're in a great spot. But it's also not like, oh my god, we got to keep the gas down. How do we get this mid turret? How do we get bot turret broken open? You know, like your team comp still plays pretty well throughout the mid to late game. I think, you know, you could argue UOL does scale maybe a little bit harder in 5v5s with some of the tools that Wukong might have and the MF might have in terms of pure straight to back, front to back 5v5. But 4,000 gold lead and a pretty solid team comp yourself, you know, like you can actually play this one out relatively slowly. I would not want to see them lose this one. I mean, they are saying bot lane again, keeping Doggo down there, so another trade by Beyond, but this one I feel like, okay, you're actually giving them something, whereas the Mountain Dragon's a little bit easier to defend.
Yeah, this Herald definitely nice, as it represents a potential future investment of gold on the tower, and of course that opening up the map for you definitely gives you a lot more space to play with. Kino is going to find boss here, but Wukong is pretty threatening to the level 7 Rakan, and Doggo is a little low on mana, so it doesn't really feel like dueling even in the 2v1. Maybe suspect someone else is coming along. We know that's not the case, but Doggo is going to play jungle here instead, which is a much better prize. The blue buff, always something you want on Ezreal if you can afford to give it over.
I feel a little bad for Boss here. The counter pick largely went how you think the early laning phase should go. Maybe fell a little bit further behind than you'd want, but there was a disaster kind of going on in the bot lane and some of the other parts of the map. And so you can't get the jungler attention that you picked this champion for. If you're not going to play around the Wukong with your Lee Sin, it's not really going to do that much. I think Beyond did have some good windows where you saw Husha, you know, camping topside in case that gank did come through. I think Beyond did a good job trying to play around that, but it's just unfortunate for Boss. Now, you have your items completed, and that's the one nice thing, is that Wukong is not just a lane counter. He is very good through all portions of the game. It is a fairly physical, damage-heavy team comp, and when Wukong gets his ult up, he gets so many stacks so quickly. The regen that comes through, the actual armor that you get from that passive will make it pretty annoying for the rest of Beyond to try and kill him, but luckily, Beyond has a ton of extra gold.
Yeah, and Doggo is about to take that gold investment and run with it here. He's very close to transforming this Muramana. Does have the blue buff ticking away. He's trying to get that poke happening. He's going to sit mid now for about as long as he needs to take out this tower, unless his team demands he come over for an objective. But again, Baron not a thing for a few minutes. Not something you want to take at 20 anyway. Not really caring too much about the Dragon. Beyond have definitely favored the farm and the towers right now because they want to keep that gold lead nice and high. And Doggo is obviously, you know, public enemy #1 here for Unicorns of Love, but pretty tough to kill the Ezreal with his team behind him. And Boss actually going to get spotted on the flank. Again, nice surveillance here for Beyond Gaming, kind of keeping their lead intact with, you know, good fundamentals and good vision control.
Yeah, double pink wards in both the side lane brushes around mid so that they can't find a flank opportunity. Boss is trying his best now around the Raptor pit, but it's really hard to find an angle. Here's Noman's though.
Noman's maybe is the one to make it happen. Bullet time already down, but Argonaut getting absolutely ripped to pieces by the poke onto that tower. And Nomad's going to get spotted, so Beyond Gaming just going to rotate down. And you know what? There is a dragon to take, but I think they're much happier trying to keep sieging this mid tower, because what do Unicorns of Love have here?
They don't have anything after the bullet time went down. They were trying to land some pre-fight poke with the bullet time as well as clear the wave, and then you have the flanks come in from the pincer move, but it just kind of fell apart because the vision control was so good. It was so telegraphed.
Ooh, this is maybe a bit of a pinch here, but Beyond Gaming are going to keep sticking together. Herald dropped in the mid lane here to try and get some counter play, but Beyond Gaming actually fancy Ananastic as their target here as Boss continues to eat poke to the face. Syndra Stun's very nice there. Boss going to get unleashed on, but Doggo getting out of dodge there. Husha diving in, and now it's a 2v3 in the back line, and they're just getting decimated. traded Unicorns of Love, but they will trade it back and forth there as Moan is going to fall on the other side. Argonaut still alive for a little while longer, lives to tell the tale, but Doggo flashes in for the max range Q, and he wants blood. Nomad's going to be the next one on the chopping block, and reads every single juke for the triple kill.
Doggo's skill shot accuracy on this Ezreal, man. He's got aimbot unlocked, chasing down the kills there after a pretty scrappy fight. UOL did make that a little bit closer than I thought they'd be able to, given how the fight started, with how much pre-fight poke there was, as well as how far they are behind in the game. And you can see the potential of their comp, but Doggo's too clean.
That was really slick. Even going to take the dragon at the end of it as well. As Doggo, let's watch it again.
Count the Qs, the favorite game to play with Ezreal on replays. We'll have to see how many he does land. Kino there, going onto an Anasik, draws a lot of attention, and despite the fact that they get a lot of poke onto Boss, makes it look like it's going to be an easy win for Beyond Gaming, but you can see the Wukong's power there, working in, finding these knockups, hitting people, Silas as well, stealing these ultimates. I got distracted from watching my own gameplay, but at least towards the end of the fight, I didn't see Doggo miss anything. This one here, I mean, just, ooh.
I love that.
And even before that fight, like, on the top side of the map, when they were sieging a while ago, ooh.
That's what you need to know about that replay.
That's a... God damn, that Ezreal's clean, struggling. But yeah, Doggo was doing a really good job even before that, landing poke on the MF and stuff like that. So he's looking real good right now.
Yeah, I get why they keep picking the champion, I guess, you know.
Especially if the enemy's going to throw 3 bans at him and that's what you're getting out of it, you know, that is a big threat for teams going forward in this.
An absurd, oh my god. I was like, is that CSG real? That can't be real. And it is real. Plus 72. That graphic showed, and it's live, so it keeps getting updated.
225 CS at 20 minutes. This is like the old school numbers mid laners used to get when they were doing the Wraith camp farming. You remember that crap where they'd steal all your junglers and you go to the other guys? That is some insane numbers for an Ezreal.
All right, well, Syndra, how do you get out of this one? In a 1v3, soon to be a 1v4, Santa's the target. Is going to get killed. Liang swoops in to get it. Now Kino looking to line them up as Doggo finds Boss with a bit of the true shot barrage. Not enough to get the kill just yet, but Husha is closing the trap. Nomanso on the wraparound is trying to make it happen. Liang gets one, but he gets traded back and forth. Now the bullet time is going to zone out the rest of Beyond Gaming, and they don't have it just yet, but Unicorns of Love need to leave the scene of the crime now, and that is easier said than done. Boss is low. Argonaut is just about dead. As Wind becomes lightning, we'll finish off the tail end of that kill, and Doggo going to pick up the Silas here as Boss is the only one left alive, and thankfully Wukong will live to tell the tale how 4 of his team dove and died.
A good attempt by Unicorns of Love to stay active in the game, and you asked how Moan gets out of the situation. He gets out in a body bag, but the rest of Beyond Gaming were able to collapse quite nicely, and it looks like they're going to be able to grab the Baron on the back end of this. Santos is the only one in the area, no teleports. I guess Boss has his teleport up and get a ward down. Maybe they can stop this, but doesn't look like they want to go for it.
Yeah, ultless, flashless, Nautilus.
Ultless, flashless, Wukong being able to join in. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a fight you win.
Don't think so. So watch this one again.
So, like I said, initially like the play, finding these kills, and Boss and Anasik have some nice footwork here to make this a little bit more difficult. And the only problem is it just takes too long. You know, here he's dodging the Husha, W over the wall. He's kind of doing a good job reading all this. The rest of Unicorns of Love run through the turret to try and get them out. This is a nice zoning ultimate from Argonaut to make sure that they can maybe get back to the turret. But Husha has a really clean re-engage here, going for the Alt W to clear the path onto Boss, getting onto Argonaut as well. And while Boss does get out, it also splits No Man's there to stay trapped under the turret. So nice job by Beyond Gaming reacting to that play, picking up all the kills in the Baron.
And Doggo continues to get richer here in this game. 5-0-1, 3 items completed, stopwatch ready, and a Rebel Baron power play to top it all off. Beyond Gaming looking to put the finishing touches on this game by the looks of things. They are way too close to 10,000 gold ahead given the time in this game. It's only 23 minutes or just under, but Beyond Gaming are just unbelievably ahead in this game. And Boss is feeling the pain. The clone's getting shot. The real Wukong's getting shot. Doggo's terrorizing everyone.
Doggo's a nightmare. He is super aggressive, taking blast cones over the wall behind turrets, shifting forward. This man has too much confidence.
And 4 people in the mid lane is going to make sure he stays nice and safe. Liang's going to finish up the tier 2 in bottom lane as the mid one falls. And Anasik is on quite the adventure. But is going to be spotted by just about every ward in existence.
He is on a safari mission.
Unfortunately, he is now, I guess, the prey. Dead spotted by Husha briefly. Doggo dominating, just deletes Santas from the game. And oh my goodness, that true shot barrage did a lot to Argonaut. And Moan's busy fighting a couple, but not going to matter as he finishes off one and the others are going to get grabbed. And now Husha once again with the re-engage as everyone's been poked down low. And Doggo is continuing his reign of terror. Misses a Q finally on camera. And an Arsik with some nice footwork to get out alive, but unfortunately, the structures will not be so lucky.
Nope, looking like it's going to be both mid and bot inhibitor here. We'll see if Beyond Gaming want to try and push for the end. They seem like the kind of team that would be down to scrap it out, especially if they can find another pickoff here. They're super far ahead, looking like they're going to find their first win in group stage of play-ins.
We wonder why we kept hearing, oh, it's Doggo's team, it's a Doggo-centric team. Finally, kind of realizing some of that we saw when he was subbed in for PSG last international. This lockup is nice though. Everfrost here. Out of the Sars to find two with the root, but not enough to get a kill as Doggo's going godlike, still shifting forward there as Boss finally slays one, gets Kino as Husha on the back end, takes out Nomad's true shot barrage back up, of course it is. It's been long enough here as Boss once again is going to go back in onto the Xin Zhao, but that's not going to be enough for a kill. Liang's going to finish one up, Boss is going to get finished up as well, and it is only MF left to die to Doggo, this time going to escape.
He decides he prefers creeps over killing MF. I am positive he just kind of like kept running at an angle he could have cut. Oh, whatever, he gets both. What am I saying? Doggo, of course, is going to get both.
Melee, Ezreal, shifting in, getting the ace, and now we're back for more. Santas is like, I don't know what round this is, I'm out of here. I don't think I like this experience, and Beyond Gaming are going to make sure it ends quickly at least, as they will take down the Unicorns of Love to pick up their first win of Worlds 2021.
They are on the board. It had to have been a difficult start to the day after their loss to Cloud9, but you can see the power of Beyond Gaming when they're in form. Doggo creating leads in the bot lane that the rest of the team capitalizes on. Liang winning his lane. The rest of the team playing around them well. Husha exploiting these advantages quite well himself, comboing well in the team fights. They're a pretty well-balanced team if they can find their footing in the early game.
Yeah, definitely more of what we expected, I suppose, and good to see them on the board. We'll have to see how the results shake out. They only have one game left to play. That is, of course, true. But both these teams, unfortunately, Unicorns of Love, down but not out, but 0-3 cannot feel good in a 5-team group stage.
No, and I don't believe they're eliminated yet. If Beyond goes 1-3, Unicorns Love pick up their next one. It's not broken by head-to-head, so they'll probably, I think, they have to play a tiebreaker, but it still is not a very fun position to be in, and I believe they have Cloud9 next, if I'm not mistaken. So not an easy one to try and pick up your win.
That is their team left to play.
Yeah.
They will not play the next game. They'll actually be Cloud9 playing Galatasaray, which should be really fun. And once again, like, the group feels like it could potentially be in disarray, especially if C9 lose here. It's just going to be, you know, hands in the air, probably play 1,200 tiebreakers, and I don't know, we'll have a fun time.
Sounds good to me.
Can't wait. All right, we'll see if Cloud9 can remain undefeated of Galatasaray. I'm going to grab that. We don't go too far. We're off to a break. We'll be back shortly with more Worlds.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where Beyond Gaming have come alive in this tournament by picking up their first win against Unicorns of Love. And Goldberg, I'm going to come to you first because while yes, Doggo did do Doggo things in this game, it felt to me like the victory really came off the back of the solo laners doing exactly what you asked them to do.
It's finally like there was a team around Doggo this time around, and I feel like the game just become easier once you have a mid lane with pressure that can, you know, come together with a jungler and then move down towards the bottom lane and play for your AD carry. So yes, that did actually help quite a lot. It wasn't just the mid lane though, it was also Liang up towards the top side with the Jace, getting resources into him with the Rift Herald all of a sudden, and you have a top laner that's ahead. You know what, that also helps the map. That helps the entire team. It was great to finally not only just see Doggo, but Beyond Gaming.
Exactly. Liang did a lot of work on that Jace up in the top lane, but an important note for everybody that this is actually the first win on Syndra for Moen in the mid lane, career-wide. So Kaizen, kind of an interesting pick to have been 0-4 on the pick coming into this game, but still to have the confidence to pull off plays like this, pushing in and roaming to the bot lane.
Yeah, and what a time to decide to get your first career win on Syndra. I thought Moen performed great. He was the best supporting player here because Doggo was clearly the star, but his stuns multiple times throughout this game, you know, in this clip to an extent, and right here, picking out the MF completely changed the complexion of this fight to a point where now, instead of this being a skirmish around Herald, it's a complete rout. UOL, they already gotten Herald low enough that they feel like they have to commit to at least trying to get something out of this skirmish, and now they get caught out and give away additional kills, all set up off the back of MF getting picked out there. So this is exactly what Goldberg was talking about before this game. What he really wanted to see was a solo step up, and they absolutely did that.
But it also brought it back to the contrast that we created here before the game actually came into it. So we finally had the solo laner stepping up, but for Unicorns of Love, Argonaut, unfortunately, being the one on the receiving and being the one being outperformed once again, so Unicorns of Love no longer having their own destiny in their hand, right? We don't have tiebreakers, but they need to count on Beyond to lose the next game and them then winning the next game, and that's still a tough task to ask for Unicorns of Love. That's still looking a bit shaky.
So the early game was all about the setup by the solo laners, putting Doggo in a fabulous position. Let's go ahead and take a look at a Dragon fight, though, where he is unlocked to do the thing that we know him to do. A triple kill for the ADC, Kaizen.
Yeah, and the key word here is unlocked, right? You can see Kino and Liang first zoning off the Lee Sin so Doggo can just focus on dealing damage. And then at this point, it's basically free reign for him because now he knows there's no one on his flank that he has to worry about. The Wukong is firmly in front of him, so it's just a matter of cleanup duty for him. And then this is where Doggo shines. When you put him in a position where he is unlocked and he just has to focus on mechanics, you can count on him to carry.
You don't miss. You don't miss in those
Even
pivotal
was
situations.
Just looking there like, what is happening?
I know, right? You're like, oh, I've definitely got the fancy feet. Oh, no, he found me regardless. And so a fabulous win put on the board for Beyond Gaming and very much a boon to their chances in this group. But I also think it's important for us to take a step back and kind of evaluate where all the teams stand. For Unicorns of Love, while down, they are not out. Sitting at 0-3 Goldberg, mathematically, they still have options to force that tiebreaker.
Exactly. So they need to win their own game. Even then, the destiny is still not in their own hand. They need to count on Beyond Gaming to actually lose, and that's why this game was so pivotal because, as I mean, we reiterated it so many times, let's just do it one more time. It's no longer in their own hands. They need to count on Beyond to lose.
Well, we'll see if they can do just that, but we've only got one more game to close out day 2 here in play-ins, and it's Cloud9 coming up next.
Make or break. Make it yours. Make or break. Make it yours.
Hey, it's Group B's Dark Horse Galatasaray gearing up to take on a surging Cloud9 as both teams vie for their spot at the top of the standings. I am going to caveat that, of course, with the fact that Galatasaray dropped their first game of the day. And so while for many they were an unexpected 2-0 coming out of day one, maybe brought down to earth a little bit. And Goldberg, I think one of the big questions will be how do they recover from that very first loss that they were handed?
I think it's easy to recover from it because some of the mistakes were quite clear in that game. They didn't really get to play the game that we have come to know Galatasaray for at this World's Championship. We did not see the same prevalence coming out from their solo laners in terms of the priority they actually got towards their lanes. And once the solo laners started to get shut down, well, that's really where they started to lose control of the entirety of the map. It just never felt like Galatasaray in the first game against Detonation Focus Me were on the driving factor, really.
Right, Kaizen will remember that it was, you know, an early dive or an early skirmish down in the bot lane with a TP disadvantage that Galatasaray actually chose to take. And so perhaps if they're able to kind of shore up a few of those misdecisions, misplays, for lack of a better word, that maybe they stand a bit better of a chance against Cloud9.
Yeah, and what I'd like to see them do is rewind the clock back to yesterday. Go back to Bolulu on champions that can roam, like the Ryze, like the TF. Look for team fighting picks for Crazy, like the Kennen I thought looked really good. And perhaps the most important part, considering how proactively they play and how engage heavy they are, is getting Zergsting on a champion that can do that at the push of a button, like the Bard or the Rakan. So I want to see them go back to what I thought was their best look all tournament, which is roaming and initiation.
And it's like, if you just looked at the lower third as well while Kaizen was talking about it, wins in champions like Ryze, like Twisted Fate, losses in champions like Azir. I wonder what the difference is between these champions. It's almost like two of them, I don't know, has priority to get out on the map, roam, and enable a top laner like Crazy that Kaizen is talking about. I think that specifically is going to be incredibly important when you're going up against a guy like Perkz, who's adapted this exact style himself.
Right, yeah, let's take that into account right there, Kaizen. Yesterday, in an interview, Perkz himself said, hey, I'm roaming now. I'm not even laning. So, you know, do Galatasaray have what it takes to either stack up against him, control him, contain him, you know, outmaneuver him? Where does the answer lie up against a star like Perkz?
I don't know if they have what it takes, but I know their best chance is to just try to match him with the roams. I think it's actually good for them that Perkz is saying, hey, I'm not going to be this 1v1 player, although maybe it's a bait, because I wouldn't want to be trying to win lane versus Perkz. I would rather focus on what I think Galatasaray does well, which is having Bolulu look to support the side lane. So whatever Perkz can do, he needs to think, I can do better.
Well, the classic, you know, rely on what you're good at, not what your opponent is good at. And we'll see if that can come to fruition. But if we do talk about what Cloud9 is good at, I'm going to bring the conversation back to Fudge. Across two different games, we've seen two very different looks out of this guy. So if I were in the coaching position opposite Cloud9, I don't know how I would approach this champion select.
You know, it's interesting because, you know, it's two different styles in terms of the champions he was playing, right? In the first game, he was on the Aurelia, where he completely took over the game against Detonation Focus Me. Then the second time around, he's on a weak side duty champion like the Malphite. What does he do? He plays at AP. He becomes this frontliner that just takes over the game in a different way instead, where he just zones away the opponent. I think no matter the game we've seen from Fudge so far, it's been a game where he's been the one in control, and it's going to be really exciting, not only to see how the mid laners influence the top lane matchup, but also how the top laners fares out against each other, because Fudge has been so reliant alone, but Crazy, we've really only seen him do well with the resources. So how these two top laners are going to collide, and specifically when we reach the draft, it's going to be super interesting.
I think one final thing to consider, Kaizen, is the way that Cloud9 victory came about earlier today. They had very solid control and a big lead, but even Fudge said himself, we got a little ahead of ourselves, and that's kind of classic Cloud9, the over-aggression and giving their opponents opportunities to counter them. And so I think for them today, it's going to be about approaching it in a more controlled way and starting to show us that cleanliness and consistency that we want to see out of the play-in teams that might join groups.
Absolutely. Look, I think Cloud9 is the best team in this group, but they can bleed. And when they bleed, it's because they accidentally cut themselves by tripping over the rock, right? So I think what we need from Cloud9 is just focus on having as polished of the game as possible. I think if you're confident and you know you're the better team, you don't need to go for these crazy aggressive plays where you're diving people under a tower with multiple ults after your first ult misses. Just look for clean play that sets you up confidently for the rest of the play-in stage.
Avoid those self-inflicted wounds. Well, also, the first episode of the new Spotify exclusive podcast Riff Reaction, hosted by Travis Gafford and Emily Rand, is out now. Releasing every Wednesday, they'll be covering trending news in the world of LoL esports. Plus, fans have the chance to join the conversation with interactive polls and Q&A. But for now, let's hand it back over to Pastry and Mark Z for the call.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Boy, oh boy, Mark Z, we've somehow arrived in the final game of the day here for Day 2 in Play-ins.
I was down with that Spotify podcast until I heard Travis was in it. Then I was like, oh, get me out of there.
Unlucky. Emily Rand's great, but yeah, that Travis guy, medium.
At least we have a great game to talk about.
That's true. We have a great game here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This feels like a bit of the hype matchup that we're going to get at the start of the day. Then Galatasaray dropped their game in the first one against DFM. So it's a little up in the air about how good each of these teams are. And this is a great test for them now against C9, who maybe looks like the most consistent team. I mean, they've only played 2 games. So this is a chance to see where they're going to be at. But this is the last match for Galatasaray. So you want to end on a positive note. Because you can potentially still get out first in this group, depending on if you can hand Cloud9 a loss here.
Yeah, definitely have to start there. It's not going to be easy going 2-2, so going to need to be the 3-1 here up against C9. Of course, they'll still be fine even if they do lose here. Have plenty of opportunities, and I'm sure tomorrow will be filled with many, many fun tiebreaker scenarios that luckily I don't get to work out. That's somebody else's job, thank God.
Yeah, we just get told to cast them probably.
Yeah, true.
I mean, so I'm looking forward to it. I think you heard the analyst that's talking about draft and how important that's going to be, and I feel like that's something that has played Galatasaray a little bit even in their domestic games, where they made it more difficult for themselves. They crushed pretty consistently there, but there were times where they took too many threats, not enough utility in their draft, not enough stability, and I think you saw that aspect of their drafting come up in their most recent game against DFM, where it's like all winning lane champions, but like don't actually do anything together. And as soon as it went wrong, it went really wrong. So I heard Goldberg talking about wanting to bring back some of that playmaking in the mid lane, and I'm totally down for that, and I hope we get to see that.
Yeah, I think Baloo's TF looking real good in general. Like both these mid laners feel at their best right now when they're affecting their side lanes. Obviously, we've seen Cloud9 play through Fudge, whether it's Aurelia or Malphite, which is pretty impressive given the difference in those champions. And I thought that either of these players also can't play carries. They certainly can take over a game. They can be the ones taking resources, but maybe it's a meta, maybe it's a team thing. They are certainly playing more to their teams right now.
And I think the Fudge call-out's a big one. He has been such a huge component of the wins for Cloud9 so far as, headset's coming off. Uh-oh, Pastry, are we filling you and me?
I don't know, maybe.
It's podcast time.
It's our little podcast. There we go. Oh, no, it's a huddle. Never mind.
Well, I mean, the huddle's got to be for something. What are we having for dinner tonight after we 3-0?
Yeah.
is that what they're talking about?
Already lining it up? They probably already know. Jack's got the place lined up.
They got smiles. Well, Fudge doesn't look as happy. He doesn't like the restaurant they're going to.
Yeah. Maybe he's like, doesn't want to play Malphite again. I don't know. Maybe he had enough.
Yeah.
He's trying to play unique champion every game.
We picked you a tank, so you would play tank, and you didn't build tank. So we're picking you another tank this time, and you can't do anything else. I don't know what's a bigger tank than Malphite, though. What's a champ you can't build anything else on but tank?
On? Shen? Maokai? Maokai you can for sure.
Yeah, I think all of them you can get away a little bit. Like Poppy is like maybe going to go full AD Poppy, lethality.
No, don't. Poppy is a risk. I feel like you're inviting potential shenanigans.
Yeah, definitely. Galatasaray looking more locked in. That was Arian, if anyone recognized him. He coached them, former CLG coach, been around TCL, back to NA, back to TCL. So really cool to see him cropping up again, leading these guys to a victory. He won both his splits that he's been in the TCL. So a pretty impressive resume that he's building for himself and hoping to add more to it here at Worlds.
We'll see if they can get it done. Again, this is not a done deal. I think coming into today, actually, for me, this was the matchup that, like, most likely determined who got first in this group. That is definitely not the sentiment now, given how good Dead FM looked in their win today, and the fact that these two teams aren't meeting, you know, are still undefeated. So there's a lot of League of Legends still left to play here. Obviously, Cloud9 will give themselves the best opportunity by staying undefeated. That's the obvious stuff in any tournament. You keep winning and you don't lose, chances are you'll do pretty well.
Yeah.
But sadly, that is a lot easier said than done, as Qiyana and Aurelia are going to get banned away. Talon also getting banned away. So the Qiyana Talon fun times from day one have all been erased. Nobody wants to play against the two champions that haven't lost yet here in play-ins. Lee Sin, Lucian, Ryze, these teams have done their homework. Marcus are already into pick number one.
Yeah, a lot of jungler focus with the Talon ban as well coming in from Cloud9. So gonna have to be pushed down a little bit further in their pools than we've seen from these junglers so far. You know, Blabber had just the Qiyana and the Lee. And then for Mojito, it was those two plus the Talon. So literally both of them have to play new things. J4 first pick would be bold. I know people are liking him a little bit more in the current meta with the lethality items and stuff. So a very early pick though. So many junglers in pro play will talk your ear off about how much they hate playing Jarvan. Because there's so many champions that just make his life miserable, stunning him out of his EQ combo, flaying him out of it. There's all these things, even mobility, you know, being able to hop out of his ult damage and stuff like that. Like, so many of those things make it annoying to play, and one of the reasons it's often not first picked even when it's strong. But with how many bans there are, Cloud9 want to reach for it.
It also might not be Blabber's champion. Have already seen Lane Jarvan. That is something that was kind of creepy around. I mean, Trinity mid also is apparently a thing. So you never know these days. But giving up MF for J4, I mean, MF is almost always picked on this side because she's not good enough, quite good enough for first pick, but he's definitely good enough to take what she's open if you're on red side. But I'm curious to see kind of how this job shakes out, because Xin was available as well. That is going to be Mojito's champion here. Will be fine up against the Jarvan if that is Blabber's champion, and will likely be fine against whatever else a Blabber might bring out from the jungle.
Yeah, I'm just surprised to see. I'm still like processing the Jarvan when it's like Zin's up. You know, we've seen Blabber play Zin plenty. A decently strong enough pick that you can take it first and be fine. So, not the case though, and we get the Ezreal Leona bot lane. A staple in the meta. Leona runs around the map. Ezreal's happy to play weak side, and you go try and make plays.
Yep, this is becoming the go-to for Sven and Vulcan. It seems like they are not wanting to take... I mean, they're not getting opportunities to pick MF if they do want it in most of their games, and Vulcan has been very good on the Leona leaving lane often, and Sven, of course, we know, very good Ezreal player, and if this is a strategy Cloud9 want to run, if this is the way they want to approach the 2v2s up against the MF, which is basically to ignore them, then this is a pretty good way to go about it.
Yeah, and I like the Thresh answer too into the Leona, because for Alive playing MF, you know, sometimes you just get ult after ult dropped on your face, you know, sometimes Malphite flying at you, J4, and you just want to shoot the enemy target. You're not that actually mobile, so having the reposition from the Lantern helps, as well as in lane. Thresh can be rather annoying for Leona if you can get her out of her E, play that. And you can punish if the Leona can get trapped in lane phase. You know, that's what you're trying to do with this combination. It's less about 100% all-ins and more about controlling the lane phase with your double range matchup.
Yep, so no move MF this time, but I do like this combination a bit better for the reasons
respect
you
Malphite,
stated.
man!
LeBlanc and Malphite getting taken away from Perks and Fudge, respectively. Gwen also banned away from Crazy. That's been pretty consistent against them. I think he has had 0 opportunities so far this tournament to pick it, but definitely noted a lot of phase 2 Gwen bans here in general up against Galatasaray. So what is the final ban here for Cloud9? It is Camille continuing to keep the top lane champions lowered. And again, we have many questions to ask ourselves about the Cloud9 solo lanes, but for now, we'll answer ones about GS.
Going with the Jace. Going back to it after a pretty rough performance on it the first time around. Not like he played terribly or anything, but the game just blew up so quickly that, you know, he TP'd for lane, try and get his advantage. The other Urgot TP'd for kills, and then he's like, well, now there's a played steel caps Urgot in my lane. So hopefully a better time around for Crazy. I do like when he has some playmaking tools. I felt like when I'm watching his VODs, he was really good about moving around the map and transferring his pressure and not just being the AFK pusher when he has a lead.
Oh my goodness, it's happening, Mark.
Tryndamere mid, all right. I mean, we'll talk more about it when we get into the game a little bit. Pairing it with the Taliyah. So a lot of map mobility, I think, for this entire team to get over there and try and make side lane plays. Tryndamere, you know, also has map mobility, not necessarily trying to move around the map too much in the early game, but especially in the mid to late game, the ability to collapse on side lanes and make plays happen is pretty huge.
Sylas again, though, You know, creeps into another draft. Looks pretty good here with the selection of ultimates you have available to you.
I like it. I mean, I haven't seen the Taliyah the Trigger alt interaction with the Sylas, but I assume it's just going to be hilarious to watch an unkillable Sylas flinging his chains around. So, Bolulu, like you said, has the ability to have a huge impact in this game.
I am very curious how this shakes out, because this is a pretty big departure from what Cloud9 have shown us already, and it's always an interesting question. Like, again, in a format where you are trying to get as many wins as possible, that is obviously the path of least resistance into the main stage of Worlds. You value consistency, and I'm not saying Chidamid's inconsistent, but when you've shown like a pretty similar look across your games, departing from that is very interesting to me. But perhaps you're trying to throw your opponent off guard, right? That's the trade-off, is like, do I think they're less practiced against this and we're good enough at it to beat them, or do I just want to play the stuff I know we know because we can outskill them?
Yeah, I'm also wondering how much is... Like, there's a lot of things to consider.
Yes.
Is it them trying to flex and show champion pools out there feeling pretty good at the 2-0 position? Was it something they saw in the draft where, like, okay, there's not a ton of lockdown CC yet, and then, you know, if the support's not going to bring the CC and they have Xin, you know, like, there's not really much else that's going to be bringing it probably, and so they felt like they could take it there, especially after seeing the Jace. Maybe they'd seen enough of what they wanted to see whenever they're going to lock in the Tryndamere that they decided this was the time to go for it.
And, you know, Taliyah's kind of a cool one. It's been nice to see her rotating back into the meta. I love that every change they make to try and make her a better mid laner, and she just always pops up back in the jungle. But Blabber, this is a champion he is very well practiced on, so this could be quite a spicy invade here. Bolulu is under the gun.
Yeah, the fact that they...
Oh, it's come early. Bolulu forced to flash away.
That was quite the high octave you hit there, man. Yeah, that was a nice invade. They didn't have anyone marking mid because they had their bot lane actually in bot going for the river, or the ward in lane, and so that allows C9 to sneak in unseen, and they get the free flash out of Bolulu. Not how you want to start the game for him. That said, and this is my problem with Tryndamere. I was on Hotline League last night ranting about not wanting to cast Tryndamere, and I almost made it through the day, and I didn't get there. Now, we did get not the triple reju bead start from the Tryndamere, which is where I normally hate it even more. There's so many champions throughout League of Legends history that have just been the most uninteractive garbage mid laners. 13-pot Katarina, 13-pot Mordekaiser, you go back in the day, and this just like gives me flashbacks to those where I'm like, wow, you just took a lane off the map for me to cast. There's nothing to say here.
Yeah.
A little bit more interactive with the D-Shield start and the double melee matchup maybe, and maybe we can see some more action there, especially with the flash blow now.
I will say, very on brand for Perkz. I believe that is King Tryndamere. As far as
Lane Kingdom, here we go.
Which is, yeah, very on brand for Perkz, which you love to see. Mahito, though, starting on the blue side. Oh my goodness, it's already happening. In the bottom side, Zergsting is in trouble once again. Does get ignited, but there is no additional pressure, although looks close.
Yeah, man, Sven just threading the needle on that shot, poking Zergsting a little bit lower. I actually thought that trade was okay with the biscuits that he had, being able to heal up, and trading ignites reduces some of the all-in threat, so you can actually harass a little bit harder with the double range matchup. But Sven landing that last Q actually gives such an advantage in HP bars that it's just like lane phase. Over now. We talked about trying, not totally over, but in terms of trying to lock down the Leona, like, get ready to see some map movement probably. And it feels really good for Ezreal once you get the push, because it's easier to continue hitting your skill shots without as many minions in the way.
Yeah, definitely want to try and permalock your opponent under the tower as Perkz is just taking away the mini Raptor.
When I talked about those annoying champions like 13-pop Mordekaiser and stuff, they start stealing people's chickens and stuff. Like, man, Perkz is starting that stuff early on.
Level 3 already, got the lane pushing in. I mean, Tryndamere kind of plays the same in just about any lane. Just hit the minions and don't stop. Hit the enemy champion sometimes if they walk close enough to you. If you get in trouble, spin around. If you get in a lot of trouble, hit W and heal. That's kind of it. That's the champion. It's what you do after that that really matters. But the landing phase ain't that interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, like, oh, here we go.
All right, now we're getting spicy. Blabber lining it up here potentially for a gank, but he's going to back away.
Yeah, I saw the movement in by Bolulu that maybe without his spell available, they would go for it, but a little bit more focused on getting the Scuttle Crab finished off for Blabber. Maybe he'll take on a look at it with the waves pushing into Perkz. You see Perkz trying to hold the wave away from there, want to set something up. Tryndamere just doesn't have many tools to help out an actual gank attempt, and especially someone like Taliyah who really benefits from a lockdown setup to get her flick off, that it makes it so much easier, and the slow that Tryndamere might get if he chickens them is just not the same.
What about Leona? Leona seems like a pretty good setup CC. Again, no flash, does get slowed down. Bolulu is going to get himself over the wall though, and she'll be A-OK. but Blabber finds the flash, flicks them back, and then it's going to be first blood to Perkz.
How dare I slander the chicken slow? It sets up the flash followed by Blabber, getting first blood there. Well done, and Bolulu gets punished. Not much he could do there. I think that was just really clever wave manipulation by Perkz as well as the rest of Cloud9, punishing after a smart level 1. Bolulu's forced to TP back to lane, and you heard the analyst just talking about how important he is for this roster, and this is not the start they needed.
Yeah, love to see paying off the level 1, right? And even like what you were mentioning before, like the early level 1 2v2 kind of led into Vulcan getting unlocked, and then they paid it back knowing that they didn't have flash, and just really nicely coordinated there for Cloud9. That does mean that Fudge has been left alone on an island, and Jarvan isn't having a particularly fun time right now, 1v1 isolated versus the Jace. But hey, Fudge can play weak side, he can play strong side, and Perkz can play Tryndamere.
Yeah, here you see that sick gameplay the chicken flip.
I mean, Blabber did all the work.
Yeah, Blabber, I mean, Perkz did a lot of work to get the wave from the setup.
That's true.
And you know, it was about Blabber coming in and, you know, eating the rewards a little bit. And like you said, it's just a tough situation for Fudge in top lane. Actually going airy and focusing more about the fact like you're not going to get any grass procs off. You're not going electrocute and trying to do tons of all-ins. I saw him farming a lot with E. So very focused on just surviving the harass from the Jace and being able to go in later.
Nice play there out of Zergsting, but Sven following up that Zenith Blade with a free W, getting a little bit of damage down, but Vulcan taking some in return. Not too bad at the end of it all, but does seem like Vulcan is still calibrated well. Sven, though, is a little bit down on CS. Vulcan leaving does, again, isolate the Ezreal in the 2v1, so Sven is probably expected to lose in some farm here. Going to try and catch some back here as, again, Zergsting continues to be a magnet for these Mystic shots.
Yeah, I mean, Sven's Ezreal's looking really good right now through this game. And you saw that play interaction like I was talking about why you often like the Thresh into Leona. And they'll probably keep the CS lead now that the bot lane has stabilized. You know, summoners are coming back up. The flash will be up for Zergsting soon. They already have the ignites. As hold on,
Vulcan in there, does have ignite again. Aftershock's gonna proc, Q's gonna get dodged. Everything's A-okay, but no all-in there for Cloud9. Blabber is here in the area, but of course Mojito is down here as well, covering for the team. Alive getting aggressive, but again going back in. Nice play, Ignite is down. Zergsting trying to make him pay, but Sven once more does have the auto attacks, and now Alive is going to try and get out of there. But I think he's dead as Blabber will finish him off. Electrocute's going to proc, and now Mojito is the next target. A great flash out of Sven is going to try and keep him alive. No. And that's actually enough to kind of, and that is an absolute tragedy for Galatasaray as Sven collects it all.
Cloud9 playing it risky, going in, trying to get that timing window before Zergsting got the flash. They were trying so hard to set that play up. Looked like an overforce at times, but able to dodge out on the hook back. I think that was the critical moment there. And from then, both junglers collapsing, just playing it a little bit cleaner for Cloud9.
And we return to Perkz, farming in mid lane. Again, this is the Tryndamere lane state. Yeah. I mean, when you're not trying to set up for a gank when your opponent has flash, doesn't have flash, excuse me, you hit the minions until they die.
And he did a good job, you know, shadowing like he might roam down here. So this is after Leona already lost her flash on the first attempt. And you see how risky it is here. You know, at this point, they're already in a decent spot with Blabber getting there first. They get the easy kill on the Zergsting, and then Vulcan does a good job staying in the main wave, making it a little bit difficult for Mojito to find a way in, and giving it a lane for Sven to land some of these Mystic shots. And then once the flash comes through and Mojito has no way to follow up, it's just too easy. I don't know if there's a miscommunication that Sven didn't have flash or he wasn't sure, but going for that, you know, was just trying to make the best of a bad situation. And you see how happy the Cloud9 staff are.
I love, they're all obviously, that was such a nice play out of Sven. Vincent's especially that manager was choice, so I think he's going to get memed into oblivion, at least by the C9 social media stuff, as Blabber is just making it sing in every possible lane. Fudge down in CS, but calls the juggler for an easy one.
Cloud9 are rolling today, looking really good. Get another gank off up on the top side. This is what the J4 was picked for. You survive the lane phase as best you can. At 6, the Taliyah comes flying in out of nowhere, and you have to land the kill. It's a more difficult gank to pull off than you think. Crazy didn't actually end up flashing anything, so I think he just accepted he was dead to rights at that point. And a nice setup by Fudge.
Yeah, nicely done there, as Rift Herald's going to be the extra ward on top of that gank. Galatasaray trying to trade some back, though. Finally have an overload here in the bottom side of the map, as the jungler's actually maybe going to look for more here, but Sven, very nice scouting maneuver there with the True Shot Barrage, is going to see them. Again, they know Blabber's top, so they want to try and punish, but Sven sniffs that out and shuts it down immediately.
Yeah, well done by Galatasaray, grabbing the one thing that they can on the map, which is that red buff. A little bit of a Constellation prize, but still not feeling great. 5-0, already a 2,000 gold advantage in Cloud9's favor.
Mahito, though, going to grab that Scuttle Crab, and that's going to be the Dragon take here. Cloud9 probably knew they were giving this up for this trade, so they won't be too upset, but at least doing, making the trades you have to make when you're a little bit behind here. 2,000 gold or so up for Cloud9. Going to go ahead and take that Dragon, though, for themselves and maybe start that ball rolling, but it's looking tough here. Blabber, I mean, Sven's outplay on the bottom side has set him up beautifully, but Blabber quietly is starting to be everywhere, and that is a bad time against Taliyah.
I mean, this is when Blabber shines the most, is once he gets leads in games, he's so good about being aggressive and snowballing those. That's why Olaf is one of his best champions, is because Olaf is a bit of a stat stick, and when he gets ahead, he just crushes you. And here he is in this game, getting ahead, and Taliyah can blow people up. So we'll have to see if he can keep snowballing this lead.
And Perkz of note is level 8. You mentioned the ulti interaction. We might get to find out in a moment, but potentially could set up a dive in another lane. I don't think you want to dive the Sylas with the stolen Tryndamere ulti, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it sounds a little
sounds hilarious.
Unlikely to work, but I mean, who knows? Maybe you just redive it. Here you see the struggles that Fudge has largely been having off screen. I mean, Crazy is doing what he can with the map exploding around him more or less. He keeps pushing up aggressively. He built this big wave up. You would want your jungler to be up there on the timing window to potentially threaten a dive, and they're starting to do it now. But because of the Dragon situation, the rest of his team wasn't initially there. Now Blabber's in range to cover.
Yeah, and Mahito is just going to straight fake check this Taliyah. Blabber's going to see it. The damage is going to be done and doesn't even use the ulti. But a 2v2 still continues. Balulu going to steal the J4 ulti. Looks to dunk Fudge and takes him out. Now Fudge in trouble, trying to dance around there. Trapped in his own ultimate, and Crazy is going to pick off the second.
All right, well done by Galatasaray. Like I said, Crazy's the one power point in the map that you can try and make things happen. Balulu does have to sacrifice his mid wave and kind of make that play without priority, but you got to do something to throw C9 off their game plan right now, and getting that kill is exactly what you need to do.
Perkz spinning away. Does respect the potential follow through here. Also notes that Alive and Zergsting are missing, so doesn't want to commit to any sort of 1v1, which I think he'd be okay in, but it's obviously not going to be a 1v1 for very long. It is nice though to see Galatasaray recognizing where they can go. Slow connects there, Vulcan flashes in instantly. Sven's going to pick up a sitter and takes down the Misfortune, but out on the wrong side of the rift. Going to have to dance his way out into his coffin perhaps as Mahito flashes over the wall. Sven though is going to flash out of the way. The Rift Herald's been summoned and Sven is still out of there, trying to make it happen. Arcane shifts onto the blast going, and my goodness, he's done it. Gives him a thumbs up on the exit out. Blabber sets up the wall to make sure he's safe, and Cloud9 can seemingly do no wrong. Sven is on fire.
Yeah, Sven and Vulcan looking good. This is the struggle we were talking about for Alive, playing MF into the Leona lane. You try and drop your ult for wave clear, and that's just the clear go sign for them to jump on top of you. It was a little bit of like, hey, who's baiting who? Because the rest of Galatasaray was collapsing on that play, and they did find the kill into Vulcan, but they gave up so many resources to make that happen. Crazy TP down. Balulu roamed again after already just finishing another roam. So he's starting to fall a little bit behind, as well as the turret dropping. And Cloud9, despite it being a 1-for-1, come out pretty far ahead on that play.
And, Sven looking pretty good. We'll watch Just Why again here as we have the new Axe Factor replay. And like you mentioned, Alive just can't really do much. And Vulcan instantly goes in.
Yeah, nice combo by Sven, layering all that damage in, getting it out quickly. And then here, he kind of realizes, like, all right, sorry, Vulcan, dude, I'm out of here. And well done by Galatasaray. Try and collapse onto him, but nice blast cone to help keep Sven alive, make sure that he's able to get out of there, and then a wall by Blabber as well.
Just to make sure. Maybe didn't need it, but better safe than sorry. Also, in the midst of all that, we noted Blabber dropped the Herald. It was mid lane, which gave Perkz the first tower of the game, and Cloud9 this 3,000 gold lead. That will be cut down now as Alive is going to finish off the tower. That is much needed gold for this Misfortune. So that lead going to shrink by about 500, but again, Cloud9 still feeling pretty good here at the 13-minute mark, especially with Sven. And the first mythic item of this game, which was Trinity Force, by the way, it's been done for a few minutes. He is, like, terrifying to behold in any lane.
Yeah, and I like Sven. He's done the Triforce build both games that he's done it versus the Doggo build where he went the Divine Sunderer. I feel like it's something that people still autopilot Divine Sunderer a little bit too much. I thought maybe in that game, I didn't bring it up then, but maybe Doggo should have gone for the Triforce with how far ahead he was. But in this game, I just don't think Sven is scared of anybody jumping on top of him realistically. It's like, okay, if Lulu's the one guy, maybe Mojito, I'll just kite them out with like Leona and other people helping peel for me. So I think he's feeling really good and wants to maximize his DPS given how far ahead he is in this game.
Yeah, at this point, you know, you beat them by killing them before they can kill you. And given the wall advantage, seems pretty straightforward there for Sven. As Vulcan is under a bit of fire, there are 4 people here from Galatasaray chilling in the mid lane, but they are off to the Dragon, which is why they're pushing that wave in. That is definitely the thing they can lean on right now. They have the first one, they're looking to grab the second tier. Doesn't look like Cloud9 will contest right now, but you never know. But I think Cloud9 happy to lean on their gold lead here. Again, the second Dragon is not the one you have to worry about. It's 3 and 4 that you really you owe your attention.
Yeah, I think for Cloud9, you know, it's always nice if you can do the Drake snowball as well, but here, Fudge has been behind for a large portion of this game. He's like, hey, I would really appreciate getting this gold back in my pocket as flash forward, buy Zergsting, yields nothing.
Love the attempt. Unfortunately, guess wrong, right? That's basically 50-50 at that point, where he's going to juke. And now the reverse collapse as Sven true shot barrages a few people in mid, but Blue's here with the stolen Leona ulti. That's going to get another shift out of Sven, but now Vulcan tied up in the lasso is going to get killed by Alive, and now it's a 5v2 for Sven and Bloodman. They got to get out of there.
Looks like with the Infernal map, there might have been another angle there, but Galatasaray call it off. Well done by them to punish that attempt of defending the mid lane turret there. They get the kills. Should probably be able to grab the turret on the tail end of it. No one's sticking around though, actually. They're choosing to go for the Rift Herald as the prioritized objective. Maybe a little bit harder to grab that one though. We'll see if Blabber's in the area.
Blabber looking, but 1v3 right now does have his flash. Already commits the smite. Zergsting finds the mark, and that's an easy pick off there for Galatasaray. Now 4v2 around this Rift Herald. That is going to belong to them, so that's an objective they like to take. Perkz over here so late, but they do want to fight apparently. Sven feeling pretty strong. Perkz getting in there. Gale forces through, gets himself hooked up, has to pop the ulti. Fudge ain't going to get the kill, and Perkz does indeed pop Undying Rage, but Crazy's going to take down Fudge. And Sven's going to fall as well, as Alive is picking up so much gold, and Vulcan has to dance around through but can't do anything at Cloud9. An ill-advised engage goes south quickly.
Oh boy, C9 making some mistakes, and Galatasaray doing everything they can to punish. I mean, that felt like a clear sack whatever objective they decide they want. Galatasaray with the pick-off that they got felt like they earned an objective, and Cloud9 did not want to give that one up. Blabber hung around the area. Really well done by them to find those angles and punish that. And now, gold lead starting to close, the kill lead a lot closer. Given that I think it started 5-0 in C9's favor. Like, this is a slow climb out of what was a very bad start for Galatasaray. Maybe they can keep making this happen.
Yeah, definitely. That's the kind of thing you want to look for them. So watch it again here. It's Cloud9. I was shocked that they went in here.
I was too. I'm like, okay, great, you're poking in. Maybe you get an exit kill, but because Perkz gets hooked, it kind of forced hold on here.
Alrighty, Fudge at it again, but Wolf and Blabber, not sure what the angle was there. Maybe looking for Alive at the top of the screen, but it is Fudge going to have to get out of there. It does get out safely, but as you mentioned, Mark, the gold lead is starting to dwindle a little. At the peak of the mountain, it was 4.6k, dipped down to about 3,500 right now.
Right, and they grabbed the Rift Herald off it as well as the Dragon, so like while the gold lead doesn't look like it shrunk that much, there's going to be quite the influx going in their favor here. Able to grab this one without even needing to commit the Rift Herald, probably going to grab the second turret as well. In the meantime, C9 is just saying split push mode with Perkz up in the top lane on Tryndamere, but this is all still great trades for Galatasaray. Well done, capitalizing on what was a mistake by Cloud9.
Yeah, and I think even without TP, this is kind of Tryndamere plan A in a lot of ways. I said that his landing phase wasn't very interesting. He just runs around hitting minions and then that's it, and then it gets more interesting later. I guess I accidentally lied, because post-landing phase, it's also the same thing, just, slightly different. Yeah, exactly. Just hit a different lane.
Yeah, so, I mean, Cloud9 is obviously, this is part of the game plan. Eventually, Tryndamere just gets impossible for anyone to potentially deal with for the side of Galatasaray. But I think the 5v5 is not something you can ignore being better for them. I mean, Taliyah, bit of a tricky team fighter. You can blow people up for sure, and you can pelt people with your Q, but not ideal compared to a Xin Zhao who can provide a lot more utility. And then Tryndamere, obviously not a great team fighter. So if they stabilize and can force C9 to come to them with some of this Dragon stack that they were able to grab, I think there actually is a pretty clear path back into the game for them. And I got to give a lot of credit to Zergsting being a big part of that. Flashing forward, trying to make plays happen, even though, some of them came up short, he still helped find them. And then especially the flank onto Blabber to really secure that Rift Herald. That was the key pickoff that he did by abusing vision very well in the Rift Herald map. Or excuse me, the Infernal map.
Yeah, as we noted, Zergsting does not miss often with the skill shots, and even though Vulcan kind of got him a little bit in some of the early exchanges in lane in particular. He has definitely paid it back here in the mid game. We're going to stabilize this game for Galatasaray. Again, they're in touching distance. 3,000 gold is fine. On the warpath for this third dragon is going to be the big one, but Cloud9 now starting to shift that attention over here. But even with this gold lead, which isn't as big as it was before, is this enough to strong-arm the other enemy team in a 5v5?
I think it's definitely still in Cloud9's favor, especially with the vision control setup on their side currently. And it's a little tough for Galatasaray to sneak their way in here, but I think they really do need to force this despite the bit of a losing situation or position that they're in currently, because the dragon stacking will be something that keeps Cloud9 honest in this game and not just letting Tryndamere AFK split push all the time.
Oh, crazy that they found a pick. Blabber going to cut him off the wall as well, but Perkz tries to make it happen. Bunch over the top again. Blabber finds the flick. And Perkz is taking down Crazy. Mojito's low as well. Vulcan is just in the midst of the enemy team, getting it done with Leona. And Blabber's going to find the snipe with the stones, as now Xerxes falls to flash away. And Cloud9 looking at the enemy tier 2 turret like it doesn't exist, excuse me, as he will get kill number 3 as well.
Well done by Cloud9. Find the angle, find the punish, able to grab this dragon. That was what I was talking about with the vision problem that they have for Galatasaray, that they just didn't know who was under threat. And so Crazy thinks, well, I'm just holding mid lane, and that's actually the one that they choose to attack. He tries to get over the rest of his team, but Cloud9 have a lot of tools for chasing down. And after they got the initial kill, it was too easy. You can see here, he's like, all right, well, they're probably messing around the river. He doesn't expect them to be in the brush ready to go over the wall. And even after he flashes towards his team, again, more follow-up from Jay Ford. Easy kill there. Mojito tried to save him, ends up in a bad position. He's trying to flash forward, find his way out of there, but at this point, it's just all chase down sequence for Cloud9. Grab the dragon on the back end of it.
Yeah, this is something that this team does very well. Like, Tryndamere and Israel are awesome at chasing people down. And even Blabber's just getting in there, trying to see if he can find the final few rocks. Doesn't get the 4th kill, but hey, they'll take 3 there. Stopping that dragon snowball. They take that that infernal dragon for themselves, excuse me. And now Perkz at it again. And Balulu's getting chopped to bits. And, oh, we're going to get to see it. Battling ultis here, unfortunately. Wait.
He didn't pop off.
Wait a second. Perkz, what happened?
Silence is always a better version of the champion you're playing. We saw it earlier in the day where Perkz was a better Amumu, and now here, Balulu's a better Tryndamere than Perkz.
I was going to say, the difference maker is the CC that happens after, but apparently not. The difference maker is
pressing
clicking the R key. Yeah.
Tough one. I mean, I struggle to do that all the time.
And look, it looks a bit silly, but this is actually turning into a real Baron attempt here for Galatasaray.
Yeah, I really like this decision. Grab as much as you can for that pickoff.
Alrighty, are we in the steal zone? Are we in the fight zone? We're not in the hook landing zone, unfortunately, for Xerxes, but the ball time's looking good. Great ulti to out of Vulcan to cancel that, but now Balulu is on the assault once again. Vulcan going to be the target, but Fudge in the backline. He's getting assaulted there. The stolen J4 ulti looking nice, as Vulcan isn't dead, but that damage might be enough for them to go back, but unfortunately not feeling too healthy. Baron's regen back to full. And Perkz is back out on the map, so Galatasaray will back away.
Cloud9 dodge a bullet there. I really like the decision by Galatasaray there to force the Baron as hard as they did. Balulu was in a great flanking position, TPing back in there after resetting. And I think they just got caught between doing 2 separate things. Alive's bullet time there was actually really smart, as we'll take a look at this replay first about how Perkz gets outskilled here. There's the ult steal. Balulu pops it early. And, I mean, that was relatively telegraphed. I don't feel like the... I can read lips. Oh, I'm trolling. 100%. That's what Perkz said. That play was 2 out of 5 face plants.
Yeah, that is... That's the gift for the tournament. I mean, I don't know what's going to top that. Max Waldo's face right there in the middle. The classic Mithy reaction. Oh, that's beautiful.
And I mean, like, it was really funny, but like that almost was a huge avenue for them, because, like I said, the MF bullet time bought so much space. If their turn was a little better, or they just refocused back onto the Baron, they could have 50-50'd that. And if you lose the Baron or you get wiped there, suddenly the gold lead's gone.
Yeah, look, it would be a lot less funny if they weren't still 5,000 gold ahead.
That goes from like that meme of the guy clapping in the chair at the movie theater to like the horror face.
Yeah.
That was the living embodiment of that play almost.
All right, well, Cloud9 do have to refocus a little. Perkz is going to have to re-find his the R key on his keyboard, but it's still there, I'm sure of it. and is still obviously a threat in these side lanes, right? Like, I don't think Bolulu, even with the stolen Tryndamere ulti, is going to have a fun time up against Perkz 1v1. I don't think anyone really is 1v1, and when they're bringing Vulcan down, they're able to shadow their side laners as well. Cloud9 can do a lot of splitting in some of these side lanes here, which I think has to be the plan. Obviously, having Baron would make that quite a bit easier. Unfortunately, doesn't have access to that right now, but Cloud9 still maintaining control of this game. Even though they've had some oopsies, they haven't lost, you know, the sense of the map state that they're trying to play to.
No, I mean, they're in a fantastic position for 1-3-1. Your Ezreal Leona lane, which maybe should have lost, actually gets ahead, which gives you a lot of space in your 1-3-1 for them to be more self-sufficient to get the push on their own, and that enables Taliyah to go flying into these side lanes, and it's a lot harder to defend against for Galatasaray because you don't necessarily know where she's going if you don't have good vision control. And so the Leona also, with the Infernal map, has an easier path to follow the Taliyah wall. You don't have to make as many, you know, loops around the jungle to try and attack one of these side lanes. So how well the early game went and the rift that we ended up getting here is great for C9's game plan.
And Perkz is just not leaving a lane. And why should he? This is just Tryndamere's home. He picked Lane King Tryndamere. He is sticking in the lanes. He is, you know, as advertised here in this game, hitting the inhibitor tower.
And, you know, it's a huge threat. Hold on.
I like this here. Going for the other side. Great lantern though out of Zergsting. He's going to pull him out to safety. Vulcan just lets it rip.
Just let you know I can hit that shot if I need to.
And Sven still chugging along here in the mid lane, pushing things out. Dragon's up in 4 seconds, which is a big one.
Yeah, I was going to say, losing 2 of your ultimates is a bit of a problem. I mean, Taliyah, less of a combat spell, but still something you want to have, potentially. Looks like Galatasaray doesn't actually want to contest this, and instead rotating up to the top side to help the Jace finish the push off.
Perkz, though, running interference. TP coming in, though. It's 4v1 right now for Fudge. Although he can't know that. Bolulu coming in, and Fudge going to have to give up the tower. That's fine. Not really much you can do there. Nice little rotation there out of Galatasaray. Again, keep trying to trade where they can because they knew they couldn't face check at the Dragon. Have to get out safely now, though, but it looks like they will. And again, we'll see this kind of back and forth. This is very common in really open maps, right, where at some point you can't win the 1-3-1, and you probably can't 5v5 given the gold deficit, but you have to at least keep trading when the map is this lopsided here. As I'm very surprised Zergsting's going to leave. In fact, maybe they may have cast a curse him into oblivion. Great flash there up to the box. Perkz, though, is going to slow him down, and that hook, unfortunately, is going to seal his fate. And now the Baron's back on the menu for Cloud9.
Yeah, you're talking about the open map state, a little bit lazy there by Galatasaray, not all getting out at the same time. Leaves one behind, and just as a perfect layup into the Baron for Cloud9.
Oh, good dunk there for Fudge. Trying his own mojito out. The stun lands in for Vulcan. Bolulu making it scary, but Blabber finds the smite. And now Bolulu's in the midst of it all. Fudge is going to try and make his way back through. They swap positions with Vulcan. It's like old school Urgot ulti is Sven. He's found the ace at the back of it all on Cloud9. We're going to go undefeated so far at Worlds.
They blow this game open off a bad recall by Galatasaray, finding the initial pick-off, and then a super clean turn off the Baron to make sure, like you said, there was no real smite contest. Yes, Bolulu ended up in the pit, but that just made the cleanup afterwards even easier. Well done here by Fudge, finding the initial lockup, and then, I mean, you're trapped in a pit already. If you flash out of that, then you can't get into the actual Baron pit that easily. So it was a tough place for the Baron steal for Mojito, and then Alive coming in late was probably looking like, hey, I'm going to try and line up this ultimate to get some cleanup kills, but Sven just shifted on top of his face and just started auto-attacking him.
Seen a lot of melee Ezreal today. I guess when you're like, you know, doing 3,500 damage a team fight, although Blabber massively overperforming. Also having to smite the Baron is pretty impressive with a little bit of split attention. But yeah, 6-1 and 7 here on Ezreal. You can afford to get a little loose with the aggressive arcane shifts, right? At some point, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, this far ahead, not much can go wrong for Cloud9 now.
Zergsting again under fire. Oh, goodness. Looking like quite the Rebel Baron power play here as Blabber's on a killing spree, just deletes one off the map. Make it 2 there for Blabber, as it's 3 dead already on the side of Galatasaray. It's Bolulu trying to fight his way out once again, but it is only Crazy left alive to tell the tale of his destroyed Nexus, because Cloud9 are just rampaging through this game.
Cloud9 looking to end the game, 28 minutes. Crazy's the only one up, but Sven wants some more blood.
More shifting onto the enemies. Sven making it known that he hasn't misplaced his keys, unlike his teammate Perkz. But Perkz looking good at the end of it all. 5-1-8 at the Infinity Edge, but it doesn't creep building, so I don't think it mattered. Cloud9 still undefeated, 3-0 now here in Worlds 2021.
Yeah, 1 or 2 mistakes in that game for Cloud9, but for the most part, stomped it. You know, you would not know looking at that scoreboard that there were a couple touch-and-go moments throughout, and I think that does speak to the fact that Cloud9 did look very prepared in their game plan, as well as just having some individual outplays. I think especially in the bot lane, Sven and Vulcan deserve a lot of credit. The level 1 prep is good. They got flashes out, and it looks like they're kind of firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, I feel like in some ways, like Sven's stock is known, right? He is extremely successul in Europe, even in his very early days as a player, even at big stages like the World Championships,
days.
right? Someone out there remembers that guy. Missed that player. But kind of shades of that here. It seems like he has been kind of on a tear recently, kind of playing himself back to form, always been a consistent force, but I think his lane mate Vulcan is the player that I'm super excited to watch develop more and more, because to me, Vulcan is already an international level player, from which is not an easy thing given how many quality supports there are in the world. Vulcan has been consistently excellent for Cloud9 even when they were slumping in the regular season, and now here alongside Sven on the world stage, he's looking amazing.
And I think as well for Blabber, a huge bounce back performance from MSI. For a lot of people who don't watch the LCS, you might have seen that Blabber and been like, this is their MVP. This is the guy that everyone hypes up, and I think this is showing a little bit more of the angle that why NA fans are so excited about him. He can run over a lot of games when he gets ahead, and as you saw in that teamfight graphic, doing the most damage in the game.
Well, if you've woken up in North America, you've at least woken up to good news. Cloud9 continue to be undefeated here at the World Championships. Only one more game left to play in their best of 1 round robin. We're going to be stepping away for a commercial, but when we return, don't miss World's Cooldown.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Make or break. Make it yours.
Welcome back to Worlds Cool Down, where Cloud9 is all smiles as they close out the day 3-0. And Kaizen, I can smell a dangerous amount of hopium in the air right now for North American fans.
That's a smell of results, my friend. That's not hopium at all.
They're close. They have similar smells.
Check the scoreboard.
Yeah, similar smells. It's easy to get confused. My bad on that one. But what a way to do it. Exciting fashion, showing more creativity in the draft. Kaizen was the one who said it. This is a team that has shown they can bleed even while picking up the wins. And yes, they bled a little bit in this game. Still a few moments that we would look for them to clean up. But all in all, Goldberg, another sub-30-minute win has got to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at the draft, we saw the J4 first pick. We had our question marks, of course, but as soon as we came to the last second ban phase, where we kind of saw the Tryndamere hover, and when we're kind of saying, wait, they're just going to lock this Tryndamere, they're going to get the AP jungler, they're going to throw the Jarvan up towards the top lane, and that's exactly what they did. You could tell on Galatasaray that they tried to have some sort of response with the Sylas coming in to steal the Undying Rage as well, but I think Perkz quite confidently demonstrated why this pick is so dangerous, you know, just outside of that one time he forgot to hold.
Confidently didn't press R, I'll tell you that much. But as well, let's continue this conversation, Kaizen, around the drafting for Cloud9, because if I reflect back on MSI, perhaps one of the criticisms I had was that Cloud9 wasn't willing enough to take risks in the drafting phase. And across 3 different games here at Worlds so far, I think they've shown a lot. And to me, that bodes well for the team moving forward in the tournament.
Absolutely, and it goes back to what Goldberg was saying. They look confident. You know, when Cloud9 feels confident, they just play whatever they want, and they beat you anyway. And look, I don't think this was necessarily the most inspiring set of performances, because when I project to group stage and I look at some of the openings that they've given teams in play-ins, I do think they could get exploited there. That said, I feel good about how it seems like they feel about the game, which is they feel they can do anything and play multiple styles and win doing them all, and that's a really, really scary C9 to be going up against.
Definitely, I agree with you, Kaizen, and I think they have a lot of their fundamentals in check as well. Going off having this J4, he's down in CS, but that's kind of how it goes when you're up against a Jace and you don't have jungle attention, but you've been focusing so much down towards the bottom side. Once Sven and Vulcan is ahead, then you start moving up towards the top side, and you see Blabber actually really coming in with a jungle difference this time around with the roams he's able to have up towards this top side.
Now that Rift Herald play, Kaizen, I think is one of those openings that you're talking about in play-ins. A couple times we've seen Cloud9 be a bit iffy around the Rift Herald, particularly as a global objective, but they followed it up with a nice Baron setup as well. So, you know, you give and you take a little bit, but that's what we'll look for them to clean up as the group stage, and then the bracket stage, of course, rolls on.
Yeah, how about we just take and take, no giving?
Okay.
Look, when you're a team that's as mechanically proficient as Cloud9, I think some level of misplay is excusable, right? That just comes with being proactive. I get more concerned when I see misplays around objectives where there's a bit of an opportunity to premeditate, like, hey, this is a 4v5 or a 3v5. Do we really want to be going for this objective? So that's the kind of stuff where I think they can go back, they can look at the tape and say, okay, we shouldn't temper the aggression. We want to keep that energy, but we want to remove some of these miscalculated team fight errors, and then I think they'll be in really good shape.
Well, already 3-0, they've bought themselves some real estate to continue improving throughout this tournament, but that urges me to take a look at tomorrow's schedule as the picture kind of starts to solidify in each of these groups. We'll look at the matchups that we have ahead of us. 4 of them remain in terms of our regularly scheduled matchups, but of course, possible tiebreakers to follow this schedule tomorrow. For yourself, Goldberg, when you take a look at this lineup, what's catching your attention?
Well, I'm definitely interested about the Unicorns of Love games and the Beyond Gaming games, just in case that, you know, Unicorns of Love, they have to win to stay alive. And then at the same time, hope that Beyond is actually able to lose to Destination Focus Me. So a lot on the line for these 2 teams tomorrow.
Definitely. Kaizen, thoughts on that? Of course, Unicorns will play following Beyond, so we'll know at the point of play whether or not that game really matters for them. But at the very least, the fact that you have to go up against Cloud9 in what would be that must-win game, I mean, that's, again, another tall order for a winless team.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you're hoping Cloud9 just gets cocky because Cloud9 knows they advanced. I would be a little bit afraid if I was UOL, but it's out of their hands. I do want to focus more on that Detonation versus Beyond Gaming matchup. I'm personally really excited for that because I thought we saw the best of each team on display today after Beyond Gaming having a really, really slow ramp up and Detonation being a little bit mixed in terms of the results. Today we saw Detonation from draft to play have a really cerebral approach, focus on picking a robust team comp that could deal with Galatasaray's early game oriented team. And then on the Beyond Gaming side, we saw the top lane step up, we saw mid lane step up getting that huge pick on Syndra on the MF to turn a Rift Herald fight, and then we saw Doggo get to shine. So I'm excited to see both of these teams hopefully bring that peak form into tomorrow.
I love that call out. And so we wait on bated breath for our matches that come tomorrow. But now I'm really excited for our next announcement that some of you may have already heard about. But just like most of you, I enjoy a good competitive game of Teamfight Tactics Reckoning. So I'm thrilled to announce the game's newest set, Teamfight Tactics Gizmos and Gadgets. The new set will herald in an era of innovation and discovery where crazy contraptions augment each game with new rules and new ways to break them. Get ready for the launch of Gizmos and Gadgets with patch 11.22. Earlier today, though, Lore spoke with Vizicsacsi about what lies ahead for him. So let's take a look.
Back to Iceland Peace Grab, finally the first win in the playing stage. And yeah, Chachi, I mean, this was an important one, honestly. So tell me about the mindset before the game, during the game, especially with all the back and forth against them.
Yeah, well, basically we all knew that this is going to be a do or die match because whoever wins this is going to have the chance to keep playing for a best of 5. So I think the pressure was quite high, and we went into the game with the mindset of just having to win. But I think our setups and objectives were not the greatest, and the game kind of turned into some bloodbath.
Yeah, you still managed to find the win in the end, but I also want to touch on the draft because I was surprised to see Bogax pick Gnar, especially into Jace Irelia, but it was super hard to deal with the champion. So tell me about how impactful he was and how you managed to shut it down in the end.
Yeah, basically once he got the free kills around the Rift Herald fight, that's when it turned out to be really hard to deal with him because then he's just going to be stronger than Jace for the rest of the game. And I was basically weak siding at that point and just trying to hold him, maybe shock blast the waves from range. But the way we wanted to deal with him is fight on his mini-Gnar timing. Because whenever he's Mega-Gnar, we just can't fight against him. So we always pull the trigger when the mini-Gnar was there, and that's how we managed to win the fights.
Yeah, well, nice that you find a solution in the end. Focusing on you now, Chachi, you are back on pro play on the World Championship stage. I mean, it must be a bit nerve-wracking for you. So tell me about being back. And yeah, also, how has it been to fit with the team so far?
Yes, the first game I played, I was really nervous, and it was kind of new once again after 2 years being back on the stage. So I kind of look at it as like my warm-up game, and the other 2 games today I think went significantly better. But together with the team, we haven't had much practice, only like 4 to 5 days. So we still need to like gel a lot together, and that can be seen in our plays as well. But they are very supportive and nice people, so I think we are getting along well, and we have good chances to improve.
Oh, that is very nice to hear, yeah, especially since you didn't have much time to play together. But yesterday we talked in the makeup room also, and you told me that you would have some confidence, especially if you saw some poppy bans, which happened when you played against LNG and again today. So how does it feel to see your main band, even though you didn't play for such a long time?
Not good at all. I wanted to play her, so just leave her open and I can play her. Because she's still one of my main champions and she had some nice buffs. So I actually would like to play her, but she's not like someone you can just blind pick and then you are fine, because there are so many matchups that are difficult for her to play. But I think teams are usually banning her when I'm on the red side, because then I have the counter pick. But it's still nice to see the respect one, that's for sure.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, now you still have one more game to play. It will be tomorrow. Tell me about the focus for the next game and how you can make things better so that you get out of groups in the end.
So if I'm not mistaken, we are basically playing this best of 5 against the red Canids, no matter what. So I think tomorrow's game will be kind of like a good test to see how we fare off against each other. But the real battle will be the best of 5 itself. So I think we are going to prepare for that and maybe try something out tomorrow and see how they adapt. But it's already going to begin the mental warfare.
All right. Well, for now, congrats on grabbing the first win, Chachi.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for the interview. It feels good to have you back on stage.
Feels good to be back.
Thank you very much, Laura. Likewise, I am delighted to see Vizicsacsi's name back out there on the World's Rift. But what an incredible little piece of insight, you know, to remember how little time that this team, this roster, this amalgamation of players has had to whip themselves into shape, and to have already found some success on the world stage, picking up that first win today and pushing themselves forward in play-ins. I mean, that's a feat that needs to be recognized, Goldberg.
It's interesting not only because it's not just a new team coming together and has to play, it's also a new team coming in on a new Worlds meta where all of a sudden new picks are shining through. Chachi has been playing a little bit, but it's still not to the extent where he's been back. You heard him say it yourself, right? It's a warm-up game, the first official game that I'm really having. And you know, when it's a warm-up game, when it's your first official, then it is going to take some time before you really gel into it. And we started seeing some light today, and hopefully we'll start to see some more tomorrow again.
Absolutely. And Kaizen, we heard a few mentions there of different champions, matchups, picks that he's hoping to play. And for me, that just brings it all back to this incredible meta that we've experienced so far across 2 days of games. Yeah. Again, I'm loving the explosiveness of this World's meta so far, and I just hope it continues to deliver on that kind of a level.
Yeah, and I think there's more to come, right? Like, we've seen only a little bit of Zed. I feel like we still haven't gotten to see the strength of the pick on display. We saw a little bit of a decline in Ghostblade junglers. I'm not sure how much Qiyana was banned today. She definitely got some bans, but I don't think she was perma-banned today, so I hope to see more of her because, frankly, she's just a fun champion to watch. So I think there's so many directions that the meta can develop now, and I think as we move into the best of 5, we should see teams get more creative rather than less as they figure out what's working for them versus what's just hot in general. And then we even saw C9, you know, pick the Tryndamere. I'm not sure if that's a pick that really fits with the C9 style, but it's nice to see that they're willing to bust these picks out. So this has been an incredibly diverse and rewarding meta.
Love the call out towards the best of 5s because absolutely that's where we sometimes see some of the most innovative picks that bring a team over the line to get that third and final win in an all-important best of 5. But with that, we are going to wrap up day 2 of Worlds 2021. So from all of us in Berlin and Iceland, thank you for watching. Stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Both teams ready to fight for their spot at the top of the world.
Okay, here we go. Willer getting jumped on, but Morgan is only going forward. Willer is in so much trouble as the 2v1 will come into effect. Here comes the rotation from the side of Hanwha Life, and Dept is here. And again,
Red team double kill.
This is gigantic, and look at the engage on the 2 of them. Jojo and Aegis getting totally caught out here in their own jungle. And doesn't have his aftershock. Finally he does, and that will be enough to keep him alive. As now Chovy and Morgan get a massive flank teleport behind the entire team.
This looks absolutely tragic. Crazy that they found a pick. Flabber going to cut him off the wall as well, but Perkz tries to make it happen. Bunch over the top again. Flabber finds the flick.
It all leads to this. Make or break.
Vitality will take them!
A new era is awaiting.